Welcome in, everybody, and welcome to World Psoriasis Day 2023. I can't believe it's been a year already since we did this. Great to see everyone in chat already, guys. I'll go through all the welcomes in a minute. But yeah, thank you for joining me for the big conversation. I'm here, as James has put in chat, which makes it feel very long, for the next 8 hours, where we will be bringing you some awesome conversations around psoriatic disease, raising awareness of psoriatic disease, as if my camera ever goes back into focus. There we go. I should stop moving around, really. And yeah, we're going to be joined by patients, patient advocates, medical professionals, people doing awesome things in the world of psoriatic disease to raise awareness and try and improve the outcomes of tomorrow's patients. And yeah, so just 2 or 3 weeks after I lost my voice for 2 weeks, I'm doing an 8-hour live stream. What an idiot. But here we are. I don't get to change the day that World Psoriasis Day falls on. Those of you that were here last year will remember what an awesome day we had there. We did the same thing. It was 8 hours, but a different format. We were doing the If But Animal Crossing project there, where we were playing computer games and getting people on to share their experiences whilst we did that. And that went so well, and we learned so much from that. I thought, why not have a day of conversations? When I suggested that and then started booking guests, I then suddenly realised how much more tiring that is compared to just playing computer games and zoning out for a couple of hours in the middle of it. No chance for me to zone off today. I've got paperwork on my desk coming out of my ear holes. Lots of prep has gone into this one, guys. Minecraft streaming is so much easier. Next time I'll stick to that. But thank you for joining us, guys. Yeah, very much. I look forward to seeing James later. So, yeah, James Hill will be with us on the show later at 2 o'clock, I believe. I hope I got my times right, James. Remember, I'm having to do a lot off the top of my head, so I don't mean to panic you if I've got the time wrong. But I think I'll be seeing you at 2 o'clock, James. So thank you for dropping in early and saying hello and supporting us. Great to see you in, Saduki. I'm going to call you Saduki. I love what you've done with your username there. Very clever. Loving that as well, guys. And if you are here for the first time and you've never been on the Chronic Pain Club before, I don't know why my camera keeps unfocused. I'm sorry about that. I need to stop moving, clearly. Hello, there we go. It's getting there. If this is your first time with us on the Chronic Pain Club, so we're normally here on Sunday evenings. Let me just get a bit closer so my camera stops messing around. We're normally here on Sunday evenings, 7 till 8, where we interview a guest and talk about lived experience and basically try and elevate their experience. There's only so many times I can tell my story in my advocacy work. But we're here today all day, midday until 8 o'clock tonight. Basically doing that show, but with 8 guests from 7 different countries in 8 hours, and my throat already hurts. So I'm going to let them do a lot of the talking. But basically what we do here, guys, is about peer support and building a community as much as it is sharing those experiences. So please do get involved in chat. This camera's going to annoy me if that keeps going blurry. Please do get involved in chat. I wonder if I was trying to focus on my mic. Hang on. Can you guys hear me okay if I move my mic over there? I wonder if it's trying to focus on the mic. Can you guys hear me okay if that's over there? So yeah, basically what we do here is we try to start conversations between you guys. You know, we might be having an interview on screen, and that's the focus of the conversation. We want you guys to support each other in chat. And slightly quiet. Yeah, I can turn the gain up. I just wondered if it was trying to focus on the mic. I wondered if that's why I'm getting some weird blurriness going on. So yeah, basically, we want you to be talking in chat the whole time. So when we do the interviews, we take the chat off screen. We do that for 2 reasons. One, to protect our guest, because who knows what lovely people you're going to find on the internet that might put something in chat. And 2, we do that so then when people watch the videos back, they're not distracted by other stuff going on in chat, but you can still talk to each other. You'll see most of the people here are on YouTube. That's why they got the little YouTube logo on their name. If you're here watching on Facebook or on LinkedIn, then you'll be able to chat between those people when we take the chat off screen. But ultimately, when the chat's on screen, you can all talk together, and it's great. But when we're doing the interviews, please keep the conversations going on whatever platform you are watching. So I need to say hello to some people. Who have I missed? Let me get my chat window open. So Near Cheek, Saduki, Mr. Hillary. I'm really looking forward to chatting with you again later, James, as it's been too long. Welcome in, Selby. I hope you're good, mate. I don't know why my camera's having a autofocus issue, but we'll work with it. I didn't realise I moved around that much. Maybe that's what's confusing it, because I'm like chameleon and around. Maybe I'm not moving enough. Who knows? Thank you, Selby. It's great for you to join us on your Sundays, guys. I might accidentally say Saturday at some point today because it's half term here in the UK. It's now coming to an end. And I had a day off on Wednesday, which I thought was Saturday. I then thought yesterday was Sunday, and I've been all sorts of confused. So if I accidentally refer to it as something other than Sunday, apologies. It's been a long week, and there's been a lot of work that's gone into this. So yeah, we'll be having our first guest join us hopefully in the next 10 minutes or so. And I feel like I should say, guys, it is an 8-hour live show. If we get to 8 o'clock tonight and there hasn't been a single technical issue, guest not arriving on time, a no-show, somebody's internet went down, the cat jumped on the screen, I don't know what, any of them things, we are not going to go through 8 hours connecting with 8 people from all over the world. The only continent we don't have represented is Asia today. And I tried, but in Asia, they have a really active community for World Psoriasis Day, and they're all doing some amazing events. And I didn't want to pull anyone away from something they were working on. So we're not going to go through the whole 8 hours without some sort of issue. So if I say a guest is coming on and then we have to delay it, I have to show a YouTube video of a previous recording or something like that, then roll with it, guys, because we ain't going to do 8 hours without the odd technical issue. It's just not going to happen. Same as my camera, messing around, whatever it's doing, I don't know. I'm blaming my mic. I think it's trying to focus on my mic. I think it's obsessed with my mic. And therefore, they're not focusing on my egghead. So anyway, guys, how's your weekend been? While we're waiting, how's your weekend been? What have you been up to? I am wearing a World Psoriasis Day t-shirt. Not that you can see it, but I am wearing a World Psoriasis Day t-shirt. I brought that home all the way from Singapore. So on today's show, guys, we have got patients, we've got patient advocates, we've got medical professionals, we've got people that have started their own psoriasis organizations. And frankly, we could have had so many more. Like, you know, there were so many options. So I'm really grateful for all the people that said they would want to be involved, and then for one reason or another it didn't happen, or they're a little bit slow at filling in the sign up form. If you're watching this and you'd sort of put your hand up and for whatever reason you're not with us today, do say hello in chat so I can give you a big thank you and know that you'll be on the top of the list for next time. Fun weekend, been playing with the kids with Minecraft. Awesome. Thank you, Selby. There's always so much love for my bald head in this community. I know I just make you all feel better. That's basically what I'm here for, to make you all feel better. So, yeah, I'm slightly worried as well, guys, that for the most of the world, or especially in Europe anyway, didn't the clocks all go back for pretty much everyone overnight? I know they did here in the UK and for many other countries. Again, so there is a chance, like a slight chance, that maybe somebody got an hour wrong and I get 2 guests turn up at once. Won't that be fun? We'll make it work. We'll have a panel. We'll do a panel discussion. Like, for those of you that follow me regularly on here will know that we have faced far worse adversities and overcome them. So it won't be an issue. It won't be an issue. So yours go back next weekend. Yeah, just to be awkward. That's like having a whole different Mother's and Father's Day on the different days, Saduki. So we're going out live, guys, on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. I refuse to call it X. I don't really use Twitter anymore. I don't agree with everything that's gone on over there. So I do still have an account. But if you're talking to me on Twitter and I'm not responding, you'll know why. And LinkedIn. So if you're watching us over on LinkedIn and you're from a more medical, professional background, hello, welcome. I will be a bit less professional today because that is what we're here. We got to be a little bit entertaining. I can't be dry for 8 hours. That wouldn't be my style. But yeah, what's everyone else up to? We also have states that don't do daylight. Really? Oh, brilliant. But they just opted out of it. So they just decided to opt out of it. I feel like there's a history joke there that's way too early in the show for me to make. But I hope you're good, guys. Big shout out today as well. I'll be doing this a lot today. But a big shout out today to as well our moderator, Nia Cheeks. Most of you will know is my wife. Not only is she juggling a 4-year-old who's going for a very toddler-like stage at the minute, shall we say, and a spaniel, and trying to entertain him for 8 hours on a Sunday. But they're also moderating on the channel as our sole moderator. So a big shout out to Nia Cheeks. Give her lots of love today. And it does mean, guys, during the day, if I'm in the middle of interviewing someone and we do get something slide into chat that shouldn't be there, bear with us if it takes me a little bit of time to get rid of that. because Nia does, like I say, she's spinning lots of plates today, and there'll be times where I have to play the role of host and moderator. We're a bit of a one-man band here, but you know, who knows? Next year, maybe we'll have like sound engineers and lighting crews and all sorts. And yeah, that'll be great. So I can see our guest is with us, so that's good. Someone's turned up on time. That's a good start for 8 hours. I didn't want that domino effect of somebody getting the time wrong for the first one and then suddenly we're out for the whole day. So so yeah, we'll bring Sylvia in a moment. Well done for all the support, guys. Those of you that are regulars will know how hard Nia works to support me. And also, you know, without starting the show on too much of a sob story, like it's not intentional, but you know, there is a lot of personal commitment to this sort of thing. Dylan is really playing up this weekend because he's hardly seen me because I spent yesterday preparing. Today I'll be doing all of this, and then Monday he's back at school, which he's really not happy about. So yeah, big shout out to all the people that sort of sacrifice and give up something for us to do this today, and not least our guests who give up a little bit of their Sunday from all different time zones from around the world to join us on the show today. Cool. Right, let's have a look. Let's kill the music. So I always forget to kill the music, don't I? Let's be honest. So guys, if it is your first time here, the chat will go off screen. You can still talk to each other on whatever platform you're watching, YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, or Twitter. Please do. And it only helps the algorithm side of things, but we're here to exist as a peer support community. Just because there's a conversation going on screen, it doesn't mean you guys can't talk about it in chat together about other things, support one another, and also any good questions or comments. I'll feature the best ones on screen. We won't always acknowledge them, but we'll feature the best ones on screen. So please do keep the chat messages coming. And you'll see random bits pop up as well to prompt that throughout the conversation. So I don't want to keep our guest waiting any longer. So without further ado, I better bring them in. Let me get rid of you guys. So I'll quickly, before I have to go into interview mode. Hello, Tracy. Thanks for joining us today. I hope to see you throughout the day, guys. And yeah, I will be back engaging with you guys in chat after about 30 minutes or so. So my next guest, I don't really know where to start with Sylvia because she's been briefly on the show before when we were in Italy last year for well, it was the IFPA Forum when we were over in Milan. But basically, Silvia Fernandez Barrio is I'm going to miss something here, but a journalist and advocate, an IFPA board member, the founder and president of APSO and Latina So, which we'll talk more about in detail, and a global psoriasis leader. Sylvia, hopefully you can see and hear me from Argentina, and welcome.
There I am, hugging you.
There, thank you. You're there. Brilliant. Obviously, we've done this in person last time, so this seems really weird to have
That's
you sort of
better,
like,
isn't it?
on the other side of the world. So what time is it where you are?
Now it's 9:15.
Oh, okay. That's
3
not
hours behind.
okay. That's not too bad. Probably a bit early for Sunday.
But it should be sunny, but it's a horrible day and raining. But we're in springtime. All the roses are fabulous. All the flowers are beautiful.
Oh, okay.
And
So
here
it's
we are in our mine 19th World Psoriasis Day.
19th. So yeah, for anyone that doesn't know you, like I take for granted how well I know you now, and obviously we've met a few times, but for anyone that is not aware of, we'll deep dive into all the amazing stuff you've done. Would you want to give a bit of an overview about who you are, where you're from, etc.?
Yeah, I am from Argentina. Argentina, whoever doesn't know, it's the last country of South America, of the whole Americas, the continent. You have Canada, Alaska, Canada, United States, all the other Central American countries, and then you have South America, and the last country together was Chile, which is a very narrow part of our western part, and there is where Argentina is. It's a very long country, it's a big country, and it's a very messed up country, I would say. We're having elections now, and it's really tough. It's really, really tough. Argentina is a very rich country, I would say. We have everything that we need, but how do we do that? We always spoil it. I do not know, but we really have everything. I mean, seas, culture, oil, gas. Well, but we have 40% of our people under the line of poverty.
Wow.
But I'm a journalist, and I can't avoid talking about that. But I wish I wouldn't talk about that here. And
Well,
we have some dispute there about some islands there that we even had a war about that.
yeah, we might want to swerve the Falklands
We
topic
won't go
today,
there.
but yeah, and I understand you had a bit of a role in that as well.
Malvinas, Falkland Islands.
But you also have incredible football culture. That's what we know it for in the UK.
Yes. Oh yes. I had forgotten about it. That is
Yeah.
our best, I would think.
Yeah, that's
Tennis
one of your best
and golf
exports.
are definitely. And you know what? All our players love your country.
Really?
And it's very funny when we hear them talking in English. Wow, they talk so badly. The English is so difficult for them.
Well, you talk brilliant English, thankfully, which makes this a lot easier. So
now I'm speaking more American, but I went to a British school. Such British school.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I did. That even the princess went to my school when they came to Argentina. Oh, yeah. Yes, Alexandra came. And I think the king came once also when I was very little. Yeah.
Amazing. And and you're sort of like so thank you for that background. I really appreciate that. It was nice to get a flavour since we've got guests joining us from all around the world today. But your journey with psoriasis, that started quite young, didn't it? Am I right?
Very. I was 19 years old. It started very little. It was just a little spot in my leg. I was on vacations even.
Okay.
There is something very special with my psoriasis and myself, or me and my psoriasis, that is, it has never, ever been the stress my trigger, ever.
Okay, hasn't. Okay.
Even I was getting better when my brother died, and I said, oh, now I'm going to, it was the worst feeling I ever had. My brother died when he was 33. At that time, I was all psoriasis, but my psoriasis was getting better. Instead of being from here downwards, it was from the waist downwards when he died.
Yeah.
I said, well, to be horrible. And it just went on getting better, even though when I had that tremendous stress of the death of my brother. So that's why many times I say, be careful. It's not only stress. It can be other things. And imagine, I was 19. I am going to be 71 now, Joel. So imagine what a long time has passed, how different everything is now. I mean, I just went to a Congress, on Friday. And when I hear the doctors talking, and before that, I went to the European Academy of Dermatology Congress also. Mm-hmm. And sometimes I have to do like that to myself and say, has this changed so much, but so much? How you see psoriasis, what we know now about psoriasis, what we how the science is going and developing more and more and more. And we had psoriatica, which is a congress for patients in Argentina, that we started with it during the pandemic because people were so scared that they would die because of COVID, because they had an autoimmune disease, because they had immunosuppressed drugs taking, and there were so many things that we didn't know. But psoriatica started there, and it's such a success. We had about 1,300 people registered, and finally they came up 2,400 and something. And the last talk that we had there was from a doctor from the United States. He's an Argentine. He's now director of the residency of dermatology of one of the 3 biggest hospitals in Texas. And Darío started talking about what they are discovering now about genetics, that it was completely nuts to think like that some years ago. And it has to do with the genetics. It definitely has to do with our genetics. It's not genetics. But regarding genetics, he said, we will see the cure. But my cure is going to be different to your cure.
Yeah.
It's more or less said in a very humble and simple way what he said. And they're really studying into that, into the genetic studies, and to see what is the best medication you can have, which is the one that's going to have less side effects that's going to be the best for you. I think things will change for the people with psoriasis around the world in not so many years. Maybe he said maybe it takes 10, maybe it takes 20, but we will get there. The only thing that we face, and you know it as well as I know it, that equity is not exactly what we have. So what we need, there are certain places in the world, Africa, for example, they only can get a cream. They don't even get a methotrexate.
Yeah, and I think it's why it's so important that we have these global conversations, because I know when I done this last year, it really opened my eyes to challenges. We've actually got Wangui, you might know as Helen from Kenya, if brand ambassador, coming later, because she like some of the things she shared sort of like really shocked people in the audience, and it felt really important that we have these conversations to understand, you know, what are the challenges in South America, what are the challenges in Africa, and try and like focus our efforts and also take those bits of best practice as well wherever they exist, you know.
And
So
do you know what for me is a horrible challenge? Horrible. That you know there is something there, that can change your life and that can make you feel better, and you can't get it. You can't get it.
Yeah.
That is so frustrating. It's terrible. And even if I don't think of myself, if it happens to somebody that I love very much, it's more frustrating even. If I had a baby that needs some medication and that medication is going to change the life of my beloved one, I don't know what I would do to get that medication. I would do everything in this world to do it.
Yeah, it's so hard as well. And also with some of the challenges that different regional areas face, it's so hard to put yourself in that position as well. So all we can do is share those experiences, talk about those experiences, and try and sort of shine a light on those issues. So obviously you got it when you're 18 and you've seen all of that change, but what was there a thing where did you just develop psoriasis and then you wanted to do more about it, or was there like something happened that turned you on to like advocacy? Because you know the stuff you
that
do
happened so many years later.
Yeah. So do you mind talking about that? Because that just fascinates me.
Of course I want to talk. I always want to talk about this story because my two passions, being a journalist and being a psoriasis advocate, none of them were decided by myself. None of them.
Okay.
A journalist, it was my boss. I was secretary of the executive director of a channel's TV station, the biggest in Argentina. He had just come in. I was his secretary. He had just chosen me. I was about 2 or 3 months there. And he said, would you like to work on TV? And I said, no. Because I was thinking about being an actress. And I said, no way. And he said, wouldn't you just try and make I don't know how you call it in English now, like a try for the news journal? And I said, oh yeah, for the news journal, yes. Okay, here am I. Now I'm a journalist. Since then, I'm a journalist. And then when I was around 50-something, I was born in 52. You make the numbers, and this was in 2004. I started with a very, very bad psoriasis that it started coming out as it was when I was 19. You know, spots, small spots, not small. Well, my spots are that way. It's not a good day psoriasis.
Yeah. And
it started going after a very strong shot of corticoid that they had to give me for my shoulder after a surgery. Mm-hmm. When they gave me that shot of corticoid, my skin was the skin I had seen until I was 17 years old. I got back my skin. It was perfect, not even one spot. But I knew something very bad was coming after that, because that is what happens when you receive such a hard corticoid injection. And it did come, and it started popping up all over my body. And I stood looking at myself, and I said, wow, I have to deal with this again. And again, I was not prepared, Joel. I was not prepared. Even though I had been for many years, I said, how am I going to face this again? How am I going to face it?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, having psoriasis, it's a constant challenge, and it's a constant learning, and it's a bad word. the other constant. It's a bad word. So I was at that time divorced. I was already a big person. It wasn't that I was young, but again, and I was alone. And again, I had to face meeting somebody, what was going to happen. And again, there were not many drugs there. But this time I had comorbidities. So with my comorbidities, I couldn't go into any of the other treatments that there were, except for phototherapy. That was the only treatment I had done all my life, because with the methotrexate, I had made ulcer of stomach and of bowel. So I had to be very, very careful, very careful. And I have high lipids, high cholesterol, etc. So I have the amount of treatments that I can do. It's only the new ones. I cannot go to the old ones. And I went to my doctor, and he said he has been my doctor all my life. Since I was 18 years old, he was very young at that time. He was assistant to the best dermatology that there was in Argentina. And then he became my doctor. And I said to Edgardo, and I said, he gave me the first biologic that came out, that was the evolizumab, that it doesn't exist anymore now. Yeah. And I tried to get it, and I got from my insurance that they were going to cover only the 40% of it. And for the first time in my life, I faced that I could not pay my treatment. Yeah. And that was something unbelievable for me, that I'm a very good economical situation. I have always been in a very good economical situation. I have always worked very much, and I have always earned very much money. And even in that case, I could not pay it. Yeah. So crying, because I'm telling you the story just like that, crying in the middle of tears, I asked my doctor, who takes care of the people with psoriasis? And he said, nobody, you do it. And he gave me the link to the National Psoriasis Foundation. When I went in there, I said, wow, I really feel ashamed, because I knew where the best doctors were. I had been in London at the London hospital with Dr. Baker. I had been with Dr. Grupper in the American hospital in France. I had been at the Karolinska in Sweden when I was younger. But I didn't know the patients' organizations. And when I saw that, I said, wow. And I started working on that. And for the first time in my life, I put myself a goal in front of me. I'm not a person that put goals in her life, never. I think the only one I put was I want to be a mother. That was the only one. Yeah. In my career, I never said, I want to be like that one. I want to be like that one. Never, ever. I just follow the sea, follow the waves, or whatever it is. For the first time I did that. And I asked the National Psoriasis Foundation if I could translate the website. And they answered me, I was so surprised. And they said, thank you for asking. Sure you can. And the 1st of January of 2006, my website was there, and it was a translation of the National Psoriasis Foundation. At the same time, I had written to IFPA, because I discovered it there in the web. And I wrote, and wow, I got an answer from IFPA, from Jan Mosbakken, the Norwegian. He was the treasurer. And you know what? He said, I'm coming down to Argentina with my family. And I said, I can't believe this. He's coming down to Argentina. I was going to launch IEPSO, because I was really preparing it. I was going to launch IEPSO. I was thinking about June or something, and this was March. And I said, would you help me in the launching? And he said, definitely I will. So I started running like hell to prepare everything, get all the context, get everything. I did all this in I didn't even have a desk. It was in my Bruno, my eldest son, in his bed. I did everything in his bed. I didn't know how to work with a computer. I didn't work with computers at the time. And I asked them, how do you do this? How do you do that? How do you do this? They helped me so much. And finally, when I went to my doctor and said, I can do this alone. I need money. And he said, okay, let me talk to some people of the industry. So he presented me, imagine about, I don't know, 6, 7 people from the industry. Of course, I got 2 at least to help me with that. And finally, we did the launching in floor 24 of the German club, which is beautiful because the view of Buenos Aires is beautiful there. And the day before, I didn't know if the food wouldn't be enough or nobody would be there. I really didn't know because on the other side, I am also ADHD, which is that I have deficit hyperactivity attention with hyperactivity attention. And I never keep anybody's phone numbers, for example. Now that I have this phone, yes. But before I did, I really, and imagine as a journalist that I don't keep that because I have the producers. So I started looking for the phones. I had to look for the phones. Talking to the only phones that I had to look for the phones, but I got the phones. And finally, when we got there, the place was full, Joel. I couldn't believe
Really?
that.
Oh, that's no nice.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't be, because I didn't trust myself that I could. That is the truth. That I would do it. I didn't trust myself because I had left TV some years ago, so it was kind of starting again. I had gone to another part to live, but there it was. Sylvia was present again. My friends were present there. Even the wife of the vice governor of the governor of Buenos Aires was there, of the province of Buenos Aires, because we have a mayor and we have a province, in which it's a governor, and she was there because I had met her many years ago, and it was like Hollywood. It was full of cameras and everything, and that was the start, a very, very, very good start of IFSO. And the thing is that we work a lot. When they say, what is the secret of having such an organization? I mean, we work 24/7.
Yeah.
We really work it. I mean, we have an office. We work from Monday to Friday, 8 hours. We're 3 people. It's Martin, which is, I think you met him, our executive director. Carolina, that is in the 0800, which is a free line. That is where everybody goes. We have the social media and myself, and that's it. But we work a lot because we love the people very much, because all of us know, the 3 of us have psoriasis. Carolina has a very bad psoriasis. Martin has his wife and his daughter with psoriasis, and I have psoriasis, and my kids have psoriasis. So there we go. We have a T-shirt on, absolutely. T-shirt that, by the way, I forgot to bring to my house.
No, that's absolutely right. But no, thank you so much for sharing that, because I think there's so many of us out there that have been in that situation where you say, like, where's the help? Oh, the help's not there, or it doesn't look the way we maybe want it to look. And that can feel really daunting, and people can have all the passion and goodwill in the world, but
Yeah.
that still feels like you're at the bottom of a mountain. So to hear you share that, and how that was kind of almost thrust upon you, and now you've just done this amazing thing, and it obviously isn't just there. You got the Latino show and all that the other things that you have been involved in. And I think it's also worth saying for the audience, like, you've really downplayed your role as a journalist. You are not a small name in back home in Argentina. So to then do all of that, you must have been really proud. Like, you've achieved so much in your career, but you must be so proud of what you've made.
But it's a feeling that goes further than proud. It's kind of, it's a full heart, something like that. It's very nice to feel it, definitely.
And I remember when the first conversations I had with you, I said, like, about how, like, this thing is just driving me and I can't stop even if I wanted to, and blah blah. And you're like, yeah, I get it. I know, trust me, I get it. And I was just like, yeah, that was really nice to hear that somebody else understood that feeling, that you're just on this path and you have no choice, do you? You're just going to be a wrecking ball until stuff changes. And yeah, you can see where you've been, Sylvia. That's what I would say.
Yeah, I know. I've seen your change.
And I think as well, it's also, just to wind back something you said earlier, it's really nice for someone to come on and talk about, like, the genetic side and people being predisposed and that, because literally in the last week, I've had some really rough personal messages, blaming my
Oh, you
diet
have
and
Matthias
lifestyle.
later. Matthias Augustine is going to talk
Yeah,
about that, and
yeah,
he is a
he'll
sweet.
yeah, he'll put them doubters in their place. But I mean, we live in that, unfortunately, we live in that world, don't we, where people are very quick to blame something that we've done, and then we'll start blaming ourselves and that. So to have somebody in your position come on and say, it was nothing you did, and yes, there's things we can do that we can manage better, but there's genetics and there's nothing we can do about that. I think people need to hear that. They need to hear that from a prominent figure as well, because in a world we live in with social media, it can feel very much like you're to blame, can't it?
Yeah,
Unfortunately.
that is, it's one of the things that really I hate is that people say, this, I have to blame myself. This is because of me. You know how many times I've heard that from everybody, kind of my husband, my daughter, my son, my wife. Oh, yeah, she's very nervous. It has nothing to do with your nerves.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you have? Nervous psoriasis, they tell you. What is your diagnosis? Nervous psoriasis. What is that?
Yeah, yeah. No, and the thing is as well, it's like it can play such a part, like as something we'll talk about later on the show. So I'll talk about asking people to stop focusing on coverage or how severe the psoriasis is, because I feel like everybody deserves a seat at that table. Like, you can have one patch. I've got no hair. I can have one patch on my head, and that could impact me as much as somebody else having both their arms covered. And yeah, I think it's really important we talk about that, because it feeds into that same conversation around, is something you did, or you don't qualify, or you did something wrong. And yeah, and it doesn't help
Yeah.
people. It doesn't help
Yeah,
people.
but what we're doing is very good, because I imagine that you feel that all the time. It's kind of that each person that has psoriasis thinks I'm the only one,
Yes. Yeah.
and nothing farther from that, because we're so many. I mean, we don't know exactly the name, but we're around now about 65 million in the world. And when you start talking about psoriasis in your community, don't you feel like that? Psoriasis, people with psoriasis pop up like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, yeah,
Totally.
I have a friend, I have a cousin, I have
Yeah.
and there they are. See, you weren't alone.
Yeah, and since I've started doing this, I've actually got people that live on the very same housing development as me who happen to find me on social media. They're literally across the road, and they've been living with this sort of thing, thinking they were alone. And it just goes to show you how that is not true. And yeah, like I sort of started the show, the reason we do this on a Sunday, is normally on a Sunday night, is for that peer support, for that community, so that while you and I are chatting, other people are talking in chat and supporting each other. And because it is a coping mechanism, isn't it? And I imagine you doing your advocacy is also a way of you having a little bit of control over something you maybe don't have control of. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, but I don't know if I heard you well. Did you make me a question? It
No,
just
no, no. I was just saying, like,
oh
in terms of when you live with a condition where we don't have a lot of control, sometimes something like advocacy or finding a community of people that understand it can give you a little bit of sort of control back, can't it?
absolutely, absolutely. And you know what? I always tell everybody. They used to tell me when I was younger that no, you don't have to know very much about that. You don't have to know very much about that. When my son started with it, my doctor even said, "Don't talk about that. Don't talk about that." Now I realize we need to know. We need to talk about that. Talk about that.
Yeah.
I mean, why keep it there inside a cupboard? No, inside us. Take it out. I mean, take it out. Speak it out. Tell the people, because it's the only way that people are going to know. And it's so easy to tell. Hey, when they look at you, they look at you, and that look is so terrible for us. And you have to learn that, convert that look into something that is normal. I mean, I always call it when you I think we talked about this, when you have your arm in plaster,
Hmm.
everybody looks at the plaster.
Yeah.
Everybody, because it's normal that they look and they ask you, "Hey, what happened to you?" So forget about the plaster. Imagine you have psoriasis there. They're going to ask you, "Why do you have psoriasis? What is that?"
Yeah.
Because it's normal that people ask when they see something different. And then instead of thinking that the other person, which can happen anyhow, looks at you like, ugh, how horrible. You have to say, hey, I have psoriasis. It's not contagious. You produce your skin, you change your skin every 28 days. I change it every 2 or 3. That's all that is psoriasis. And in 10 seconds, you explained, you educated, you take a burden from yourself, definitely. And that's it. That's it. And then I also call it, it's the, how do you say Valentia? Let me put it here in the chat because this one translates it
Oh,
immediately.
brilliant.
Yeah. Oh, what happened here? Let me
That's okay.
see.
It might just be
And when
because you've gone to the chat.
when you are oh, can you see me?
No, we can hear you though. We can hear you.
Okay,
There we go. You're
there
back.
it is. There
You're
it
back.
is. Sorry, I made a mistake. Okay, when you go to the beach or you go to the pool, you just have to have it's a second of Valentia when you are. Oh my God! When you're a hero, that you are, you're not scared. What's the name for that in English? Oh my God!
Chat might be able to help us out. So when you.
Oh no, it's right. No, it's putting it in Spanish, not in English. Okay, doesn't matter. I call it
like courage. Courage. Someone suggested.
It's courage. Yeah. It's a second of courage. It's a second. Let's put it that way. It's a second of courage. It's one step of courage. When you give that step into the pool or into the beach, after that, the burden. Then you say, "Wow, it's okay. Everybody, look at me. That's me now." That's my skin. Okay, it's not me, it's my skin. And then you just go into the beach, you bear the stares or looks of the others, and then you go and take the sun and go to the beach and swim and talk and have fun. So I think that is very, very important that people do that little step, that they take that little step to take that burden from them.
And also, I think when we do these things and we talk about this sort of thing, it serves two purposes. It helps you as the individual, but it also helps other people because, like we sort of suggested earlier, you get people that think it's only them, or that they're somehow like a freak or failing, or do all these sort of negative words we tend to tell ourselves. And by seeing somebody else doing what the likes of you are doing, like you certainly inspire me like massively. And then, maybe something I do about sharing inspires somebody else. And then that's just that we're all on that staircase to sort of a better tomorrow, aren't we? So yeah, I think it's important to remember you're not only like changing things for people in South America, you're also inspiring those of us from all other parts of the world as well, Sylvia.
Oh, I'm glad to do it. And I'm not the only one, huh? You have lots of people there.
But you're doing amazing things. And like I say, you share all of that so well. And I think because of where it came from, because I'm one of them people where I feel like an accidental advocate. I didn't get up one day and decide this is what I was going to do. And I'm terrible in front of camera. I'm certainly not the professional you are. And but
no, you are a hyper professional. I love you. I love the way how you do it. I love the way you post, how you really show what happens. But now it's so many things that we need to do when you have a chronic disease like psoriatic disease. But there are tools that go over it more than the let's put it, the drugs treatment. It's also oneself and you can also permit yourself to feel bad. Because many times you feel bad because sometimes, as you well known, the pain is very, very, very high. Very, very high. What I think I wrote you that not once, that I said, it'll be better. It'll be better. Just wait a little bit.
I love your little messages, your little pep talks. They get me through because it means a lot when it comes from you. And like I say, I think it's important we share the bad stuff as well as the good stuff, especially in this age of social media that we're in. Like, there's so many people out there just showing only the good days. So I feel like I have a duty to, we celebrate today, and that's great that we could do an event like this, but it's also important that we show the times where I've had to cancel shows because my health hasn't permitted it, or whatever. So I think it's an important angle.
But another question that everybody makes, why to me? And the answer is why not? There are things that are worse, there are things that are better, there are people that don't have anything. I don't think there's not one person in the world that is perfect. Nobody that doesn't have any disease. Everybody has something. Everybody has something. well, there's someone that came to me, could have been worse. Could have been worse.
Yeah, that's it. And and we're doing great. Well, you're certainly doing great things out of a bad situation. So thank you for that. I'm conscious of your time. I want to give you an opportunity to say anything that your organisations are working on at the moment, whether that be, well, you've got so many feet in so many camps. So whether that's sort of like APSO or LatinoSO or IFBA, is there anything you want to sort of advertise this World Psoriasis Day or tell people about?
We've done a lot of things, lots of things in Argentina. They came out in the media. It's unbelievable. But from the same journal, which is the online journal, the top one, we had first the story about the results of a study that we made on nearly 1,000 patients about how they manage with their psoriasis, what is the financial and economic and social burden of the disease here. And it had fantastic results. Clarifying, because we didn't know how much money the people spend out of the health program because of their psoriasis. What happens with the caregivers also. Yes. And all the percentages go 67, 75, 53. They go over 50. All the problems go over 50. And that data is very important. And we're sending it to all the ministers of health of the different provinces and to the national one. And it came out in the newspapers. But then yesterday they called me and they wanted 2 stories of 2 patients. And I gave them the patient of a little boy, not so little, he turned 18 yesterday. And the other one who has Julian that has GPP. And they're such stories that they came out today. And then we came from Patagonia yesterday, and we had together with the Argentine Society of Psoriasis, we made a meeting there. It was first a meeting for the doctors of education. And the other one was for the patients, and it was completely full. There were no more chairs. It was fabulous. And I'm so glad that we went there, because I don't know if people know, but Patagonia, which is a name that is well known, it's a huge area of Argentina. It's half of the country. Okay. And it's very tough to live there. It's very cold and it's very difficult, and you don't have many doctors. So what the society did is go and educate the doctors and teach them about psoriasis. And then what we did is get together all the patients that were there, and they came from 200 kilometers, 300 kilometers, 100 kilometers, because all the distances are terrible there. Then we did the trucks, which is something that I love. And we did them at the beginning of the month. And that was, we went to Posadas, which is it's about 1,000 kilometers from Buenos Aires. And we went to Cordoba, which is about 700 kilometers from Buenos Aires, with a truck where the doctors donate their time. And the truck is it's an office for the doctors. They have an ecographer, and we do psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis detection. And it was in 48 hours, we saw 126 patients. And the average age that we discovered with psoriatic arthritis, not treated, was 42 years old, which it makes people very young. And 30% of those people that went to the truck were not diagnosed with psoriatic arthritis, and they had severe psoriatic arthritis. People even saying, "Oh, I thought this was normal because I work in the countryside or everything or anything." Yeah. And it's unbelievable. So I think those, I would say, are the most. And we did, of course, Psoriatica that I told you at the beginning, which was a congress that we had 1,300 registered, and it came out to 2,500 or something, and we cannot believe it. So it's, as I always say, we still have so many people out there to get to. Yeah. Most of them are over there without treatment, and some are without even a diagnosis. So,
but what amazing work! Like, what a great project with the truck and the doctors and taking people to them. That blows my mind. So, keep doing amazing things.
And it blows the doctors' minds. You know what a doctor told me the other day? We were having dinner after this meeting of Swarzo. She said, "You know what I felt like? I went back to when I got my degree, that I had all this new things about being a doctor, and she felt with the actions she did with us was kind of going back to when she started being a doctor and not having all the horrible things that after that, and life brings you off to know without getting the payment that you want, with seeing and it was so nice to hear to her say that. It was very, very nice.
And what a rare opportunity for a doctor where they haven't got just 5 minutes, to get to see the patient in their environment as well, like to see the real impact of the disease. So, for example, if somebody's a farmer, they can see the
Yeah.
real impact of having hands that are affected by PSA. That feels really like a real special opportunity to open the minds of the medical community.
Yeah, and then the last thing, of course, is being part of IFPA. Part of IFPA is kind of, even now, I've been in IFPA, in the IFPA board. IFPA, it's International Federation of Psoriasis Associations, where we discovered you.
Yeah.
And our star, one of our best ambassadors. And I went in there in 2007. I'm still gratefully to all our members, still in the board. Most probably, I will retire next year, because I think the board has to get new people and young people. And but IFPA is kind of the very big family, the umbrella organization where we work a lot, where we have a wonderful, beautiful board that we love each other very much. Even though when the new ones are coming in, because they were part of our members, and we have a wonderful secretary that works a lot. And now we're working. We got the report from WHO, which is very difficult. It's the only report on a skin disease that we have it since 2014, 16 to 14 and 16. And we're working on that, on getting a new statement at least, or renew it. And we work a lot there. We work a lot for all the people with psoriasis around the world. I work in Argentina, others work in Kenya, Philippines, in Canada, Japan, United States, Iceland. Those are the ones from the board. So you can see the board is, we have people from everywhere, people that are very, very, very compromised with the people with this disease. Very, very much compromised.
And you're a lovely group of people, and that lived experience really comes across, because I interact with lots of organizations, but you can just tell that with the IFPA board, with so many of you guys living with the disease and the things that you've done, creating your own organizations and everything, it just shows. And it's a very special set up there and group of people, and you'll be very big shoes to fill, Sylvia, when you do decide. But I'm not sure if we're going to let you step away that easily.
I have to. My husband is waiting for me. I have to go to the supermarket.
Right, I'm gonna. On that,
people coming to have lunch at home.
I will let you go. I'm so grateful for you spending your Sunday morning with us where you are in Argentina. Massive inspiration of mine. Thank you so much for giving up your time to join me. I always learn something every time I speak with you. So
same I do.
and I'm no doubt we'll be in the same place again soon. That's for sure.
For sure, next year in June we will be at the World Conference.
Yes, definitely. I'll see you there. Thank you so much, Sylvia. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Hug for you, hug for everybody. Happy World Psoriasis Day. I don't know if we have to say happy, but
I know what you mean.
This is our day, and that we fight for it.
Brilliant. Thank you, Sylvia. You've been
Big
amazing.
hug to everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Good night. For me, good day.
Sorry, I'd help if I didn't kill the wrong camera there, guys. I hope you all enjoyed that. Let me just bring chat back up for you so you can all talk amongst yourselves. So yeah, like I say, guys, whilst we've been doing the interview, everybody's been carrying on the conversation. Some people on Facebook, some people on YouTube. The majority of people are watching on YouTube. If you want to talk whilst we're doing the interview, then feel free to head over there. Guys, thank you for the thank you messages coming through now. Sylvia's amazing, absolute inspiration. She seriously underplayed her role in her career as a broadcaster and a journalist. Just go Google her. It's like one of the most prominent news journalists in Argentina for many years. She's the board member of IFPA. Like I say, she created the first and only Argentinian Psoriasis Association. She also founded, and I think she's still the president of Latinaso, which is like the Safe American Psoriasis Association. Done amazing things, and she's always so yeah, she underplays it a lot, but lovely person. And to give up her time, you may remember she joined us last year in Italy when I was out there, and gave up some time at very short notice. So it's nice to have her back to talk in a bit more detail. So yeah, thank you guys. And for anyone that's put things in chat whilst we're going along, thank you for that. I'll pop them on screen. Where it really helps us is when people watch this back, we get lots more people watch it back, obviously, than the live show. Everyone's got busy lives, we know that. And having those comments coming up on screen not only keeps it a bit more interesting, but it shows the conversations that were going on behind the scenes whilst we were talking. So please do keep that chat going, guys, and I'll keep featuring them throughout the day. We're an hour down. How have we done that? We're an hour down, 7 to go. I feel like I need a drink. 7 to go. So in a minute, we'll be bringing in our next guest. I'm probably just going to chuck up a really quick be right back screen while I grab a coffee and stretch my legs. I recently done a talk at my local pain management team and talked to those guys about, staying the course and giving it a chance and how it helped me, and realized I'm not practicing what I preach when it comes to movement and exercise. And I certainly ain't standing up and giving you some sort of weird belly dance in the middle of this show either. So I'll chuck up a be right back screen. Please keep the chat going. We'll keep the chat on screen. I'll grab a drink. Hopefully you guys can grab a drink and a stretch. And yeah, we'll be back in a second. All right. Right, guys, I'm back. Expect these scene changes to not be as smooth when we're about 6-7 hours in. Thank you for bearing with me. I'd made the mistake when we'd done this last year. I literally sat here. I think I went for one bathroom break in 8 hours, and I couldn't move the next day, and then had to try and explain to work what I'd been doing with my weekend, and they were expecting some sort of exciting story. I was sitting in front of my computer talking to people on the internet all day, so I'm making sure I move more today. So if you get a quick be right back in between guests, then you know why, guys, because if not, these do blur into one really quickly, and yeah, before you know it, it's really depressing. Like, I literally used to turn up on a Monday morning with a black eye from rugby, and now it's kind of hard to explain what we do on a live YouTube show. So there's absolutely no way you'll see me belly dancing here. And if you do, you're going to be paying for it on OnlyFans or something. You're not going to be seeing it on a World Psoriasis Day stream. Welcome in, Snuffle and Sight. I realised I didn't say hello to you guys because you dropped in during the interview. I hope you're well, guys. Really appreciate you supporting us. Also, a big shout out to Simon, who's a YouTube channel member. It's a bit different. They call them subscriptions on YouTube, as like a like and a follow. Memberships on YouTube, a bit like subs on Twitch. So yeah, thank you ever so much for that. So I really do appreciate it, mate. It helps us massively. Like I say, we're a one-man band today. That's probably doing Near Cheeks a disservice, since they're moderating, juggling a toddler and a spaniel, and trying to have a Sunday. Yeah, we're a 1.5 man band. So yeah, it really does help us. Like I say, I got hopes that as every year we can just keep growing this. We're here every Sunday night, by the way, guys, if this is your first time here. But every year we do something for World Psoriasis Day, and maybe one day we get to a point where it can be bigger and better. Like, I think we're already doing amazing things, but it'd be nice if we can, let's take it on tour. I don't really know how that works. Let's take the talk show on tour somehow. And I say that because we literally just had our second community meetup in Birmingham. For anyone who's new here, I haven't got the Discord link to hand. I'm sure one of the regulars will pop it in. But yeah, we had a meetup in Norwich, which is my part of the world, earlier in the year. And then we recently had a meetup in Birmingham, which is awesome. So we're looking to do more of that, guys, to put, you guys that have formed relationships on these shows, actually putting you in the same space so you can help each other. Oh, absolutely, Siddiqui. I just got a small matter of getting my wife on a plane, because I think she'd struggle to get to Amsterdam from Norwich at the minute, let alone the USA. But we'll keep working on it. Right, my guest has been super punctual and been waiting very patiently, so I feel like I need to not let them wait anymore whilst I hang and chill out with you. The only reason I do this, guys, is it gets me through the 8 hours. Like, it's great talking to the guests, and then I sort of like unwind in between, and then I get my serious hat on again and we go again. So as usual, guys, the chat will come off screen now. Please do keep it going during the interview. I will feature the best ones. I will kill the sound, so I don't ruin the video and the podcasters to come later. And yeah, keep chatting, guys. I'll keep featuring your comments, and I will see you on the other side. So for my second guest today, I'm delighted to bring in author Jenny Ireland from Northern Ireland, I believe. And yeah, Jenny, thank you for joining the show, and also such short notice. I really appreciate you finding the time.
Oh, no worries. Thanks so much for having me. I'm delighted to be here.
Yeah, it's great to have you. So yeah, long story short, I saw Jenny's story featured by Versus Arthritis recently, and it really like struck a chord. So I sort of quickly reached out, and yeah, very short notice, Jenny agreed to join us. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. So do you want to, for anyone that's sort of not aware of who you are or didn't see that piece in Versus Arthritis website and everything, do you want to maybe just give us a little? We'll deep dive into the health stuff in a minute, but a little quick overview of who you are and what you do and where you're from.
Yeah, I'm Jenny Ireland. I'm 36 from Belfast, and last April my debut novel came out. It was called The First Move, and it has a protagonist, and she lives with psoriatic arthritis. No, she lives with JIA. Get my own book wrong.
That's fine. We've talked about psoriatic arthritis a lot today already, do
I have. So yeah, she has that, and there's another main character, and it's a romance, a teen romance. So that was out in April.
Awesome.
But yeah.
So thank you, and yeah, we'll definitely be getting involved in that, in what that entails and everything soon. So do you want to tell us maybe to start off about your psoriatic arthritis? I've got that right, haven't I, Jenny? Because I think you were quite young when you were diagnosed with that, weren't you?
I was 23, and I think honestly symptoms started when I was at uni, but I just didn't pick up on them. I was sore back and things like that. And then I was working in law, and I was a paralegal, and I was just wearing ridiculously high shoes all the time, and my knees started to swell up, and I was just like, what is this? And then it was like, my dad was still working at the time. He's a doctor. So I honestly think the possibility of arthritis must have come up at some point, because I remember when I was diagnosed, it wasn't like this massive shock. It was like, oh, right, okay, so what do we do now type thing. It wasn't the huge shock that it must be for so many people. But yeah, and then it was just, the whole trying to get medication right ever since.
And it's I grinned for a part of that, and it probably looked really bad and looking back, but it's like, you wouldn't believe how many people we have come on here that say they first had symptoms at at university. I was well, I was already diagnosed, but I had one of my worst flares. It sort of come back after that, around that sort of time. Had so many people come on here share their story to say they got symptoms or a big flare or something. So yeah, it makes you wonder what sort of stressful life events play a part. But did you did you feel like at the time that there was maybe contributing factors, or did it just feel like it came out of nowhere?
I I think the knee thing had been bothering me for a while and it just sort of wasn't going away. And I think at the time I was a paralegal and I desperately wanted to become a solicitor and all this. So I would just do about anything I was asked to at the office, running after barristers. So it was all just and then it got worse. And then I think I went privately initially to see someone my dad knew, and he diagnosed it quite quickly, and then it was sort of onto methotrexate, as is for many people, I'm sure, the first port of call, which did not go well for me at all.
Exactly my next question. I was on it from 14 till about 25-ish, and it worked really well for a long while. Like it wasn't great starting it as a kid.
Yeah.
And then yeah, ruined my liver a little bit. So what was your sort of experience with methotrexate?
Well, the pain, it worked for the pain, but, my hair started falling out, I'd get mouth ulcers, and I'd get sick, and then my kids were Lila was at nursery, I think, when I was on that, so it was just like, she was getting ill, I was getting ill, it was horrible, and it just did not suit me at all.
No, I forgot all about the mouth ulcers. I remember the stomach cramps well, but I'd forgot about the mouth ulcers. And it took me a long while to make that link. I just permanently had mouth ulcers, and then
Oh,
one,
horrible.
yeah, just not talked about enough. But then I think the trouble is that drug works quite well for some people. Like I say, for me, I got good 10 years from it, but
Yeah.
because the bad side of it is so bad and inconvenient, unfortunately, it gets sort of tarred with that brush, doesn't it? So, did it work for you at all, or was it just all bad on that one?
No, I think it did. It did, pain-wise, and then I think I was coming off it and had another kid, and then it was sort of back to the word go after all that. And it wasn't until a while later I started biologics. But it was okay, but the side effects were just I couldn't deal with those at all. The nausea, I think, was the worst
Yeah.
for me, actually.
So it sounds like from sort of symptoms to diagnosis, that was fairly quick. How long would you say it sort of took for you to get to a point where you felt it was controlled, or do you not still feel it's controlled today? Because I appreciate that might be a valid answer as well.
Well, it was it after I had kids and I was trying to sort of get sorted again. It was NHS. I went through the next time and I got seen by this. I think he was either a junior doctor, and he was sort of going through, the way they go through all your joints and they're like, oh, does this hurt? Does this hurt? And
Yeah.
I'm like, no, no, it's fine. It's fine. And then I think he went to talk to the consultant and she came in and she re-examined me and she was like, you've got about 27 swollen joints here and like you're basically a complete mess. And I think that was a point I kind of burst into tears and I was like, oh, this isn't just me. This is this is actually quite bad. And I've got so used to, that, when they're pressing your joints and it's not actually that sore, but it's like it shouldn't hurt at all, I think
Yeah.
was the point they're making. And that's when I started my first biologic, which was brilliant. And it really worked for a while.
Yeah, that seems to be a theme with PSA. That if you get one that worked, I know for mine, like I literally saw my rashes just dissolve in about a week and a half, 2 weeks. It was mad, and the pain probably a couple of weeks after that was gone as well. It just blew my mind to the point that I thought I was imagining it. I was like, yeah,
Yeah.
is this like mind over matter thing? And but yeah, you sort of said like the joint thing though, and people might be listening to this. Think, well, how did you not know there was 20 odd joints? But that is that slow onset that catches people out, isn't it? I know I've had it with like I've lost movement in my wrist that I didn't know I was losing until it was really obvious. So, do you want to maybe talk a little bit about that? How that can be like that? It's not like a sudden thing for anyone that doesn't understand that.
No, exactly. And like even things like neck and back, and you don't automatically think they're joints. Well, I certainly didn't. I just thought it was for a long time. I just thought it was stress and I thought it was muscle pain and things like that. But and I know when the flares come back, the first thing to go is my neck and my back again. And even things like toes. And like just joints you didn't really even know you had. Like bits are just like hurting.
I've now learned as well, like I've got a particular toenail, and that's not a very pleasant subject, but unfortunately it's part of the disease, where if that toenail starts to change how it looks, I know what's coming. And it's
Oh,
stupid, but it takes time, doesn't it, to learn all those signs. And I don't know about you, but if I get it in my neck, well, my wife knows I'm impossible to be around with my neck. It hurts so much more
yeah.
than any other joint. I don't know what your experience is with your
I
neck.
my knees are permanently sort of swollen, and I get them drained quite a lot. My elbows the same, but it is my neck. At the beginning, it was just awful. Sleeping and driving and kids and every neck. I hate the neck. I
Yeah.
can deal with
I feel validated because yeah, I'm a horrible person to be around when it's just so much more intense. And I did say to somebody once, is it just because, like, I don't know, it's closer to my brain and the pain signals are stronger? And they're like, no, I just think they would say, like, I just think you don't realize how much you move your head until your neck hurts. And that's why I actually can get quite comfortable doing this stuff, because I can just stay here.
yeah.
But I was somewhere the other day. I was out with friends, and I come home that night and I could have cried. It hurt that much. And I realized we were sitting around a fire pit, and I'd spent the entire night just swiveling my head, and then that had triggered it. And yeah, so yeah, thank you for validating my pain. I don't feel so alone. um, so when you, because obviously, like I say, you were in that sort of 3 or 4 or 5 years sort of between university and that, and getting the diagnosis. Did you feel like there was much support available? Did you go looking for support, or were you still just sort of wading through the what am I dealing with at that stage?
I was, and I think I don't know whether it's just because my family is quite a medical family that it's very just like, you know, get on with it, and like, but not in a bad way, just sort of like get on with it, and there's not a huge per you type thing going on.
Yeah,
So it was, and I was doing the same. I'd rather pretend, still do to an extent, that it doesn't exist, even though it clearly does when I'm walking. But I'm desperate for that. You know, I'm fine. And it's something I actually put a lot of in my book, that she's doing that, because I'm sure loads of people do it, just like you're fine when you're clearly not.
yeah, yeah. And we do it. Sometimes we say it because you might not have the spoons or the energy or whatever metaphor you want to use to have then that conversation.
Exactly.
Because yeah, I think we've all been burnt, haven't we? Where you tell people the truth, and maybe the response back isn't helpful or what you would expect, and then you sort of, oh, I just wish I just stuck to default and said I'm
Yeah,
fine. You had those experiences too.
absolutely.
So in terms of then writing, was that something that you did prior to the diagnosis? Is that something like you've always done, or was it the getting arthritis and things like that led you to doing that?
Um, it I didn't. I wanted to be a doctor, I think, when I went through school, and then I ended up doing law. And writing never came into it at all until I had kids. And you know, in that sort of sleep deprived, like madness, I was like, I'm gonna write a story, a children's story. I love this. And like it absolutely stuck. It was the strangest thing. And I just kept doing it and like loved it. It was just that headspace, and like away from kids, away from pain. It was just something for me. It was, yeah, I'm so glad I found it.
Yeah, well, that's the reason I asked, because I started writing poetry in hospital beds when I was a kid with arthritis, because I just, for a few moments, like you kind of hinted at there, it kind of stopped you thinking about what was going on. So would you consider it something that's definitely like part of your coping mechanism or strategy now?
I think it must be. Like definitely a much nicer person when I'm writing. Like I'm just much less grumpy. Um and I think I find it easier even through this book to say things that I wouldn't necessarily say myself, but I could say them through her, and it was a lot easier, and it felt quite good to do it. So it's very therapeutic.
I never actually considered that angle. I'm always a bit too much of a heart on my sleeve kind of guy. Like so, but yeah, I never considered that you can find other ways of communicating your, the things you're thinking or feeling or the situation through that. So how long did the book take? And yeah, do you want, maybe, I suppose let's start off by you telling people about what the book's about a little bit before we get into that.
It is a teen romance, and it sort of follows two protagonists, Juliet, who is 17, and she's she has arthritis, and she is really cynical about love, and she thinks she's never going to get the big love story. Spends loads of her time online playing chess on this app. And Ronan, who is the new boy at school, and he is very cool, very attractive, has his own problems at home, but feels guilt about what happened to his brother. So he's just playing chess as well online, and they meet up, and then eventually everything spills over into real life.
Oh, I love that. We got quite a few people in our audience that play a certain chess app as well together, so that resonates. Yeah, so I'll say, if I go back to my first question then on that, is like, how long did that take? What did that look like? Did you just like wake up one day and say, I'm gonna do something with this, or was it intentional? Was it accidental? I'd love to know a bit more about that sort of process.
Initially, I wanted to write a love story. Like, I never set out to write a disability story. I didn't want to write a novel length whinge about how rubbish it is to have arthritis. It was so important to me that it was just, it was a love story, and she just happens to have arthritis. So when I started, it was just that, and her voice came, and then it just made sense that she shared my diagnosis. And yeah, no, it didn't take that long, because I'd written, a few books before that, which had been unpublished, and then I sent it into this Penguin mentoring competition, and you only had to send in 1,000 words, and it was free, and I got through. So that's where it all
Oh,
started.
wow, I feel like we need to know more about that. I didn't realize that's how, as I say, you hear all these different stories about how people come to being published and things like that. So yeah, I guess you just saw that and something thought, go for it, did it?
Yeah, well, it's called Right Now, and it's for underrepresented writers, whether it's race or sexuality or disability. So I qualified, and yeah, it was over lockdown, so like loads of people were writing
Oh, I
books.
can imagine.
Everybody and the granny were writing books, but you only had to do 1,000 words, and it was free. And it's such a good competition, it really is. And I got matched up with my editor even then, and I'm still working with her. So it was like life changing. It really was.
Awesome. So how many books have followed since then, or how many are in the works? Like, is that
My
is that an
second
ongoing?
my second book is out in April 24. But now I'm just sort of in that in between bit, looking for another deal, because it was a 2-book deal. So
Yeah.
hopefully more after that.
Oh, sure will. I know after seeing First Arthritis featured you, how many people that resonated with. And I also saw lots of people in my social media feed with pictures of the book who have clearly gone out and bought it as well. So yeah, it definitely struck a chord with people. And I suppose we should probably say at this point, where can they find that if people watching this do want to go buy a copy?
I'd say most indie bookshops have it. Waterstones will have it, and I'm probably not supposed to say Amazon, but
I know what you mean. Yeah.
we're buying books on Amazon too, so Amazon.
The dreaded A word. Brilliant. No, thanks. I appreciate. Yeah, I thought I'd better just ask there, because if not, we might move on and I'll forget. So in terms of like, so you wrote that, and obviously that helps you cope whilst you're writing and everything. How did you find then, like the other side of that? Once something's gone out into the world and the feedback, and being asked to do stuff like this today, and like, does that help or hinder your ability to cope with a health condition? Like, sorry if that's a bit sort of probing. That's just
No, it's
interest.
fine. I'm also desperately anxious. So it was after I published the book, it was like, oh God, like for about a month, I was like, what have I done? Like, this is horrible. And interviews. And I actually really struggled the most with getting photos taken. I didn't realize how much I hated it
Mm.
until it was happening all the time. But now I've sort of become more used to it. And I've, there's not a lot that I've had to do that is physically made me feel uncomfortable. And yeah, yeah, no, but I suppose people don't ask that much. There was one that stuck out. I was down in Dublin at RTE 2, and one guy said to me, he was just like, "Are you okay with stairs?" Or, "There's a lift here." And that was the first time during all this that somebody had actually sort of acknowledged it, because they'd read the book or read the blurb or
Yeah.
whatever. And it was really, really nice. It was just like, Okay, you're nice.
Well,
Um,
the reason I ask is like from an advocacy perspective, totally different world. But obviously, that same thing where suddenly there's demands on your time and you're traveling and that, and it always makes me laugh. I talked about it on this show quite a lot. How like you'll go around the world to do these sort of meetings and talks and stuff like that for this condition, and yet no one's actually considered you're living with this condition and you're absolutely
yeah,
exhausted.
that's
I was in like Singapore earlier this year, and I come back a broken man. Like I quit streaming and the talk show stuff for a month. Just had a month away from everything, and yeah, I just find that funny that you know that you might write a book about that subject matter, and that doesn't people don't consider the impact that you might have in managing with all those demands. And it's ironic that it happens in the advocacy world as well.
exactly. No, completely. I did a thing in London actually, and the lift was broken, and I just like was like traipsing up and down these stairs, absolutely wrecked.
Yeah, it's not good. It's suffering for your art. It's appreciated anyway from the on behalf of the community. But yeah, we should have considerations made really. Um, I suppose the other thing I sort of want to ask on that sort of like subject is like, do you find because like fatigue for me is a big part of my PSA. I'll give you a chance to sort of say if that is for you or not. But like if it is, um, how do you manage like what you're doing? You've got a family, you know, I know how exhausting kids are, and PSA. So how do you sort of manage all of that with everything that's happened to you in the last sort of couple of years?
I do all my writing from like 5 to 7 pretty much in the morning, and that works for me. You know, I get up and I do it in bed, so I'm not having to deal with getting up and being in pain, just sort of like move about a bit. But I go to bed so early, wrecked by about 8 o'clock type. My brain does not work after that, so anything I tried to write then would be absolute drivel. So everything gets done in the morning and sometimes when the kids are at school a wee bit. But yeah, fatigue is one of the most annoying things I find about the whole thing. And it's just not tiredness. Even I don't think my husband even still gets it. Like it's just, oh,
Yeah, I try to explain it. It's like it's not tiredness. I'm literally lying on bed doing nothing. I'm not sleeping. It's not. If it was tiredness, I'd go straight to sleep. But like, so my
exactly.
thing, like I'm a bit like you, very similar in that I joke with my other half in that I'm only productive until about half 10, 11. After that, it's I start going downhill, and by 2 o'clock, I now got this like routine thing now where I won't stop for lunch at 2 o'clock. I'll go lie on the bed, I put some music on Spotify, and I just like zone out for half an hour, 45 minutes, and then I come back and go again. But the work I do in the afternoon is never the same as it is in the morning, which is why if you're a guest on later, you'll see a noticeable difference from me making mistakes left, right, and center. So but yeah, it's really fascinating, isn't it? That it's like that seems to be such a thing, but isn't talked about a lot. You'll hear fatigue talked about with some other types of arthritis, like RA and things. But
Yeah.
for me, I don't think I've met anyone with PSA that doesn't suffer with that in some form.
Yeah, no, yeah, I'm exactly the same. And anyone I've talked to has had the same thing. And like my dad would understand it because I talked to him about it and things. But yeah, no, and it's just not really well understood at all.
And
By
I find this as crippling as the pain. I don't know about you, because like at least with pain, I can still function sometimes. Because if I've got a bad neck, I can work around it. If I've got a bad knee, I can work around it. If I've got fatigue and the brain fog that normally comes with it, that's it. I'm ruined. I'm no good to anyone. Yeah.
and just with kids as well, it's like you're like in that state and like they're talking to you and like trying to get something out of you. I'm just like, oh God, please.
Yeah. I know. And then after that you get the guilt, don't you? Because I know
Oh,
like this weekend, because I've been so busy trying to get ready for today. My son, he's only 4, Dylan, he's been like
oh,
desperate for my attention, bless
yeah,
him. And like so then when I've had time with him, he's been a nightmare because he's obviously trying to push all the boundaries and buttons and everything.
of
And then
course.
like I say, I'll get halfway through this, I'll notice it's like his bedtime, and then you feel guilty because you
Oh,
tried to do something and create. And I imagine like with your writing, you know, like it sounds like you've got a really good balance of that writing in the morning, but when you're trying to do this stuff, sometimes we're not on our own like agenda, are we, with our condition, and we have to make hay while the sun shines,
yeah.
and that's rough, isn't it? Like, does it have much of an impact on your family? Like, obviously, don't if that's a subject you're not comfortable talking about, but
No, it does, and I've noticed it more now that the kids are older, that they're mad into football, both of them, and it's like, "Will you play with me? Will you play football with me? I wanna show you this," and I'm, like, standing outside and, I feel it, and I do it, I go to all the matches, but I'm just like, wrecked, like wrecked after that. So yeah, it definitely does. But now they know, and if I have knee supports, I'm like, if I'm wearing these in the morning, it means I'm really sore. And I like because I hate talking about it in general. I don't want to talk to them about it, but if sort of things like that do help a wee bit. But it definitely does. Like it couldn't not really impact.
And they're proper in tune, aren't they? Well, I find mine is anyway. Like he'll sometimes know I'm having a bad day before I've really clocked it. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
I went through a phase where I used to wear coloured wristbands because I was so fed up of having that conversation with my wife and saying if I'm having a
Yeah.
bad day, so I just like traffic light wristbands. And then
Yes.
I realised I don't need these anymore because Dylan just knows when
I
I'm sick.
know. Yeah, I know. I think my mom and dad can even know now from like the tone of my voice on the phone. I'm that sad person who talks to their parents every day,
Yeah.
but they'll like show up and look after the kids or something and take them, that sort of thing. They do know without me
Yeah.
having to say.
Yeah, no, but I think it's important then to talk. So I'll try and talk about like the other side. So I won't talk about like if I'm having a bad day or pay because like my wife will just spot that instantly. It's more the mental side. I don't know about you, but like that's the bit I do have to communicate because I feel like if not, I can just blindside people because I
Yeah,
could be in like you get to the end of your tether, don't you? Like you say, you've had a really bad week and you're trying to deal with that and get through the day. And then unfortunately, there can be somebody on the other side of that when you finally run out of resilience. So
yeah.
that's the bit I have to communicate. I don't know if you find it affects like the mental health side much or not.
Yeah, no, I'm exactly the same as that. And I'll be genuinely think I'm fine for ages and ages and ages. And then I'll just have like a little breakdown and like well, recently I had my knees injected in August and with steroids and it was brilliant. And then I started a new biologic and I thought like this is it, this works. And I let myself sort of believe that it genuinely I was
Yeah.
like, I'm cured. This is brilliant. And now my whole right knee is just blown up again. And I was so upset about it. I hadn't been that upset about it in ages. And my husband was just like what's what's happening here? But I'll just be fine for ages and then I'll have like a wobble for a couple of days.
And I think it's okay to do that. Like I set my thing where like I'll say one weekend a month. My wife would say it's more like two weekends a month. But like where I'll be like, I'm just gonna feel sorry for myself for a little bit, and that's okay. And I think because it helps like release that pressure valve a little bit. I think it's knowing you when you're doing it though to then step out of it, isn't it? So it doesn't end up being a spiral. Do you find?
No, exactly. Exactly. To sort of okay, yeah. Just 2 days I usually find and then comes round again and I just get on with it until the next time.
Yeah. And also, I don't know if you find, sorry, I'm going off on a tangent now, but do you find as well, like, and then when you get into a bit of a groove and things are going well, and then when things go wrong, you then kick yourself for like, I don't know, taking it for granted or like as if we don't owe it to ourselves to just enjoy life and forget about our disease for a few days.
I know, exactly. And I was saying to my husband there when I did get upset, I was like, I just feel so stupid for letting myself think that it could actually be working this time.
Yeah.
And maybe it is, I don't know, but it's oh, I don't know. It's just one of those oh, I don't know.
Yeah, guilt. They should ask us about our guilt at medical appointments. Then I think that'd be a better gauge for me than asking me what hurts. Just ask me how guilty I'm feeling, and then that'll
Yeah.
tell you if I'm coping or not. um, so whilst we're on that sort of, we've covered the fatigue, we've talked about like the mental health side of things. Is there anything else that you would say, like as a writer and also as a mum or whatever with PSA that is like a particular challenge? Like, is there anything like regarding your writing or anything that you have to factor in amongst like other things we've already talked about in terms of like the balance and your condition with just daily life?
It's a really good question, actually. I haven't
Sorry,
actually
I've stumped you there. I should point out at this point that none of our guests get questions in advance, so they're really good sports for agreeing to come on blind.
like a good support network has really helped me so much. Like my husband now works from home and he can do school run when needs be. And even though I hate it, I love doing the school run and I hate when I can't do it. But and my parents, obviously, it's just yeah, like support network because otherwise I just couldn't do it all. Like I just no, I couldn't. That's all I've got.
No, no, you're fine. Great. And I suppose like on the right side, like there might be sort of like it occurred to me when I was making my notes for this yesterday that we might have people watching this as sort of like budding writers or whatever. And they might feel like if they're living with a health condition that it might might be deterring them, or they might see that as an obstacle they can't sort of get over. As somebody that's like a writer with a long term health condition who's also writing about people with long term health conditions, is there any sort of like advice or anything you'd want to share with those to help them sort of like I suppose keep going and inspire them?
Yeah, well, reading loads definitely helps. Write anything. And there are loads of websites. My friend has a great one. She's an author. It's sort of directed at young people. It's a blank page. Her name's Kelly McCaughrean, but she has all these ideas and prompts for kids and young people to start writing. Just anything like that is just keep doing it, because the stuff I was doing at the beginning was absolute drivel, and it does get better. And find a writing group. A writing group has been, and a virtual one. I have a virtual one, which has been like a lifesaver. It's been brilliant.
Yeah,
Thank
someone told me about Jordan. I don't know. I felt terrified. I never sort of took it any further. But you find it helped.
Oh, absolutely. And then you find the people, who give you the feedback that's useful, and, you can help them. And it's sort of getting that criticism before, you send it to professional people who give you the other criticism.
Yeah, I imagine. Yeah, it must help to dilute that a little bit
Yeah.
before you jump off the deep end. And I think the reason I've always struggled with that. Sorry, I'm talking about me now, but it's like because I write like real life stuff. Do you know what I mean? So mine's all about my health journey or my advocacy,
Mhm.
and you could kind of own that truth, and no one can like say, "Oh, that's wrong." The
Yeah.
thought of like going into as much, cause I've always wanted to write a children's book for Dylan.
Mhm.
It terrifies me that whole, well, that's wrong. Technically, that's wrong, or whatever. And yeah, that's the bit that holds me back.
No, no, all they want to do is sell books. So yeah, I need to think about it. Never you are the problem. It's like this won't sell because, so you just need to do this. So I always think about it like that. Like it's a business. Which is a bit sad, but it is.
No, that's a really good way of looking at it. That's a really good. Yeah, it isn't you, it's the industry. It isn't you, it's the market. Yeah, I'm a writing genius. They weren't ready for me yet.
Timing, luck and timing is a huge part of it as
Yeah,
well.
I can imagine. So I
But
imagine you get like trends, don't you? Same as in the music industry and everything. And it's just there's certain things they're looking for and certain things they're not at any given time.
completely. I think romantasy is the big thing at the minute. Fantasy romance,
Mhm.
which I am not writing. So
No, I know. I don't know where to start with fantasy, but I thank you for sharing that. And I suppose my last sort of big question for you is like in that interview you done with versus arthritis, which when this goes out as a podcast for anyone listening, by the way, I'll put that in the show notes. Link to that article. You talked like about community, and that's obviously something we value really highly here on the Chronic Pain Club. Like I'll say numerous times today that we do the interviews, but really we're here for the people that are watching it and the people that are talking and supporting each other. What role has sort of community or peer support played in the management of your condition? Would you say?
oh,
Sorry, that is another
it
heavy
is.
one.
I never actually joined any group type things. I only sort of came across versus arthritis like in the last sort of few years, and I go on their website and things like that, and I go on Arthur's Place as well and just have a look. But I never really, jumped into it, to be honest. So I think I've always been quite, I don't know, reluctant to for some reason, which is bizarre. But
No, it's not bizarre. It's normal. Trust me. I got put off support. I think it's why I do all of this. Is that I got put off it really young because as a 12-year-old with arthritis, I was sent to like a village hall community meetup thing, and obviously nobody had anything in common
yeah,
with me. There was probably 50 years between me and the youngest person there, and I just saw it as very much like this window into the future of what was. And what it's like with PSA. You don't want to see the twisted fingers and hands and stuff like that really early. Like as a kid, that's just not helpful. And it put me right off. And then I sort of, as I got older and I had to get to like a really dark place before I realized I needed to hear how other people coped. And then it's what started all of this. But it's about trying to create them sort of like creative places to meet people where they are, because not everybody's going to want to walk into a
oh,
room or join a Facebook group well, I don't, I work with versus arthritis loads, but I'm not on their
mm,
forums. and that wouldn't work for me. I'd just end up doom scrolling, and I'd go to a bad place. You know what I mean? So it's about creating as many places as we can to reach people. So yeah, don't feel bad that you didn't feel like doing that, because it's kind of something you've got to arrive at on your own. I think.
I actually, since the book's been out, I have had loads of messages from actually loads of people in like Holland or Spain or Portugal, and they're all young people, and so many of them have some kind of chronic illness, not always arthritis, and they've written to me and said, like, I've read your book and I've related to it so much. And one girl said, like, it's given me hope that I'm going to find my own Ronin, my own love story. And it was just like, that was like the 5 a.m.s are worth it. This was like the nicest thing ever. And that way I can see how a community, could be so useful, like for people, especially young people.
It proper fuels you on a bad
Oh,
day.
yeah.
Like, you want to keep them, flag them, put them on a list
Yeah.
or something. So then when you're having a really bad day and you think, oh, why do I bother doing this? Like, when I do one of these shows or no one turns up or something, because it'll happen, we're always going to have those days, or I'm in loads of pain, but you can't talk about it because it's going to put people off, sort of thing. That'll remind you why you do what you do and how important it is. And yeah, I know you might not have gone to write that book to help people, but it will, because people will see themselves in it, or they'll feel represented. And especially in a world where sometimes chronic pain and that is represented as just people rolling around in bed screaming, and we know you carry on and you function as a mum, I carry on and I function as a dad. That's not what it looks like. I think that's why what you're doing is really important, because it allows people to see their world reflected in a way that isn't that sort of stereotypical,
Yeah.
for the screen sort of thing.
Exactly. And there's so little of chronic illness and disability in books and TV. And like when it's done, it's not always done well. And it's just, yeah, it's exhausting just to try and look even for things done well these days.
I said to back out of a campaign once because somebody asked me if I'd help with it as a TV advert, and I said yeah, and that it featured that whole rolling around shouting thing, and I said yeah, I don't, just didn't feel comfortable putting my name to it because this isn't my life. I'm more likely to be in a room quietly crying to myself. That is, what it's like, isn't it, when you don't want your kids to see and that. So
Oh,
you
yeah.
get all the day done, you get the kids to bed, and then that's when you have your moment. For
Yeah.
me, that's what chronic pain looks like. It's not. I'm not going to be rolling around shouting and screaming. And if I ever got to that point, I got there once, my wife knows it's proper serious and I probably should be in hospital, not at home. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? So
That's it. Like I did say to my husband, it was a good few years ago now. It's like if I say I'm sore, it means I'm really, really sore.
yeah.
I'm just at levels of sore before that, but this means I'm actually sore, like really sore.
Yeah. And yeah, so just remember that then when you get your movie deal for your book, to make sure they portray it accurately on screen. when you're in Hollywood and everything. So yeah, you've told us where you can find your book. The next one that's coming out, you said in April. What's that called?
The Boy Next Door.
Awesome. So we'll keep an eye out for that. And where can people find you if they want to now go and look you up or find out latest news about new books?
Instagram mostly. I'm Jenny Dreams of Narnia on there, I think. And Twitter is I Dream of Narnia, but I don't know what's happening with Twitter anymore.
No, I've given up on it. I've left my account there, but I'm not engaging with it. And
Yeah,
the minute I couldn't keep people safe, I felt very uncomfortable with being there. So
I don't really use it much. TikTok, I'm on some version of Narnia. But I also feel desperately uncool on TikTok. I don't really know what to do.
I've currently got my wife posting our Twitch stream content on TikTok because I just feel so out of place on there. I don't know where to start. But thank you so much for sharing, Jenny. You said you were anxious at some point. It certainly didn't come across. You're a brilliant guest. I feel like I could have sort of picked your brains a lot more, but I already threw a couple of big questions at you, and I don't want to ruin your Sunday. And I'm very grateful for you giving up your time to join us. Anyone who's listening to this back for the podcast, like I say, there'll be links there where you can find Jenny and keep up to date with any new books. But on behalf of everyone here, Jenny, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a genuine pleasure to listen to your story.
No worries. Thank you so much for having me.
Brilliant. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Bye.
I remembered the right camera that time, guys. I'm getting better. We're warming up now. Let me get this chat back on screen, guys. Usual drill. Let me know if your comments in after that interview. It's always nice for our guests to see them. Jenny really loves. Don't we all start up accounts though that we're then stuck with, i.e., Joel versus arthritis? Literally, I spend most of my time talking about psoriasis and chronic pain and mental health, and I'm stuck with Joel versus arthritis. But what can you do? What can you do? Yeah, Snuffle, I think you absolutely nailed the fatigue comment there in chat. Thank you for that. Remember, guys, any good comments and that or relevant stuff will feature on the screen during the interviews, and that'll be there for eternity. Your name will be there for eternity. So yeah, please keep that coming. Let me pop some music on. I don't like just hearing myself. It makes me uncomfortable. Yeah, I hope you found that useful. Yeah, the chess thing, Simon. If you read the book, go read the book. It made me think we were all playing the same app. In our community, with our little community chess we had going. I need to get back to that, I must admit. I enjoyed it when I used to beat you every game, Simon. Then when you started getting half decent, I switched off. I took my ball and I went home. By the way, guys, if you're new here, this is very much the format. I'm here for 8 hours. If I don't have a bit of a laugh and a joke in between the interviews, I will be crying through them. Not because of our guests aren't fantastic, but obviously we are going to feature heavy stuff here. If you need support at any point, please let us know in chat, and myself or our moderators will try and signpost you as best we can. But yeah, we do the serious stuff for sort of 35, 40 minutes. And then in between, it's more of a social, more of a community thing. So, yeah, don't think I'm being lighthearted about a serious subject. It's just for me to be here and have these conversations for 8 hours today. I need to unwind with you guys in between. If not, it'd be a massive trigger for my own condition that we are here talking about today with psoriatic disease on World Psoriasis Day. Great conversation, brilliant interview. Yes, awesome. Wonderful guest. I feel like I could have asked lots more, but I didn't want to. It's a Sunday. I don't really want to leave people with too many things spinning in their heads. I'll be a bit different later on when we get the hard and prode advocates and medical professionals on. They're used to my questioning. But for those that are first time or new to the show, I feel like we need to be kind to them. I'm very grateful. I say Jenny joined our lineup very late notice. I was keeping a space open. I don't know. I just felt like we were missing something, and I wanted something from like that creative side. With me being sort of quite a creative person, and when I saw her interview on the Versus Arthritis website, it just ticked all the boxes. Representing arthritis in a more realistic way. It's attracting younger people. I don't know. It just felt really well suited. So go check out Jenny and her book. How's everyone's Sunday going, guys? I'm going to go for a little stretch again in a minute for our next guest. But our next guest, I love it. I'm having a look. I've got so many guests today that I'm having to look at my little schedule. Look how professional I am now. Look, hang on. Where's the camera? Look, I've got a script and everything. 2 pages long. Schedule, more like, I should say. That's how, like, what's happened to us? I just used to sit and play Minecraft all day. Now look at us. And I got a crib sheet for every guest. They go on the floor after that the guest has been on, ready for the next one. I'm a machine. I've turned into a machine. So we've got James Hillary joining us again soon, guys. And for those of you that are sort of regulars for the Chronic Pain Club, will know he joined us earlier in the year. I think it was earlier in the year. My word, how long ago was it? Anyway, he was on the he sort of rose to fame on the Great British Bake Off as a contestant on there. But we talked a lot about his ankylosing spondylitis when he was last on the show. Today he'll be coming on talking about his psoriatic arthritis and some of the challenges he faced getting access to treatment and things like that. So yeah, looking forward to that. So there's 2 people joining us today that are basically fan favorites that Nia Cheeks insisted I added to the list. One was James Hillary, and later on we've got Wangui rejoining us from Kenya. You might remember her. Sorry, that's because I was reading comments about James. You might remember her join us. She joined us on last year's World Psoriasis Day when we were doing the Ifba Island stuff, and really sort of like resonated and struck a chord with you guys. And I think some of the stuff she shared about going to the hairdressers in Kenya and how that was perceived as being cursed because of her condition. It was proper powerful. And it felt like that warranted a revisit. So, yeah, we'll be welcoming Wangui back on the show later. And she'll be on at 3 o'clock. James is on at 2. So we've got 2 fan favourites up in the next 2 slots, guys. So I hope you enjoy that. Yeah, so we've got 2 fan favourites. And then after Wangui, we've got Jenny Durrand, who you might know on Instagram as Cute and Chronic. smashing it on social media. She's an amazing lady from America. We'll be talking to her about her experiences. And then all the way from down under, we've got Natasha Gadetz joining us from New Zealand. I don't even want to think about what time it might be when she joins us. I feel like we're going to be apologising to her from the minute she joins. I don't know what the time zone's like, but I'm guessing if she's joining at 5 o'clock, it probably isn't the most sociable time in New Zealand, but we'll find out. And then after that, we've got our VIP, Professor Dr. Matthias Augustin, who's a man that I spoke on stage with twice last year in Italy at different events. Incredible man, and he will just make you see dermatologists and medical professionals in a different way. He just thinks differently, very focused on the patient-centered approach and all this sort of thing. And he'll actually be joining us in between flights, so that'll be a very short one. Might be a bit noisy because he'll be in a lounge somewhere in an airport, but very, very grateful for a man as busy as him, who's here, there, and everywhere giving talks to join us. And so yeah, we must have made an impression last year in Italy when we were talking about our lift experience, guys, for him to want to give up his precious time to join us for 10 or 15 minutes. And then later on this evening, we will be feels like a long way off at the minute. We'll be ending with Dr. Eleanor Chatburn, who's a UK clinical psychologist, also lectures at my local university, and is also an ambassador for the British Skin Foundation. And we'll be talking to end the show tonight about the mental health impact of living with a skin condition. So that felt like a really good one to end on when we've been talking about all of this subject all day. I felt like having a psychologist in the last slot. We won't be using your services, Eleanor. Don't panic if you see if you're watching this. I won't be expecting free help, but we'll be talking about the impact of the mental health side of our condition and going through that. I think New Zealand is 12 hours ahead. Okay, hopefully it's not too bad. Like, yeah, it's I'll feel really bad if they're joining us in the middle of the night. I'll feel really bad. What happened to my music? It never actually made it, did it? Let's try that again. Come on, Joel. Can you imagine what the scene changed? Maybe I should have put like the professional guest at the start before like my brain fog kicked in and I started like car crashing this. But guys, I can't tell you how important it is that we've got medical professionals join us today. For a long time here on the Chronic Pain Club, we've been asking and inviting people and sort of trying to build up that reputation that we're here as a serious space for people to talk about lived experience and that lived experience matters. And to get people like Professor Augustine and Dr. Chatburn to join us and talk about what they do in their line of work is huge for us, but it also means hopefully some of those people that we maybe asked in the past and nagged might come back and say, okay, yeah, we'll join you. so I'm hoping it opens the floodgates and we can start making this a conversation between people that are all parties around the table, rather than just me talking to another patient about lived experience. Let's get the medical community involved, and together we can keep working towards that solution. What happened to your music? So I turn it off during the interviews. I don't want music in the background for the interviews, but it's just making sure to get it back on again, Saduki. So guys, I'm going to take a very quick comfort break. I am a moderator down at the moment, so I'll try and keep it short because it always worries me when I've got that. If there's anything I need to know about, please let me know in chat. Can you please keep the conversation going amongst yourself, guys? I'd really appreciate it. I'm going to take a quick couple of minutes because I'm going to try and do this after each guest, because last year I really suffered going the full 8 hours with only one loo break. Not for any loo reasons, purely because I wasn't moving and stretching enough. So this year I'm going to make sure I'm going to take a quick stretch break after each one. If I was a professional, I'd have a second camera that could zoom out and we'd all do the stretch and move together. But unfortunately, this is an office stroke streaming room stroke spare bedroom stroke storage area. And what you don't see behind this angle here is a whole load of mess. So therefore, I can't zoom out on a second camera. But maybe that's our goal next year. Maybe next year we get a dedicated streaming studio and we can have a second camera and we can all do the stretch and move together. But for now, I'm going to take a quick couple of minutes. I can see that our guests are so punctual today. James is already ready and waiting for us, which is awesome. But yeah, go grab a brew, go have a comfort break. Remember to stretch and move. If not, I'll get all your doctors moaning at me for doing 8-hour live streams that go against their advice. And I'll be back in 2 minutes refreshed, and we'll be looking forward to welcome back the ever popular fan favorite, Mr. Hillary. So yeah, be back in a second, guys. Right, guys, I'm back. Snuffle gave me a heart attack because as I was sitting back down at my seat, I saw a comment that started with "This is boring." Literally, my stomach dropped. Snuffle, you give me a heart attack. I see you're talking about tea, so that's fine. It's always worrying when one of your sort of like most regular viewers starts a comment with "This is boring." Yeah, mine's Earl Grey. Sorry, mine's Earl Grey. Saduki, such a great lineup. It really, we've worked hard, Saduki. I'm not blowing my own trumpet, but we have worked hard to put this together. So I'm glad you're liking the lineup. Any other takers on the tea selection before we move on to more serious matters? Speaking of boring, Snuffle, you know how paranoid I am over on Twitch when we do these all day things about me eating. You know, either I'm going to make a mess or it's noisy or whatever. So today I'm on a proper liquid diet. I've basically just got soft fruit and soup in a thermos. So if you think that's boring, you're not the one sitting here doing an 8-hour live stream drinking soup. That's my only sustenance today. And no doubt James is going to talk about all his awesome food, and then I'm going to be starving after the next hour. This probably wasn't the best time for me to crack open the soup. I like camel tea. I have camel tea side when I stream. I had it this morning earlier today when I started for something, because I realised if I was drinking hot drinks when I streamed, especially on Twitch, I then couldn't sleep. So yeah, chamomile's a good non-caffeine alternative for me. But if you'd have said to me 10 years ago, I'd have said it was rank. I don't know why. I just got older. It's like I suddenly eat olives now. Hated olives until I turned 35. What's that all about? I'm about to burn my lips, I think. I can't tell how hot this is. It's literally a complete lottery. Oh, it's all right. Or we find out Nia Cheeks intentionally hasn't screwed the lid on properly, so you then get to see it all just go down my front. No, I'm not seeing any issues, Snuffle, but what we do find on YouTube is you do have to refresh it periodically, because if you watch a live stream that's over like an hour, you'll find I get very far behind. I can see it on my like second screen. So on my second screen, I've just come back from my comfort break. But obviously I've been chatting here for the last sort of couple of minutes. So if you watch the whole thing, you know, if you really have got that much time to give, you will find that it gets quite far behind. And therefore you'll see that the chat doesn't always make sense, because if you're watching it a minute or two behind, the chat obviously is responding in real time in other places. So yeah, if you are joining us for long periods today, guys, don't forget to take a break, stretch and move. But maybe each time you do, give the browser a quick refresh, and therefore you'll then be up to speed. Yeah, but where are you watching, Snuffle? Because normally you're watching us from a walk, the M25. Once you joined us from Italy, Rome. I think once you were watching us on a ferry at Dunkirk. So I would say it probably depends on where you're viewing this. Your commitment is like phenomenal. Right, another minute or two, guys, and then we'll bring our guest in now, waiting very patiently. I just know if I start doing things too early, I'll then end up with somewhere down the line about an hour to kill. And then we'll be talking about worse things than cups of tea. I'm not in the woods yet. I don't know what the soup is near, but it's nice. I don't know if Nia's still watching. Probably getting on with their Sunday. Having fun while Daddy sits in a room all day talking to people on the internet. So, guys, we are here for a serious reason. This next interview is probably going to be one of our more casual ones today, because I find me and James just get on like a house on fire chatting away. We'll be talking about some serious subjects. As always, if you need support at any point, please let us know in chat, and someone in chat will do their best to try and signpost you. But we'll try and have a bit more of a light-hearted one this one. And the same as the one that follows with Wangui. Me and Wangui know each other very well from our advocacy work. So even though we will talk about some serious subjects, that one hopefully won't be as heavy as some of the conversations we're going to have today as well. But just be prepared for it. You know that we will. There's a theme today that we'll always be talking about mental health in some capacity, because that's kind of my thing. We'll be talking about pain, talking about impact on relationships, and all these things obviously can weigh a bit heavy if you're in that place. So just bear that in mind and keep yourself nice and safe. Right. Should we bring in our next guest? I'm even remembering to turn off the music. I'm on fire. You wait till 6 o'clock. Then I'll be running around like the room's on fire. Everything will be going wrong. So usual drill, guys. We will hide the chat. Please keep the chat going. It means a lot. It helps me guide our conversation as well. I can feature the best ones on screen. And we are here as a peer support community today. So even though we've got people coming on kindly sharing their stories on camera, the real work goes on throughout in the chat. So please do keep supporting, guys. And if you haven't already, please give this video, if you're watching, a big thumbs up. Google loves that stuff. Google loves live streams getting thumbs up whilst you're live. And remember to subscribe to the channel if you haven't. I can't believe I've gone 2 hours. And that's the first time I've asked people to follow and give the video a thumbs up. I'm terrible at this job. Right. Okay. Let's get the chat off screen. I will speak to you lovely folks soon. Right. Where are we doing? Let me give it notes. I've got so many notes. That's mad. So guys, today I'm delighted to be joining back even. Let's start that again for the sake of the podcast, because that was horrendous. James, I'm going to bring you back in now so you can laugh at me, and then I'll do the intro again. All right, just I feel like you deserve to be able to laugh at me. So today I'm delighted to be joined again by James Hillary, who was with us on the show earlier this year, I think it was, to talk about ankylosing spondylitis. James, welcome back, and thank you for giving up part of your Sunday to talk about psoriatic arthritis. How are you doing?
Cheers, Joel. Thanks for having me back. It's I thought you would have been me by now, but
oh no, it's a pleasure.
Joy to join you.
And I've got to be completely honest, if this is a car crash interview, it's all on me for anyone watching this back or listening to this back, because I get on so well with James. This is probably the one I haven't prepared for maybe as much as I should have done, because I just thought we'll just have a chat and a catch up. It was so much fun last time that it just felt like the right thing to do.
Exactly. Let's make it relaxed.
Yeah.
Get through it together.
So before we get on to sort of what's happened since you were last with us, for anyone that's new here or didn't catch your last interview with us, do you want to maybe just introduce yourself and tell people a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, so I'm James Hillary. I've got 2 boys, which will come into the story when we get chatting. Now 18 and coming up to 14. When I was diagnosed back in 2012, they were younger, so I always blame them that I was always tired and in pain. And a lovely wife who's very supportive and a mad cockapoo. I fortunately got on to the Great British Bake Off in 2017, and then also did the Christmas special in 2020, which is, I think, why most people know me. But through that period, I kept quite quiet that I had ankylosing spondylitis, and then was subsequently diagnosed with psoriatic arthritis. One, partly because I wanted to get onto the show, and I was always worried about ticking that disabled box, which in hindsight would have helped me because of equality laws and Channel 4 being fantastic around supporting people with various disabilities. But I was always nervous in sharing my experience, and it's been people like yourself, Joel, that have given me the confidence to talk out about it. There's not enough men, I don't think, talking about how it affects us both physically and mentally. So thank you so much for all the work that you do. It's really appreciated.
You're welcome, but you it's all you do it all yourself. You got there on your own, but you do amazing stuff. Like, and just been following you as well, because I feel like when we first spoke, that sort of opening up about the health side was quite new, wasn't it? It feels like that you've just like opened the door with that now. Is that right to say?
Yeah, definitely. And I think this resonates so much because this year I've had a really rough year with my psoriatic arthritis and ankylosing spondylitis, and I hit quite a low point probably about 3 or 4 weeks ago, which was just about roughly when you started to announce it. I thought it'd be great to come back and share my experience, because generally I think, like yourself, we always try and portray a very happy perspective, but we also want to give that reality when it's not as great as it could be, or when we're struggling. So happy to share the highs and the lows, and also talk a little bit about baking.
Yeah, no, I think that's spot on. You know, that's kind of like my thing, that whole talking about the good and the bad days. And I think that's been great following your journey. Is obviously you got sort of thrust into the spotlight with the Great British Bake Off stuff, and then sort of over time you've used that platform to share your experiences. And I've noticed like more and more talking about like the mental health side and all that. And that's from somebody in my position, that's been great. You know, that's like music to my ears to see you get that confidence to do that. Do you find it's sort of like helped you in a way, like unburden with the load a bit?
Definitely, because I think when you're internalizing the pain and that, and always trying to put on the brave face for the family or for work. I think you posted recently about people saying, "Oh, you're pretending to be ill." It takes so much more effort to pretend we're feeling good. So I think that's, to be able to share does lift it off your shoulders and put it out there. And also, I've got a fantastic boss at work who's also very tuned in to understanding people's mental health as well, because it's always a worry, especially at my age. It's just like, if I'm not in work, I've got a family to keep, and there's that added pressure as well. So it's good to have a really supportive company and boss who make it okay to talk about these sorts of things. And the company has been very strong on kind of mental health first aiders. I used to be part of the Disability Resource Council as well, making sure people were supported. So I think it's a lot more common now that people are happy to talk about this sort of thing. And it's through these sorts of events that really help. People, even if it's just one person who sees this and thinks, I've got the confidence now that I can share how I'm really feeling, not just say, yeah, I'm okay, I'll get on with it.
You're saying all the right things. I knew there was a reason why I said yes to having you back on.
And I didn't prepare either.
No. But like, it's so nice to hear that you're getting that support, because like we've had a lot of like horror stories on here, especially post-pandemic. You know, we thought people saw a different way to support people during the pandemic with homework and stuff like that. It's just been really depressing to see how quickly that's all been rolled back and forgotten. So to hear somebody come on in 2023 and say that they're getting that support from their employer, and people might be watching this and forget that like baking isn't actually your full-time, you know, you've got a career, haven't you, as well? Like you're spinning many plates. So to hear you got that support is just amazing. And yeah, it's reassuring, because we share a lot of you know, bad stories on here by the nature of what we do. It's nice to hear a positive one.
Yeah, there are people out there doing the right thing, which is good, and I think it will continue to improve. I echo your thoughts around people moving back from working from home, especially people who have got into a good routine to help manage their health challenges, whatever they are. And we are moving back to more frequently in the office in our company as well. But again, if you've got a valid reason, they'll support you and get the balance right. So it's about having those open conversations to say, look, I may not be able to do 3 days, but I'll try my best to get in 2 days. Yeah. And if that doesn't work, we'll just have to juggle it around. Or if you need me in a few extra days, I'll try my best. But flexibility runs both ways in my book. Same for the teams that I manage. Everyone's got lives to get on with, their own challenges, whatever they may be, mental, physical health problems. Keep it, or looking after elderly relatives or youngsters. I think we saw that flexibility does work in the COVID environment. Let's keep the best of it. But I am one of those advocates, ironically, that wants to get back in the office because I like chatting to people. And it's that social interaction is so much better, having a laugh and a joke across the desk. Sometimes I go in if I'm in pain, just because it's a distraction.
Totally.
And it's a coping mechanism at times.
Yeah, I can't tell you how much I miss having a work social life, because I feel like I haven't had that since the pandemic. You know, I became a home worker. I changed jobs, so I became quite an independent sort of like one-man band almost with my role. And so used to, like, don't get me wrong, I don't want to go back to those days when my door was like this revolving firefighting chaos thing, and I managed a team and that. But you know, just that you go to have a coffee and you bump into someone, and 10 minutes you have a bit of a chat, and you go back to your desk feeling like somebody else gets it, or as in it's a bit like the way we manage our conditions, isn't it? You know, you're sharing the burden a little bit. And yeah, definitely I don't get that working from home. And I think that's probably why I lean on the community so much and what we do here, because it kind of is my sort of social space, you know. So it's good that you've got that.
And I think your physical social meetups that you're getting back to as well, I think that's great, seeing people in real life as well as having that on-screen ability. So if you're having one down south, I will pop along to the next one.
Well, it's funny you say that. Brighton has been mentioned before. That's an area we're potentially going. So yeah, for anyone who's new to this, it's like our community around our Discord and Twitch and streaming and stuff that we do. We've had 2 meetups. We've done Norwich and Birmingham. We're looking to do more. But actually, my wife and I are working on a project at the moment to do more around peer support. So there, if people are interested in that, go follow an account on Instagram and Facebook called PSOR.org, PSOR.org. We haven't got all the details there yet, but essentially it's going to be around peer support. and basically providing sort of like almost like what charities do, but for peer support, because that's what's worked so well for us here. And like me and you, I think even just you and I in our DMs to each other, that is a vital part of coping, and we believe we can do that on a much bigger stage. So that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, that's fantastic. With my AS side, and I know you've had a chat with Zoe from the NAS headquarters. Yes. We used to have a branch. It was called the South Essex branch. It was based in Basildon, where on a Monday we'd go for physiotherapy, group physiotherapy. But a lot of that was just to talk to people with similar conditions, and that joint ability to share in a caring place that everyone gets it really helps. And it's interesting that some people, like once I found I had psoriatic arthritis and ankylosing spondylitis, I want to know everything about it. Yet there are some people who prefer not to know anything about it, but that can be not very helpful if they're going to chat to their rheumatologist. So it was a great group thing that people saying, I'm having this problem, or my rheumatologist just doesn't get it. And it's kind of, well, how are you explaining it to them? And you can get, as a group, you can help people. And I think that's fantastic.
It's great. It's great. And like I say, that we feel like we can go further with it. So watch your space on that. That's enough about me. We're supposed to be asking about you. But thank you anyway. I appreciate the plugs, James. So obviously, when you joined us last time, you talked about AS, and that really struck a chord with people. And I know, obviously, then we sort of went off on one about bake off and behind the scenes and that sort of thing. But tell us about specifically your psoriatic arthritis journey. Like, when did that first present? How were you diagnosed? How long it took to get diagnosed, etc.
Yeah. So I'll do a quick loop through my AS, because that led me to my
please do, and you've got plenty of time, so don't worry about going in depth. That gives my voice a rest.
Yeah, no problem. So in 2012 I was training for the London Marathon. I was struggling with chronic fatigue, which was a lot more than I'd anticipate from the marathon training I was doing. And I'd run a marathon previously, early 2000, so I kind of knew what to expect. And I got to the London Marathon. I finished it slowly because I'm a big lad. I'm more of a shy horse than a thoroughbred. So, but I got round, which was my goal. But my wife said, you should really have a chat with the docs about your chronic fatigue, because I'll go for a training run on Saturday and I'll be wiped out all weekend. I just brain fog. You probably all know the typical chronic fatigue symptoms. I get very sort of down and a little bit angry or frustrated more than anything. And I couldn't, like, people would just ask me simple questions like, do you want a cup of tea? And I wouldn't be able to answer. I just, like, my head was so foggy. So that was 2012. So fortunately I had private healthcare. So I went to see, I first went through the doctors. They checked B12 or all the standard sort of stuff. And I've got a brilliant GP as well. So I've been so fortunate in my journey. And he said, let's send you to a rheumatologist, because he said, I've done everything I can for you just to see if there's anything going on. And I walked into Professor Chakravarti, I still remember his name, in our local Bupa or whatever it was. And I said, look, I'm getting this chronic fatigue. I've been training for a marathon, so I expect to get some of it. And yeah, you're going to tell me I'm overweight. I get that. I'll take all your normal questions out of the way so we can get on to the important stuff. And he says, have you got a backache? And I went, and I'd never considered the pain in my back before. As I mentioned, I've got two kids, and they were probably sort of around, one's 18 now, so he was probably about 5-ish. So I had probably a 2-3-year-old and a 5-6-year-old. And I just put the pain in my lower back, just because I'm always picking them up playing games on the floor. Kind of didn't associate the two. And he said, well, what I think you've got is ankylosing spondylitis. So we then went through the raft of x-rays, tests, the one that makes your wee go bright yellow, the nuclear.
Yeah, I know the one you mean.
Yeah. So I went through all those and come back and said, yeah, it looks like you've got. It was at that time. He said we call it. He said, I'm going to call it ankylosing spondylitis, but it's actually, by definition, because we can't see it clearly on X-ray, but we can see it in MRI. You've got non-radiographic axial spondyloarthritis, just because of the clinical definition. I said, that's fine. At least I know what I've got now, and I can fight it. And he was an NHS rheumatologist and sent me to his NHS clinic, to a local hospital, and treated me. Started with anti-inflammatories, all the usual stuff. So I was with him for quite a while, and then he retired from rheumatology. And then I would say some of the rheumatologists I got were probably at the end of their career and didn't really care. I had one rheumatologist who never physically examined me in the 2.5 years I saw him. Never laid fingers on me, just let me say what I thought I had, and then he went straight into, here's my standard, here's how we treat someone with your condition. But it's like you haven't touched the joint, you don't know what's inflamed. So
like the current situation with everything being done remotely in with the NHS at
yeah,
the minute,
exactly.
It's such a fraction of the picture. But yeah, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, it's so true. So I had this. I never really trusted that rheumatologist, and I think you need to get if you can, a professional health carer who you trust and you can be open with, and he'll challenge me as much as I'll challenge him. And so that relationship was never right. So I hunted around for another rheumatologist, and through Googling and talking to the NAS physio groups, some people were saying Whipps Cross in London, East London, is probably one of the best hospitals at the moment for dealing with rheumatology, ankylosing spondylitis, and psoriatic arthritis. So I got my doctor to change clinics. So I then went to Whipps Cross. So this has been through from 2012 to probably late 2018, 2019. And when I went to Whipps Cross, I was in agony. My hands were flared up. I couldn't open a jar of jam or a lid off a coffee pot or anything. So I was using various appliances. My back, I was in bits. I just couldn't deal with the pain anymore. And by this time, I've been all the way through DMARDs, things like methotrexate, which made me feel really ill, sulfasalazine, which turned me into a bit of a zombie.
Yeah.
So I've been through kind of everything, and I hadn't reached. I was reaching the stage where I needed to have a conversation about biologics. So I was in talking to because it's a multidisciplinary team as well. So whilst you've got a rheumatology appointment, you might see the rheumatologist, you might see the physiotherapist, or you might see the rheumatology nurse. You don't know who you'll get on the day. And I got the physiotherapist, and she could see I was literally close to tears. She could see in my face how much pain I was going through, and I would credit her with changing my life at that point, because she said, I can tell how much pain you're with. Bear with me 1 minute. I'll go and get the rheumatologist, because he's in the next room. And she dragged him into the room and said, look, you can tell he's in agony. He's got all inflamed joints. And the rheumatologist said to me, why have you never told me you've got psoriasis? And I said, no one's ever diagnosed me with having psoriasis or psoriatic arthritis. He went, well, those silver patches on your elbows, which were cracked and bleeding at the time, he said, that's psoriasis. He looked at my hands, and I had markers in my nails. I grew up as a kid with eczema, so I just assumed it was kind of a carry-on.
I was exactly
eczema,
the same.
dry scalp, all the same.
I used to get eczema behind my ears and on my head. So for so many years, I ignored.
Like, oh yeah, remembered that. So he said, yeah, you've got psoriasis. That means you've probably got psoriatic arthritis as well. I'm like, oh, I never knew that. So I've been, like, what was it, 5-6 years going down the AS pathway. And he said, well, actually, you've got probably 2 types of arthritis going on. And he said, by chance, we have got a drug trial going on for psoriatic arthritis. And it was for the new JAK inhibitors that are going out. They're tablet-based, equivalent of biologics. And it was a blind, it was a 3-way test. It was, there was placebo, Humira, and then these new tablets. And you see, so he said the quickest way we can get you onto biologics is to put you on that course. If not, if you don't want to do that, that's fine. But it will take us a couple of months to go through the funding to get you biologics for your psoriatic, and it will happen. But he said if you go on the drug trial, because for psoriatic arthritis, I think you get a chance of 3 biologics, and then they kind of stop because they're not working. With AS, it's only 2. So he said, if you're on a drug trial, that doesn't count as any. So it's like a free go. So I said,
oh, okay. Yeah.
So
I thought that counted. I didn't realise.
No, yeah. So that's taken off the table. So I went on to that drug trial, and again, I got brilliant care because they're now being paid for having me on the drug trial. So I recognise that I got even better care than because that's what they had to do. There was like every 3 months you had to, or originally when I started, it was every month I had to go up there, then 3 months and 6 months. So through the trial, which I was on for about 3.5 years, I had brilliant access. So through COVID, I still had access to rheumatology, which was a godsend for me, I must admit. So I went on to this blind trial, not knowing what I was on. Within about within like literally a week of starting taking drugs, I was feeling so much better. The pain had gone in my SI joints, where my hips join my spine, which was my main area of pain. I could move my hands again. My psoriasis was going down. And it was interesting. The two nurses were arguing over which one they thought I was on because they didn't know at the time.
Oh, yes.
Because it was true blind. They only see, so one of them thought I was on Humira and the other one thought I was on the new drug, I think it's a JAK inhibitor, Janus. I can't remember the exact.
I don't know the names on, but I know just as a group of JAK inhibitors.
Yeah. So I was going through that, and I think it was about 6 months in. The test was unblinded, so then I found out I was on Humira. Then they just kept me going on Humira, which worked brilliantly for 3.5 years probably, and then the effects started to lessen to a point where I was back in a lot of pain. So we got to the point where they said, okay, we've got two options now. We can take you off the drug trial, put you back into primary care, and then look at what's the next biologic for you. But the irony was the Humira was doing really well still on my peripheral joints, and my hands were fine, shoulders, feet, pretty good. It was my back that was causing most of the pain. But they said, at the moment, what we have to do is when we move you back into the NHS is we have to basically re-diagnose you from scratch.
Oh, okay. Well, even though
they've been treating me for 3.5 years, and that baffled me. And they said, it's because of the way they have to go through the NICE guidelines for funding. They have to basically start again. And they said, we've got two options for you now.
So I'm guessing that got your diagnosis pretty much, but it didn't get you the
it got me kind of treatment for 3.5 years, and then it was like back to square one. But because the biologics were working on my hands and that, they said, we can't at the moment diagnose you as having psoriatic arthritis because you need 3 inflamed and painful joints, excluding your back, because that doesn't count in the diagnosis.
I knew about the 3 because I had to wait desperately for the third one, to the point where I was crying every time I had a scan, and they said, "Oh, it looks all right." Cause I was getting to, it's stupid, but I was getting to the point where I was hoping to have a joint get damaged. It's stupid, but unfortunately,
So my options is we could send you back down the AS pathway because under MRI they could see the inflammation in the SI joint, they could see damage progressing on my spine, or they could take me off everything and I could wait for it to get really bad again, and then they'll put me back on biologics under the psoriatic arthritis, which is bonkers.
Such a backward thing, especially when biologics, there is that evidence that you then won't respond to them. I myself, I got switched to a biosimilar, and when I finally got back onto the good stuff, I was on Humira, and that worked brilliantly for my psoriatic arthritis. It doesn't work as well. It works, but nowhere near as well as it did. Because I let my body recover.
Exactly. So that was bonkers for me. But again, with the three strikes for psoriatic arthritis or 2 strikes for AS, I went, well, I'm in so much pain, send me down the AS route. I've got no option, because at least I'll get onto a biologic, and the biologic will be exactly the same as they'll treat me on psoriatic arthritis, because they're kissing cousins, these diseases. It's like it's daft that they segregate them. If you've got both, they should just treat you back to holistic. It shouldn't matter which one is hurting the most. You've got both of them still. They don't disappear.
And just to give an example of that, I was diagnosed with ankylosing spondylitis at 14. I'm sure we probably mentioned this the first time we spoke. And I went right until my mid-20s until I got covered in psoriasis for them to say, oh, yeah, we kind of got that wrong, as psoriatic arthritis. So clearly, and I had one of the leading rheumatologists for actual SPA disease back then in the country. So clearly there's massive overlaps. And the only thing I wasn't showing was the rashes. And then the rashes appeared and, relabeled as PSA,
Yeah, it's crazy the way they do this. So now they've put me on to Cosentix as well, biologic. And when they put me on, they front load your doses. So for 7 weeks, you have a 150 mg injection, and then it goes to monthly. So they whack your system full of it and then get you to a kind of a management dose of once a month. And that worked really well through the loading dose and the first 6 months. But I could tell the drug just wasn't strong enough to last the full month. So you started seeing it waning as I was due to have my injection. I'd take my injection, take a few days, then I'll start feeling better. Then it would. So I was in this kind of up and down. So
yeah,
I spoke to the rheumatologist. Said, look, it's not strong enough. It worked really well at the start, and I can see it still working. But if we could up the dose, because I know under psoriatic arthritis you can have 300 milligrams, that would be fantastic. He went, but for AS the maximum dose is 150, and I'm like, oh, come on, guys. And they went, you still haven't got enough inflamed joints for us to move you back to psoriatic arthritis. But he said, we'll try and get funding anyway, because they're expensive drugs. I get that. So they tried probably 9 months ago to get funding. Rheumatologists all agreed it. They have what they call a virtual clinic where all the nurses, physios all talk together. Yeah. Everyone agreed that that's the right path of treatment. Went up to the NHS. I don't know what they call themselves now, but the funding committee. And
yeah, you're like your CCG or whatever.
That's it. Yeah. And they've gone, that computer says no, you can't have it. And I'm like, okay. I'll plod along. So I'm taking a few more painkillers. I still do all the things I should do, like stretching, moving, heat packs. But it was getting worse. And then I went back 2.5, 3, probably 2.5 months ago. Saw the rheumatologist again. He said, it's daft that they've rejected you. He said, I will try again. He said, I'll also mention, because the psoriasis started coming back a bit more. He said, I'll mention that. He said, I'm 99% sure that you should get funding this time round. And then a month ago, I phoned up just to say, look, how's it going? I was due my next delivery of the biologic. So I just want to make sure, am I getting 150 or 300? And they said, oh, we'll have to get back to you. Rung me back the next day and said, well, no, actually, we can't move forward with that because, again, you haven't got enough swollen and painful joints. And at that point, my mental health just went off a cliff, really. It was because I had that expectation that I've got something that may help me in the pipeline. Even if it was a year out, you've got that light at the end of the tunnel. That was snuffed out. And I just, one Monday morning, I was sitting on my sofa in tears. It's just like, I'm in agony. I've got no option at the moment. And I ended up having about 3 weeks off work just because I was in so much pain, sitting.
Yeah.
As you
and also, like you get to a point where your resilience breaks. Hope counts for a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah.
When that hope is extinguished, suddenly that tunnel looks so much longer, and you can't cope.
Yeah. So that really hit me, and that was at the time that you was announcing this psoriatic arthritis day, and I thought it would be good to share my experience because I'm sure other people go through the same. And I think that the medical profession don't often recognise how much that hope or that thought of something better coming down the pipeline for you shortly keeps you going.
It really does. It really does. And I think in some respects, that's why I do something like the advocacy, and it might be why you share bits of your story, because like on those days where it really does feel like it's hopeless and you've got no control, sometimes doing what we do and doing what we're here today can kind of feel like, oh, maybe that'll lead to a better tomorrow. You know what I mean? And exactly. It might seem hopeless and forlorn at times, but there's a reason why we do it, isn't it? Because that hope is so important.
Definitely, yeah. So fingers crossed, I'm back at the rheumatologist in mid-December, and I hope everything hurts to hell. It's not
like that. That's why it's so wrong. Like I'm having a big issue in my neck of the woods in East Anglia at the moment because our regional hospital has cancelled all routine rheumatology appointments, every checkup, every biologics nurse checkup. And I was already being quite vocal a couple of years ago because since the pandemic, without doing the face-to-faces, suddenly we're not being weighed. We're not given urine samples, which was always, they insisted on a urine sample when you went in for an appointment, various other bits and pieces. And my argument was, well, for X number of decades, that information was important. Then the pandemic happened, but more importantly, the pressure that caused on the health systems. People took early retirement, said, I've had enough of this, moved on, changed careers, etc. So my big concern is, well, all of a sudden that isn't important now. You're saying that it clearly is, but you're saying that the capacity, that thing, that's not important now. But now when you're going to then just cancel all of our appointments. So literally I had a letter telling me my appointment for September just gone, January, and 6 months after that, so June, July next year, all cancelled.
Yeah.
And no explanation. I'm thinking, I'm an informed advocate. Imagine what an average patient who was in your position, sitting on that sofa crying, and they get a letter saying your next 3 appointments have been cancelled. It just,
Yeah.
it makes me feel sick. Like
Yeah,
what that would do to someone's mental health, you know?
Oh, definitely. A little fun story as a side note for when I was going in for because you're a musician as well, aren't you? You like your music.
Well, supposedly.
Yeah. Is that whilst I was going in every month and then every 3 months, there was a guy that they do it in kind of the drug trial ward, they call it. There was always a guy sitting opposite me. We got chatting. He was a huge Level 42 fan, to the point where he would go to every one of their gigs. And the whole band knew him because he was always front row.
Yeah.
And he said there was one day that we was in there together. He said, "Oh, I had the best day of my life yesterday." He was probably 60s, mid-60s. He went, "The tour manager fell sick," and he said, "Mark, is it who's Thunder Thumbs? Mark King? Was it? Is he the lead singer?" So the lead singer looked at the guy who was in our ward and said, "Look, I know you know the set and what needs to change around because you're here at every one of our gigs. Do you want to be the tour manager today?" And they got him up on stage.
I feel like dream come true.
Yeah. So it was brilliant. It's but that's the thing. Like, you get to meet people like that, and whilst there's dark times, you always end up having a chat with someone in a waiting room that brings light to the mood. And like, that was just a brilliant story. That it was great. He'd had a fantastic day the day before. He was in agony the day I saw him because he did too much. But it's just like, I'll take that pain. And some days you pick when to take the pain, especially with kids. It's just like, I know this is going to kill me today, or tomorrow when I pay for it. But you've got to do some things. You've got to live.
You have, and it also shows how important, like you said about talking to somebody in waiting room, important it is to hear that other people have bad days too, and it isn't all sort of roses. And like, you know, we've already talked today on the show about like the image that social media can paint around, you know, people living best lives and stuff like that, and sometimes you just want to see somebody else who's in the place you're at and feel less like a failure because somebody else is feeling exactly like you, and all of a sudden you realize, well, it is the disease. It isn't anything I did. It's not because I couldn't cope, etc. You know?
Yeah. Some days it wins. Some days we win. Other days it wins. I always just treat it as my adversary.
Yeah.
As long as I'm winning on balance, hopefully a few more days than it does, I'll take that.
So, like, just going back, because you were talking about all the drugs and the trial and everything else, it doesn't sound like I know the answer, and I don't know why I ask. It's because I get depressed every time people answer it. But but it doesn't sound like your mental health was really considered in that treatment, or anyone even ask about it.
Not at all. The only person that probably recognised that I was having mental health challenges was that physiotherapist who I can't adore anymore. She was actually the physiotherapist on the drug trial as well. So I got to thank her when I was feeling better about how much her just taking a minute to look bigger picture really helped me. But most of the time it is very much what hurts, what the next drugs you're going to get, not kind of how does that pain actually affect you, aside from your back's in agony, because it's a heavy weight to bear on some days. And people don't understand that. I operate and not being big-headed, and everyone will have their own pain scale. But on any given day, I'm probably on a 5 on a pain scale, and that's a pain level I can manage. I've had kidney stones, which is a 10, and I've had anything from 5 up to just shy of 10 with me AS on any given day. But when someone says, "Oh, I hope your back gets better," or "Oh, I hope you're not in too much," or "I hope you're not in pain today," it's just like, I haven't not been in pain since 2012, and probably if I look back further than that, and I can deal with that most days. But some days when that light of hope gets snuffed out, the resilience does fall. But no one through the medical teams often ask me about that aspect of it.
And the second question I normally ask, just to depress myself further, because I seem to be a collector of bad news stories, is that has anyone ever, like, in your with your, because it sounded like you just fell upon the psoriatic arthritis diagnosis, and
Yeah.
that kind of wasn't the focus. So I'm guessing as well, nobody ever had them conversations with you about things like it's linked to comorbidities of depression and the other sort of well-established comorbidities around, like obesity, particularly in males and things like that. I'm guessing no one had that chat.
No, not a holistic view at all. It was, here's your very narrow diagnosis of what you've got, and it's sadly.
Yeah, no, don't worry. It'll depress me now, but give it another couple of hours and it'll fuel me. But it's just like I ask that question, and it's just such a common thing, especially in the UK, where, like, well, I was the same. I went years living with high cholesterol, whether I was fit or a little bit unfit or a little bit overweight, a little bit underweight. Didn't matter what my body was doing, whether I was playing sport or not playing sport. Always had high cholesterol. For a GP of all people to just tell me, oh yeah, well, that's a well-known thing with psoriatic arthritis, you can have high cholesterol. And we had Sylvia on earlier on the show who said, she has similar things, and but no one explains that. And then they wonder how we then supposed to, if we haven't got the same access to treatment like we had pre-pandemic, if we haven't got routine appointments, how are patients supposed to know when things need flagging if we're not educated to? And I'm sure it's something we'll talk about with the medical professionals later. How are patients supposed to advocate for themselves if they're not educated on the full spectrum of their disease?
Yeah, definitely, 100%. There was a bit of a sad story, but one of the ladies that I work with, who was on the Disability Resource Council with me, had a stroke, and they couldn't work out what the stroke was. And it was only through a lot of digging that it was discovered that she had psoriatic arthritis, and it was the plaque in her blood that had caused the stroke. They was thinking it was many other things. Again, she's been living with pain similar to mine and probably yours all through her life, but no one's picked up on it. She's doing really well now, like pretty much back to how she was pre-stroke, and she's brilliant, lovely, resilient lady. She's had some other challenges through her life, but again, if they diagnosed her earlier, there would have been a chance that she wouldn't have had to have that in later life. But it's tricky.
Yeah, it's just I don't know how we keep banging the drum, and I hope that things like this today, like, they have a ripple somewhere, or at least make a patient somewhere go and have that conversation with their doctor. But how we then address that with the medical community, I'll definitely want to ask the doctors who are joining us on the show later today. But how we, because when I go to things like EADV, I went in Italy this year, and we, like, you're preaching to the choir. So, like, every conference speaking event, like, there's multiple stages, they're all packed. I went to the one that excited me the most was about lived experience and blah blah blah, and it was the emptiest talk I'd been to in 3 days, and it was so depressing. I had to leave early because I found myself getting, like, miserable. I was going to cry, like, as stupid as that sounds, because I'm sitting in there and they got this wonderful lady from Ireland on stage talking about a lived experience, and they got these doctors who are, like, saying all the good things and all the right things, and just empty seats. And I was like, it just, that was the first time in my life I'd kind of considered, we can do all of these things, but they're only going to preach to the choir. We need to do something a lot more like punch in the guts kind of thing to get the ones that aren't attuned to that on side, and I don't know what the answer is yet, but yeah, that's what we need to work on.
Definitely. Yeah.
I feel like I'm getting miserable, and this is not your fault. This is me. It's just your answers, your situation. Because I say every time I've got guests on and we're having these conversations, and you're telling me about your experience, I'm just thinking about that new person tomorrow. Monday, somebody goes to their doctor, they get that diagnosis. If they're getting that experience and they got something else going on in their life, it just feels so unfair. And we're supposed to be, UK and first world country and all this. They just, how we can't even get that right here, let alone the challenges that we'll hear about later on today in other parts of the world, which are far greater.
Oh, definitely.
It keeps me up at night, but it fuels me in equal measure.
Yeah, no, well, that's good. So, it's right, that getting the diagnosis is probably the best and worst day, or was the best and worst day of my life, but for the AS one, because then I had a name, and then I could because I'm a problem solver. I'm a project manager by trade. I solve problems. That's kind of the bread and butter. So once I knew what I was fighting, then I could then understand it and work out what I needed to do. But also, so it's great. You get a name for it, and you're not going mad. It's like all those pains and the fatigue wasn't just in the mind. There is something actually wrong that I can now deal with. And then a few days later, that slump of, I've got a lifelong condition that it is life-changing, and it will be a battle. And I had to give up running, but I took up baking, which got me on the bake-off. I can't complain. It's given me a springboard for other things, but it is still a daily challenge. Whether it's a good day or a bad day, but
it's a project management exercise, isn't it?
It is. Yeah.
And you've accidentally led me nicely onto my next question, which is about, I'm assuming you're still finding bacon as an outlet, and I suppose for anyone like that missed it last time you were with us on the show, how does that help you?
Baking, yeah, totally. I'm still baking. I bake every weekend and probably sometimes during the week, and we've been doing a Twitter bake along. The person who normally runs it, as her husband hasn't been well, so I've jumped in and helped out. So it's got me baking every Saturday afternoon as well, which is nice. Doing different things because the show's on. We like try a technical or a showstopper.
Yeah.
But running used to be the way I cleared my head. I always run alone. I never enjoyed running in groups. So I go out for a 10-miler. I could just put some music on, tune out of the world, and it was very mindful. I could just worry about what I was doing, 2 feet in front of the other. When that was taken away, because I was told when I was diagnosed, never run again, it's only going to be bad for your back, which was terrible advice. The advice should be listen to your body and carry on running and keep moving, which I heard later on by some really good physiotherapists. But so then baking I always used to bake with my dad. So baking become that mindful place where I could just, if I was kneading a loaf, again, it's just a repetitive process that just gave me breathing space not to think about anything. And baking still does that for me today, whatever I'm making. Never go on the bake-off if you do it for stress relief, because it was the most stressful thing ever.
Yeah,
I
can't
didn't
imagine.
think that through, but I am competitive by nature, so I thought if I can't run a marathon, there needs to be a competition I should be all right at. So, but yeah, I still love baking, and it'll be my full place. I also, whilst I wasn't feeling well, my wife bought me a make a candle kit, and I'm the worst potter ever, so you won't see me on the pottery throwdown.
So your pottery needs work, but you're still baking.
Exactly.
But either way, that's now like you're the second person on, you're guest number 3, and we've already got somebody's talking about being creative as a way of escape.
Yeah.
It's escapism, isn't it?
Definitely.
I like, for example, I stream and do this and play computer games with people in the community as a way to forget about my situation for a couple of hours, and I'm guessing that applies the same to you with baking.
Definitely. Yeah, baking. And also I do love Call of Duty, which I need, again, that ends up more stressful than not, so I need a more genteel video game to start playing. But yeah, so I've always loved art as well. Interesting you say the meetup might be in Brighton, as my eldest is now 18 and it's gone to uni in Brighton, so I'll definitely be down for that one if you do make it to Brighton.
Yeah, that'd be great.
He's doing a product design degree, which is drawing and building, and probably something back in the day, if I went to a typical East End school where you either become a bricklayer or you was lucky and got in the city. I was lucky and got in the city, but I didn't have the options my kids have got. And I'm just like, just follow your dreams. If you want to do something more creative, go for it. There's more to life than working in London, that's for sure.
Yeah, and also, like, our diseases can push us in some funny directions. We've had Jenny on today, who's wrote a book about a girl with juvenile idiopathic arthritis, and look at all the doors that's opened up. If you'd have said to me last year that I'd have got to travel to the places, and that was because of me being forced into a corner. I couldn't do what I loved. I couldn't play rugby. I couldn't run anymore at the time. I couldn't play music. And you get backed into a corner, and it's amazing what resilience you can find. Not everybody's that fortunate, and that's why I keep bringing up the mental health conversation, because we need a safety net to catch those that aren't there yet. But it's great to hear all the different ways that people use to cope, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And I can't believe we've just got through 3/4 an hour in what felt like 2 minutes.
That's gone really quickly, and I'm grateful for your talking because, like I say, if I do this all day, it was only 2.5 weeks ago I lost my voice, or it came back, and I was very nervous about talking for 8 hours. And when we're doing the game streaming one, it is all me talking.
Yeah.
So I was very much reliant on having some chatty guests. So thank you for picking up that baton and running with it, James. I really do appreciate it. I feel like that's probably a good place to end it. Thank you so much for filling in the gaps since we last spoke. If my wife has any say in it, you'll be back again soon. So expect an invite at some point. And yeah, I'm just sorry that you're having to join us for another condition. I don't want you coming back for a third one. I don't want you aiming for a hat trick. We'll get you back to talk about something else.
I'll be going through the medical encyclopedia. Yeah. I'll get something exotic.
yeah, that wouldn't be a good look for me if my guests start trying to get ill to come back on the show. That probably wouldn't look good for me. But
we'll be playing the top trumps of conditions.
Yeah, exactly that. James, thank you so much. You're always such an easy guest to have on. You like I say, in a very long day, I've been able to relax and just like chatting to a mate at a bus stop. So thank you. I always appreciate it. And yeah, there's lots of nice comments coming in. I'll share some of those shortly, but I'll let you get on for the rest of your Sunday. And yeah, have a good one. And yeah, all the best. All right.
Lovely. Keep up the great work, mate. Look after
Thanks, James.
yourself.
Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Guys, thank you. That was a nice change of pace. I needed that in my day because we got some really serious conversations coming up later. And obviously, we're here for World Psoriasis Day. We're going to have some heavy topics. We're going to be talking a lot about mental health, depression, and pain. And so yeah, it's nice to have a more light one. James is an awesome guy. And Sadiq said, illnesses are not Pokemon. We do not need to catch them all. No, we really don't. I'm already done with my collection. We've got IFBA watching, the organisation that you might remember we were here for last year doing the Animal Crossing. Said, thank you, James. Fantastic. So thank you for checking us out there, guys. I know you're extremely busy day today. So I appreciate you taking the time to hang out. And yeah, Snuffle said he found running really helpful. I did. I found it helpful. Like, again, people don't always want to have that conversation. And once you're past a certain point and you've got the damage, then doing running is obviously silly. If you've got, bad knees or whatever and the damage is done, then swim and cycling are better options. But I was always told by my rheumatologist that was more like that use it or lose it kind of thing. And yeah, people aren't always ready for that conversation about movement, but it really is true because, when I was playing rugby, I felt like death the next day. I'd suffer for about 3 or 4 days, but it definitely drew out my mobility a lot longer, and in the end, it was a treatment change of becoming a dad that knocked that on the head. It wasn't because it broke me. It was because I stopped and then I couldn't get the momentum back. And I still to this day believe I could. Now it's a mental thing. You know what it's like when you're running and you take it for granted. You can go out and knock out 10K or whatever. When you're starting from scratch, or in my case, 3 stone heavier, it's a miserable place to start from. So yeah, it's it is a case of sort of doing as much as you can whilst you can. And I've also proved that with my bass playing. I stopped playing my guitar for 10 years because I got frustrated. So basically, I lost movement in my hands. I can't make my hands flat. I don't know if you can really see that on camera, but it should be there, but my hands are angled now. It basically means I drop money everywhere when a cashier passes me change. I thought that was it because I got frustrated that I couldn't play to the level I used to be able to play. I stopped. And then I realized I could play just for fun and I didn't need to aim for anything. And I didn't need to be as good as I was younger. And sometimes we also need to remember that time does march on. And of course, I'm not going to run as well now as I did when I was 21. I'd be mad to think I could. But unfortunately, our brains have this habit of telling us it's because of our disease. It's because of that flare. It's because I did this wrong, or I did that wrong, or I didn't eat right, or I did this wrong. And, and so sometimes we have to sort of remind ourselves that unfortunately, that is the direction to travel with life, and we can do stuff just to enjoy it. Sorry, I'm going off on a monologue now. I just wanted how long with nearly 3 o'clock. We've gone 3 hours before a Joel monologue, so I'll try and limit these through the day. But the point I'm trying to make is we can still do stuff we enjoy. It doesn't have to be to the level we used to be able to do it, and it doesn't have to be tarnished because of our disease. It's just about reframing it. And now I'm back in a band again, and I play my bass as well as I've probably ever played. But my brain still has this way of remembering things a lot rosier than they actually were. So yeah, welcome in, Sin. Nice to see you. I've only just spotted you in chat. I hope you're well, my friend. And Lisa, I hope your quality of your videos a bit better. Like I say, YouTube doesn't seem to like these really long streams. So for a good example is I have a second screen at the minute, which I use as a bit of like a safety reassurance monitor to see what you guys see, and it is always running about a minute behind after about 2 or 3 hours into a live stream. So I give it a quick browser refresh and everything's back in sync again. So yeah, on my second screen I'm now showing my turned over wrists, which feels like it was a couple of minutes ago. So yeah, give it a refresh if you find that happening, guys. It seems to be like a YouTube thing when we do these really long streams. Give that a refresh and you'll be back with us in sync. Well, I don't know why Nia's woo-wooing. Does anyone know why Nia's woo-wooing in chat? I feel like I might have missed something. Right. Guys, I can't believe we've gone 3 hours in already. I need to have another stretch and a move. Should we put some music back on? Our very chill club music. By the way, guys, I should do this more often. If you haven't given the thumbs up to the video yet, please do. It helps us massively, especially whilst we're live. And if you want to subscribe to the channel to support us, that'd be great. Subscribe is just YouTube's word for follow. It's not going to cost you nothing, but it helps our channel. It also tells you when we go live as well. Awesome to see Psoriasis Asia and Pacific in chat. We've had IFBA in chat. I got a feeling we had another organisation in chat first thing this morning as well while Sylvia was on. It might have been APSO. Yeah, sorry if my brain's gone a bit foggy. I've talked a lot since then. And as you know, this is all well-oiled machine at the minute, guys. You want to come back at 7 o'clock, you're going to see real fireworks when I've completely lost my way and brain fog has set in. Really appreciate Professor Augustine and Dr. Chatburn agreeing to join me later in the schedule when I'm going to be at my worst. But at the minute, everything's ticking along nicely. But I am going to insist that I keep having these little chat breaks, after each interview, just to make sure I keep stretching, because in the past, those of you that are regulars here will know that I haven't always done that. So I'm going to have a quick stretch of the legs. Please keep talking in chat. Nia wants to cook along with James. Yeah, there's been several suggestions for cook-alongs on this show over the last couple of months. We definitely do need to do something like that. I'll say I need to get my room sorted, because at the minute, what you see looks lovely. I'll say lovely. You might disagree. If you zoom out, you'll see that it's also a bedroom, a storage space, a music room, etc. At some point, we will get a dedicated space. I don't know how, but at some point we'll have a dedicated space where I can actually stand up and do all the stretch and move stuff with you, because that would be my goal. Like, I've learned so much through my pain management clinic work and everything, and who I now do talks for. It seems a shame to not do that on screen with you. So at some point we will fix that so I can zoom out and we can do all of that together. That's the goal for next Psoriasis Day. Maybe I'll rent a studio. Don't, Nia, just mute the audio for a minute. Give Nia a couple of minutes. All right, now Mama Mod isn't listening, aka my wife. Yeah, next year, how about we'll rent a proper little streaming studio, and then we can go big. We can have guests sitting in here with me and everything. It'll be awesome. All right, Nia Cheeks can come back now. Right, guys, I'm going to take a very quick break. Next up, we've got an awesome lady that some of you might remember from last year's World Psoriasis Day in Wangui from Kenya. She shared some really powerful stuff last year, like really powerful stuff that will stick with me for a long while, and made me think about how I do my advocacy on more of a global level, because I'll sit here and moan and groan about what's going on in the UK, like we did with James earlier. I'd like to point out I did all the moan and groan and James didn't. But in order to take my advocacy and the work we do here onto that next level, we need to think bigger. We need to think about the global challenges. We need to think about the challenges in different cultures, different societies. And Wangui's story was really powerful last year. So I'm looking forward to going back through that, seeing what she's been up to in the last year, what her plans are for the future, etc. And that's another one that was demanded as by you. These two guests, James and Wangui, are fan favorite guests. They're people we've had on the show before, but you guys wanted them back, and they're here. So I hope you're enjoying it. And yeah, we'll look forward to hearing Wangui's experience from Kenya shortly. But for now, I'm just going to take a very quick 2-3 minute stretch and move. In the meantime, keep talking amongst yourselves, guys, and I will be back soon. Guys, yeah, so just to use a reminder, if you're watching this over a very long period of time, give your YouTube browser, web browser, a refresh every now and then, particularly if watching on a TV or a laptop. I'm seeing it on my end as YouTube. It doesn't like these big, long live streams. It's why Near Cheek's message didn't make no sense, because they were referring to James after James had long left the show. So I'm glad the refresh is better. I know Lisa reported the same thing, guys. There's nothing we can do about that. Everything's going out on our end fine. But if you're with us all day, which are absolute heroes, in fact, I'd love to know in chat how many of you have been here since the start. Like, you need medals. But yeah, it doesn't like it when you watch long live streams. So just basically every hour or so, give it a refresh and it'll kick back in. But I see it on my thing. So if I'm looking down at my laptop at the minute, which is like my, like I say, comfort screen to remind to see what you're seeing, and I still haven't returned. So I'm a time traveler now. So yeah, give the screen a refresh if that's doing that, guys, because otherwise it confuses me. I'm a simple man, and if I start getting messages about stuff that happened 5 minutes ago in chat, you're going to confuse me. But I do appreciate your patience. I can't fix YouTube, I'm afraid. YouTube is very new to the live streaming platform. They still have a few things to iron out, but they're getting there. They're getting there. So yeah, just maybe at the end of every interview, give the screen a refresh. That's probably the best way to go. Guys, anyone who's given the video a thumbs up so far, thank you so much. And anyone who's subscribed to the channel whilst we've been live, thank you. I haven't looked at any analytics to give you shout outs. At the minute, we're not like on Twitch where I get a notification when people subscribe or become a channel member. So if anybody has supported us by either following us, i.e. subscribing, or become a channel member and supported us in that way, massive thank you. I will get caught up at the end of the stream and thank you all personally. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. A simple man, a time traveler. I think I could be a time traveler and I could have just been an accidental time traveler, Suzuki. So if you're new here, if you're just joining us, guys, we're fairly casual and relaxed and jokey in between the interviews. We're talking about some heavy stuff today. For my sanity, I need to unwind a little bit with you guys in between interviews. We will be back into serious mode when we bring in our next guest, which I can already see has arrived because my guests are so punctual today. Every single one of them has turned up early, which is amazing. If we can keep that going for the rest of the day, my life gets a lot easier. So yeah, another couple of minutes, we'll bring our next guest in. But in the meantime, I'll just decompress with you guys. Accidental time travel. Yeah, that could literally be my new Fall Guys handle. Good to do. I didn't want anyone joining, like, at the point I'm being an idiot and think, well, I thought this was a serious awareness event. Well, it is, but I can't do that for 8 hours. I'd be twitching by the end. I'd be exhausted. It's more off-putting. I can hear you talking upstairs and my YouTube hasn't kicked in. Does it confuse you then, Nia Cheeks, when if I go to the bathroom and I'm still chatting away on your screen? Told you, accidental time traveler. Mister, yeah, you got to up your A game, Snuffle. Got to up your A game. But yeah, it's YouTube. I've been seeing it all day so far. It's just how it is. I guarantee you, if we had thousands of watchers and followers and all that jazz, if we were some big streamer, we wouldn't get this service. Joel stream from the bathroom, yeah. Could you imagine Nia's confusion? She's downstairs, I could hear the bathroom fan on. But I'm still streaming. What if there was two of me? That'd be unbearable. Think how much work I'd get done though, but pretty sure Nia Cheeks would leave me. Can you imagine if two of me in the house? That'd be like a whirlwind. Yeah, thank you to all of you guys. There's so many of your names here of people that I know have been here for hours. I really do appreciate it. Really do appreciate it, guys. Maybe Nia Cheeks can drop a link to our Discord where a lot of these names you're seeing in chat hang out during the week and support each other. You can also get a flavour of what other peer support offerings we do over there, such as the Twitch streams, the free-to-play Minecraft servers, etc. Just got to keep Nia Cheeks. I just test if Nia Cheeks is listening. If I'd say a random insult or thing like post a Discord link, I'd just find out if they're actually listening. Best way to keep people on their toes. It's like when you're in meetings, you see that person switch off, so you just ask a random question. I'm evil. I know I'm evil. Right. Should we bring in our next guest, guys? I don't even know. I'm nearly on my second sheet. We're on the last bit before we go on to our second sheet of the schedule. We're getting there. We're getting there. Has everyone stretched and moved enough? Yeah, that isn't going to work here, I'm afraid, Saduki. That's YouTube for you. We can't use commands. I can't use my Stream Deck. The only thing I can use my Stream Deck for on YouTube is a view account. That's it. So I can't even like press buttons to change scenes. I have to do it all with mouse clicks, which is why when you see me go for a break, nothing happens at the same time. In an ideal world, like the little things would come up and the music would go and all that jazz. I can't do none of that. I feel like I'm driving an automatic when I'm on Twitch, and then YouTube, it's all manual again. Yeah, that probably isn't going to help, Snuffle. That probably isn't going to help. Right, so just wait a few more minutes, guys, and we'll bring our guest in. Make sure they got time to get comfortable. Yeah, Nia's always listening. Nia's always listening. Thank you for the link, Nia. So don't forget, guys, if you are enjoying this and you do want to support us over on YouTube, it's called something slightly different to Twitch. So on Twitch, you add subs. Over on YouTube, you can become a channel member. Gives you access to a few emotes and things like that. But more importantly, it supports our channel and hopefully makes us do a bigger and better event every single year. If that's something that interests you, then look out for the member button on or become a member. I don't even know how they word it on YouTube anymore. There'll be something on your screen that says about becoming a member. Right. Should we bring our guest in? I feel suitably refreshed. So hopefully Wangui's ready to join us. Let me kill the music. Right. And usual thing, guys, if you're new here, it's the first time you're here. The chat goes off screen when we're talking to our guests, just to keep them safe and everything else. But please do keep going in the chat. We'll feature the best comments on screen, and yeah, it helps shape our conversation as well. So joining us now, guys, in this slot of the World Psoriasis Day 8-hour live stream is a fan favorite that my partner was very keen to bring back in. I'm delighted to welcome back Wangui Githera from Kenya. Wangui, you're live. Hello. Welcome. Oh, you might be muted. I think it's your end. I think it looks good on my end. Like usual reminder, guys, that we've got people joining us on the fly all day. So to get halfway through before we had a technical issue, we've done very well, I think. We've done very well. Yeah, I'm not getting any audio yet, Wangui. Do you want me to give you a minute to look at that? Yeah, we can see you, okay? We just can't hear you, okay? What I'll do is I'll let you have a look at that, and you can give me a thumbs up when you're ready to come in, rather than leaving you stuck on screen. That's my job to look stupid, not yours. So yeah, let me know if you can just sort of give me a thumbs up or something when you've got to the bottom of that, and I'll bring you back in. Guys, just when you thought you got away from me, chatter's back on screen. So, was anyone here last year when Wangui joined us for World Psoriasis Day last year? Not sure if anyone was with us then. Snuffle's back in the woods, which is probably where they were this time last year, to be fair. He's a creature of habit. Right, bear with us, guys, while we just sort these technical issues out. Right. Seconds, guys. Wangui, if you can hear, presume you can hear me. Can you try talking and see where your image is in the green room? There's like a microphone bar. There's like, it should be underneath your image. There should be a microphone. Just check that's not muted there. And if you say something, see if you get a line go up and down on the audio bar, because that'll indicate if signal's coming through. Right. Are you seeing a bar going up and down? I can't hear you, by the way, because I haven't brought you onto the show. You're not, no. I don't know how I can help. Let's have a look. You could try dropping out and going back in, and because there's a settings button when you join the green room. There's a settings button that allows you to select your mic and camera and everything. You could try that. I'm a fan of a wood. We know you are, Snuffle. We know you are. I'm just going to bring you on screen one more time, Wangui, just in case that audio is kicked in. If not, right? Can you just can we hear you now? I'm not sure we can. No. Now, if you want to drop out of the meet and come back in and hit the settings button, the little cog, and then you should be able to set your mic there, okay? We've done well, guys. We've done well to get this point. Because like I say, normally when we do the Chronic Pain Club, I'll start at 7. The guest will come in at 6:30. We can check that their audio and the video's working well. Obviously, when you've got 8 guests in 8 hours, you can't do that. You can't do a tech rehearsal. So we have to just fix problems on the fly. But we'll get there. We'll get there. So yeah. James, no paint to my masterpiece of a pot. Oh, you're not. Okay, I was gonna I was gonna make a joke about can't you fix it a bit more first, but that felt cruel. So Wangui, I'll try and bring you in again. How about now? You haven't got like a second mic selected or anything? Under the settings? I'll just drop you off the screen so you're not feeling the under pressure of like being on screen while you look at that. I'll be amazed on what a lick of paint can do, James. That'll fix it right up. That'll definitely sort it out. That'll definitely sort it out. I consider myself wooed. Near took me by surprise with that comment, James. Could come for about 5 minutes late. Right, Wangu's just going to try and join us on a different device. Yeah, we had a really good first 3 hours. We've got a technical issue now, but we'll sort it out. We don't get the luxury of pre-planning the technical tests and everything because when we've got 8 guests in 8 hours, everybody has to sort of work on the fly. So we're just sorting something out behind the scenes, but not you'd know. Look, it's just cool and casual. Everyone's fine talking about Mr. Hillary off the Bake Off's painting. So no one will ever know. If anyone drops in now expecting World Psoriasis Day hard psoriatic disease chat, they're going to be very confused. Very confused. You got Snuffle talking about the woods, James talking about painting. Right, let's see. We'll try again in a minute. Wangui's just joined us from a different device, and then we'll have another go at this. Right, let me bring Wangui in, and we'll see if we can get this to work this time. Right, can we hear you, Wangui?
Hi.
Yes, we can. Superb.
Oh.
There we go. Thank you so much for changing devices. I'm really sorry if you had a bit of stress there.
Yeah. I had to be here. So
in an ideal world, we'd have done lots of like technical rehearsals and stuff, but it's just not possible on a all-day live stream. So I appreciate your patience and persistence there. So for anyone that's not been here before, I feel like I should probably give you another introduction because Wangui Gathera was somebody that joined us on last year's World Psoriasis Day and had such an impact. I had numerous requests for you to come back onto the show. So thank you for joining us for a second year in a row. I hope you're well.
I am. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. And I probably shouldn't just like presume that everybody knows who you are, even though there is lots of regulars in the chat. Do you want to maybe, for anyone new, give a bit of an overview of who you are, where you're from, and before we deep dive into the medical stuff?
Sure. So my name is Wangui Gadhere. I am a psoriasis patient from Kenya, Nairobi. I have been living with psoriasis for the last 16, 17 years now. And yeah, I am also an IFPA ambassador. So yeah,
Superb.
basically in a nutshell.
Yeah, and like I say, you left quite an impression on our audience last year. So there might be some things we go back over for a second time, if you don't mind, just for the benefit of anyone new joining us and also having a bit more time, because obviously last year we were doing it around the Animal Crossing project, whereas this year it's very much focused on the story and the individual. So do you want to take us back to the beginning with your psoriatic disease story and you know how that first presented, sort of what sort of age you were and how long that then took to get sort of the help you needed?
Sure. My journey has been such an eventful one. But anyway, I think my psoriasis started when I had just finished high school, and it started with my scalp. So at first I thought it was dandruff, but it became persistent and it wasn't going away. And then it started coming to my hairline, and then eventually it manifested itself in the rest of the body. So it took me a while before I finally got a dermatologist who understood what psoriasis was, and I got a diagnosis. I visited so many hospitals, so many different hospitals, and was put on different medication without really knowing what the issue was. So yeah, I went through so much before finally getting my diagnosis, and my diagnosis came late, maybe a year later, because throughout this period, I saw very many different doctors and some dermatologists. I remember one particular hospital that stuck and experience is stuck in my mind till now. And I was telling a friend of mine yesterday when we were having our World Psoriasis Day event. We had it yesterday here in Kenya. So I remember I was telling her that I have never forgotten. I never forgot what happened at that time. And this was, quote unquote, a government dermatology clinic. So I remember when I went there, I remember, I think a friend of my dad told him about it, and then he took me there. Then I went to the doctor's room, and I used to wear what do we call it, a hijab.
Mhm.
I used to wear a hijab so that I could cover my hair and my face so no one could see me. So when I went to the doctor, I removed it. She looked at me and she was like, "What are you doing? Why would you do that here? You know, I have kids at home, and you might infect me with what you have." So I just looked at her. I looked at my dad, told him, "You know what? You get the diagnosis. You let me know what she says when I'm outside." So I left, and I just went outside crying, and it was so hurtful. But to date, I still remember it. And to me, that must have been the very worst of experiences that I went through, apart from, of course, being put on medication that wasn't really for psoriasis. Yeah.
But to get that from a medical professional, somebody that you're supposed to be on your side and you trust, and that must have really sort of set the scene for what living with psoriasis was going to be like for you. Do you know what I mean? To get that
Yeah.
reaction from the medical professional,
Yeah.
it doesn't put you on the best footing going forward, does it?
Yeah, it was really hurtful. And I remember it was from the end on that I started getting very confused. And right before I think I went to this doctor, I had visited another doctor who looked at me, and I think they had some sort of, he had an intern, I think, in his clinic. So he talked to the intern and told the intern, an 18-year-old with a recurrent fungal infection. Then he looked at me, asked me, "Have you gone for a HIV test?" I was like, "Wow, no, I haven't, but I definitely will, because, I don't know what you're insinuating." But then I did go for a HIV test. Of course, I did not have HIV. And then this other incident comes up. So I think that was the lowest moment for me living with psoriasis, because I don't know, I've never really gotten over it. It still hurts me to date when I think about it, when I talk about it. Yeah. And I think, had I known back then that, a patient has rights and you're supposed to be treated in a certain way by medical practitioners, then I probably would have done something about it. But at least now I know, and the same thing can never happen to me or anyone else that I know. Yeah. So yeah, it was the very lowest of my moments with psoriasis. But then again, of course, I didn't get the diagnosis. I was just given, I think I was put on steroids, oral steroids, and some ointment some concoction. I don't remember what it was. So I would use it, and then the psoriasis would clear. Then immediately I stop, it comes back. So obviously, I had to get on back to my journey of looking for a diagnosis. And finally, I met a dermatologist who knew what psoriasis was. And I remember this was like the best moment for me in my whole, psoriasis journey, because I went into his office. Then he looked at me, and my mom explained to him, like, we need to know what this is, because this girl has been crying every single day of her life since this started going on. So the doctor looked at me and laughed and was like, wow, you know what? I know what this is. And this is called psoriasis. He wrote it down for me, told me to go and Google it, and then sent me for a biopsy and a few lab tests. And to me, that was like, it was the best of getting my diagnosis was the best moment for me in this journey with psoriasis. But then I remember when we came out of the doctor's room, because we were myself, my mom, and my cousin. When we were going, I think we were going towards the lab, my mom broke down. She started crying. I had never seen her like that ever before throughout this whole journey. I had never seen her like that. But at that moment I saw her, I was like, oh my God, what is happening? I am happy. Why are you sad? Why are you crying? But right now, in retrospect, when I look back, now that I'm a parent, I sort of understand what she was feeling at the moment. Because right now I know I see any of my children with even a cold, I feel so bad. I'm like, I wish that would be me. Give it to me. I could handle it better. So I can imagine what my parents went through this whole journey of not having a diagnosis to this to when I got the diagnosis. I've never quite asked her why she cried or why she felt it. I might ask her today, I don't know, or she might not even remember. But in retrospect, I look back and I'm like, I sort of understand. I sort of now get probably where she was coming from, because aside from the emotional, part of it, I think they also had to deal with a financial burden that for me, wasn't really an issue at the time until now I started doing it for myself. So, yeah. And I think in as much as we do advocacy and for psoriasis patients, I think in future we might probably want to get programs where we probably, do something for the caregivers or for the parents of children living with psoriasis, because I feel like it must have been a very difficult journey for them. And I was having this conversation with a friend of mine yesterday and thinking, I never thought about it back then, because I was not a parent. I didn't know. Like, for me, it was just, I want my diagnosis, I want to get better. But I never thought about my parents. And they have been my biggest support system to date. Because I remember one particular period, what had happened, I don't remember. A friend of mine told me that some friends of ours were saying that I was HIV positive or something of the sort. And then I came home, I was feeling so bad. I told my dad about it. He looked at me and laughed. He was like, wow, I knew this was coming. I was waiting for this day, because I don't know, I knew it was coming. You remember when my doctor was telling me to go get a HIV test, I was with my dad, right? And he was like, you know what, we'll do this with you. We'll get it. We'll both get the test, whatever. And he told me that I was waiting for this day. I knew this day would come. I knew somebody would say this. And then we sat down, had a talk, and they have been on my corner like ever since. And I'm so grateful for them. Yeah.
That's amazing. And I say, I love that you mentioned caregivers, because that's something we talk about in this space a lot. And we try to accommodate as many. I think we've probably got as many caregivers in our community as we do people living with conditions, which is amazing. Because there's not enough sort of support given to them. So thank you for mentioning that. The bit I just want to ask you a bit more about, because we have a sort of like quite a large European and North American audience, and some of the things you were talking about there might seem quite like shocking to them, around the whole not being told to cover up and the HIV element. And would you mind talking a bit more about the culture, because we know there's a big psoriasis stigma just globally around psoriasis, but maybe some of the more cultural challenges that you face in either Kenya or wider Africa that you think is probably important for people to understand.
Yeah, stigmatization is a huge deal, and not very many people understand that psoriasis is actually what as a skin condition. I was talking to one of the patients yesterday. I met her for the first time yesterday, and we were just having a discussion, and she told me something that got me thinking, what? Okay. So she told me that during her journey, like looking for diagnosis and trying to get a dermatologist who understood what was going on, very many different people in her family and friends kept telling her that she should go back to her, was it mom? To her mom, ask her mom what she did, because because then it could have been a curse, and go back to her mom, ask her mom what she did, and go probably get sacrifices for her to get healed, right? So it comes with a lot of should I call them traditions or something of the sort? Yeah.
Yeah.
Most people do not actually understand that psoriasis is a skin condition and not a curse or a consequence of doing or not doing what you're supposed to do traditionally. So yeah, that's one of the biggest factors here. And maybe that's why we're trying to do a lot of awareness and advocacy to show people that it's actually a skin condition. You don't have to have wronged anyone or did a mistake for you to get, it's not a punishment. It's a skin condition, just that. Yeah. So we have a lot of that. Yeah, so many of us have had to do what? Take herbs and all those things. Like, those are things that we've all gone through. I know probably people from my family also had the same thing, just that I never really had anyone tell me. But it's a real issue. It's a thing that's happening, and yeah, it's the reality of things down here. Yeah.
It's really important you share that. So I appreciate you sharing that. I would say as well that the creams and stuff, that is an issue here as well. That whole people trying to get you to take stuff that you just know is going to have no impact because they don't understand the nature of psoriasis. They don't appreciate it's an autoimmune condition. They think it's because poor hygiene or you're not moisturizing enough or something like that. And it's a sort of ignorance. So it's important that we talk about this stuff so that people understand that not just the real effect to the disease and the origin of the disease, but the impact it has on us as individuals when people try to suggest those things as well. It hurts and it's an extra thing we don't need on top of managing our condition, isn't it?
Sure. Yeah.
You mentioned advocacy there. Obviously we talked a little bit about this when you last joined us. For anyone that wasn't with us last year on World Psoriasis Day, do you want to maybe tell us a little bit about what you do in your home country regarding advocacy?
Okay, so we do a lot of advocacy here and there. We have been on health shows on TV. We have had interviews, newspaper interviews. We have had, like yesterday, we had our symposium at the United Kenya Club here in Nairobi. And there are instances where we used to go from county to county on World Psoriasis Day, sensitizing and just telling people about what psoriasis is. And we also have bi-monthly meetings here in Kenya for patients, dermatologists, caregivers, just basically everyone affected with, or anyone with friends or family living, who have people living with psoriatic disease. So we've been doing a lot of that. And just recently we have also I've been doing a lot of social media. Like, we weren't really that vibrant on social media, but right now we have that. And we've had so many people come to us through social media and tell us, you know what, hi, I know somebody who has the same condition. I've seen someone with the same condition. I have psoriasis. There's a lady who flew in to Nairobi yesterday from Kisumu because she says she's been having this condition for the last 17 years, and she's literally never met anybody else with psoriasis for the last 17
Oh,
years.
word.
Yeah, so she was so happy. She had to come in, do the session for like 3 hours, then fly back to Kisumu because she had work today. But she was so happy. And I think the social media awareness campaigns have really helped us get more and more patients. We have mothers bringing their children in, children who've just been diagnosed with psoriasis. There's a mother who came in yesterday with her son. We had spoken on social media. She reached out. I told her, you know what, just come meet other young gentlemen who've had psoriasis since they were young, and now they are grown-ups. Some of them are married, some of them are working. Just come meet them, have your son meet them, talk to them, and just get to know that we are actually a community. It's not those days where I used to think that I'm the only one. We are so many of us, and in that space you feel like you belong, because you can handshake someone without having to be asked, okay, no, without somebody looking at
Yes.
with you. You can hug someone without someone pulling their head away, feeling like you will infect them with whatever you have. So that's what we've been doing. We've been doing a lot of meetups, a lot of talking to media houses and things like that, to raise awareness about psoriasis. That's here in Nairobi.
It's just amazing. I love hearing, like, you've had lots of people come on today sharing what they're doing in their regional areas, and I just love how everyone's adapting to whatever the regional situation is and what the need is, and I think it's just really, really special. I suppose the one thing I just wanted to ask you is, like, what made you take that jump into advocacy? When did you go from being a patient to being a patient that wanted to help other people's experiences?
Okay, so I've always really wanted to help people with psoriasis, because for me, my diagnosis journey, before I got to the correct diagnosis, it was the lowest of my lowest moments in life. And I would hate for another young girl or boy to go through the same what I went through. I mean, at this time and age, I would really hate for a medical practitioner to treat anyone the way they treated me, right? And that's why that's when I decided, you know what, this is not right. Whatever happened to me was not right. I don't want this happening to anybody else. So I will make it my life mission to talk about psoriasis, to post my photos on social media for everybody to see, that this is it's normal. It's not contagious. Like, you can hug me, I can get into a pool without you having to walk out, because I'm not going to infect you. It's simply not, it's non-communicable. You will not get it from coming into contact with me. So my experiences and what I went through are what led me to speaking up about psoriasis, to letting people know that it's okay. It's just a skin condition, and you cannot get it from me. And you don't have to treat somebody out there with, just treat, we are human, right? And we need to be treated with dignity and respect also. There is no difference between me and you. The only difference is that I have psoriasis, which you can't get from touching me. So my experiences are what led me to talk about psoriasis, speak about it, to at least, I would not want to have anybody else go through what I went through. Also, considering the fact that we are told that psoriasis is genetic, any of my children could have it. And I would hate to see them go through what I went through. Yeah. So that's why I decided to get into advocacy.
Awesome. And also so nice to have somebody else come on today talking about the genetic link and everything. I've had so many comments in the last couple of weeks building up to World Psoriasis Day, suggesting what I need to eat differently or do differently, or, and we all know there's ways we can manage our condition better, but it's not the cause. And yeah, you just basically in that last bit echoed what Sylvia from IFPA was on at the start of the show said about the genetic side. So really nice to hear that. And I think we need to keep working to remind people it was nothing that they did. It was, we can all do things like, I know if I have alcohol, it causes my skin to flare and therefore I should avoid alcohol, but it wasn't the cause of my psoriasis. So I think it's just really important that we remind people that, and that we can pass it down, and it's, and we need to, be ready for that. I know I'm always sort of hypersensitive when I'm checking my son in the bath and things like that, making sure there isn't anything there. The other day he said his knees ached and I had a heart attack, but then I remembered he'd just been, playing and wearing his legs out. So yeah, I think that's really important. Staying on the advocacy bit, obviously you and I were both in Singapore earlier this year with as if we're ambassadors, although we didn't get to see each other as much as we like because I think we were all suffering from jet lag over there from our part of the world. Like I was pretty much nocturnal. How did you find that experience? And also, I suppose, how important do you think it is to in your advocacy to get those experiences of challenges in like other cultures and other parts of the world?
Also, I really love and enjoy the meetings that we have with IFPA ambassadors, because we get to appreciate that challenges are different in each and every region, and we all have challenges. We would think that we are the ones who we're the only ones who have challenges because we're on this other side of the world. But when we come there, we're like, oh my god, really, Joel, you have an issue with your healthcare system, you also have to get in line before you
Yeah.
actually see a doctor. So we all have different challenges, and I think it makes me appreciate what we have here in Kenya, because we do not really have that huge problem with having to see a dermatologist. I can book for an appointment today and actually see the dermatologist tomorrow. Like, I think that's
Bad. I want that.
those are some of the things that we appreciate, that I can actually wake up in the morning, just check and go, just get in line and see a dermatologist. So we all have different challenges. It makes me appreciate of what we have here in Kenya. And meeting all of you guys here, getting to learn and listen to your stories and learn a lot from all the other guys and get to know what they're doing, get motivation. It is like the best thing that has ever happened to me. I never thought in a million years that speaking about psoriasis and advocating for it could get me as far as it's gotten me. I never thought that I'd go to Italy, like, to talk about psoriasis. I never thought that psoriasis would get me here, but I am so happy that getting to talk about it and going out public with it, and raising awareness has gotten me this far, and I am so grateful.
Yeah,
Because
no, I feel exactly the same.
right, because I remember when I was getting my diagnosis again, uh, my dad looked at me. There's a time I was really complaining, and my dad looked at me and was like, okay, if not you, then who then? If not you,
Yeah.
who? I mean, this is you. And I know that I there's just recently he looked at me and was like, you know what, I do not think anybody else in this family would have carried the way that you did. So it was yours. You have done so well. I love that you're talking about it. I love that you actually, you're giving people out there hope. You're not just seated and covering up like the way you used to in the very beginning. So I'm happy. I'm happy that it's gotten me this far. Yeah. And I'm so
Yeah.
grateful that I'm getting to work with people like you and other farmer groups, and I've been in other projects that I'm really passionate about. I recently there's a project that we're working on for women of childbearing age with chronic conditions, and we're working with other women with different other chronic conditions, not necessarily psoriasis, because we found that when you have a chronic condition and you're preparing to get pregnant, or you're pregnant, or you just had a child, then there's a lot going on with you. There are medications that you're not supposed to take. There are medications that are not compatible with breastfeeding, or there are medications that you're supposed to stop taking if you're planning to get pregnant. And I feel like women have it's a bit of a problem, because I remember myself when I got my son, and I think he was it 9 months old. I had to stop breastfeeding, like, completely, because I had my psoriasis flared up at 6 months postpartum. It was so bad. And funny thing is, during pregnancy, I was glowing, like my skin was at its best. It has never been like that before. But right after I got my son, and 6 months later, it flared up so badly. I had to go back to medication. I was on methotrexate
Yeah.
before that. So the doctor prescribed, what was it, cyclosporine, I think, because it's compatible with breastfeeding. But it was so expensive. I used it for a month. I could not afford it. I was like, you know what? Just get me back on methotrexate. I will stop breastfeeding. So I had to stop breastfeeding, unfortunately. And for me, these are some of the experiences that made me be passionate about the Women of Childbearing Age project with chronic conditions, because I would have loved to breastfeed longer, right? But I could not, because, you know, of all those factors surrounding that. So yeah, that's something I'm very passionate about, and I am hoping that it's still an ongoing project. And yeah, so some of the things that make me so happy, and that's one of the projects that I've done that makes me, you know, happy just as a person. Yeah.
You do amazing things, and as somebody, there was something you said in there that resonated with me. As somebody who myself often says, "Why me?" or "How did I get here?" kind of thing. My message to you, Wangu, would be because when you talk, people listen. Like, you
Oh,
know, every when you talk, it's like even me, like, we should know the same things. We should say the same things because we're both doing the same work. But every time you speak, I learn something. I think that's why because you're committed, you're passionate, and you wanna change things, and it comes across every time you talk. Um, I suppose I should probably, like, I know we had a few technical issues at the start, so sorry if this interview is a little bit shorter than planned. But I'd like to know, like I've got a high bar for you, so, you know, no pressure or anything. But I'd like to know what's next for you and your advocacy, because every time you come on here, I feel like you're just taking another step, and yeah, I'd love to know what you know, you mentioned a little bit there with mothers and everything, but what's next for you? Where do you see your advocacy going after this?
oh wow, that's
So it's a big question, but only because I have high expectations for you.
oh, I don't know. I am hoping that, you know, we can probably talk more about psoriasis here in Kenya. Like,
Mhm.
we've been talking a lot and telling people about psoriasis and what it is, but I feel like we still have a very long way to go in the field of advocacy, in the field of spreading awareness, because I am seeing so many children of late, like, coming to us, so many parents coming to us and telling us, you know, my child has just been diagnosed with psoriasis. I don't know what to do, because, you know, the boy who came yesterday was 6, I think 6, 7 or thereabouts.
Mhm.
And most of them tell us they just don't know what to do. And as I was telling you earlier, uh, right now that I'm a parent, I sort of understand what my parents must have gone through, like the emotional and financial burden and of having to, you know, because I never saw them complain or even sad. On the day of my diagnosis is when I saw my mom the way that I did. And obviously, they were also going through an emotional, you know, like looking at me like that and seeing me crying all the time. They were definitely also going through the same, but I never saw them like that. They were so strong, I could actually never tell that they were also struggling. So I tend to think that the parents of children living psoriasis are also going through the same, right? And in future, hopefully, I would like to for us to have a program where we work with parents of children living with psoriasis, probably just checking on their mental health, because I can imagine, like, all the emotional baggage that they have to deal with. It's not easy, like looking at your child and having to endure, like having to look at them suffer. It's so difficult. Most of the time you just want to be given whatever they're suffering from, just give it to me. I think I could deal with it better, right?
Yeah.
So the parents and the caregivers, the partners, are also going through probably even more than what the patients go through. So I am hoping that we can have a program where we talk to caregivers, where we talk to parents, where we just check on them and their mental state, you know, get to talk to them, get to tell them that, you know what, everything is going to be okay. Probably just train them on how to, you know, deal with the children, or how to talk to them, how to tell them that, you know, it's all right. You can, and also probably school projects where we have to visit schools, because there's also a friend of mine, a colleague of mine who I work with, who just I think it was like a month ago, told me that there's a neighbor of theirs where around their neighborhood, the daughter of a friend also got diagnosed with psoriasis, but her self-esteem went so low because she's bullied in school. Nobody understands, nobody wants to play with her, nobody wants to touch her. So I hope that we can also get to a point where we'll have to visit schools, talk to pupils and students, and just sensitize, tell them about psoriasis. Growing up, and this is funny because growing up, when I was growing up, we used to have these programs where in the afternoon, after we have the school session, then in the afternoon we'd have talks about sexual transmitted diseases and HIV, because it was a huge thing. It was bad back in the day. So many people used to die from HIV. I believe that we can do the same with psoriasis. And you see, just have sessions where we tell children, she's also a human being. Like, bullying her won't make her better, right? And it's just a skin condition. You cannot get it, right? So treat your other pupils, your friends with respect. Don't just play with them. You can't get whatever they have. I hope that we can get to a point where we go to schools, talk to students, so that they also know that, that's psoriasis. My son met, I came home yesterday, and my son kept pressuring me, Mom, I want to go with you. I want to learn about psoriasis. But I couldn't, unfortunately, I just couldn't tag him along with me. So when I came back home, he sat me down and told me, Mom, can you tell me something about psoriasis? I want to learn something about psoriasis. So I told him, obviously, it's what's on my skin. I've always told them that I have psoriasis, this is psoriasis, it's not contagious and whatnot. So I asked him, do you know anybody else who has psoriasis? He told me, yes. Who? Your friend Tina. Tina is my friend who we were with in Singapore and Italy. I don't know if you remember her. So he told me, yeah, you remember? So he told me, I've seen your friend Tina, and I was so surprised. I actually didn't think that he can recognize psoriasis. He's 7. So I hope that we can get to that point where even children are able to tell that this is psoriasis, it's not contagious. Bullying you won't make you better. It won't heal the psoriasis. So what we can do is just love each other, hug me. You can't get psoriasis from hugging me, and things like that. Yeah.
I love how you started that answer with, oh, that's a big question, I don't know. And then you gave us this big long list of all the amazing things you've got planned. So you see, I was right. That's why I've got high expectations of you, Wangui, because every time we speak, you've just got these amazing ideas, and all the stuff you do in your day job, all the stuff you've achieved already with your advocacy. I'm super excited to keep following your journey. And that's why I felt like we had to have you back for a second year in a row, because it just feels like you're going at such a pace. And yeah, I'd love to know more. So I'm hoping you'll come back at some point and give us an update when some of them things have gone into fruition, sort of thing.
Definitely, I love to be here. I really love to be here.
Yeah, I know our community absolutely love hearing from you, and yeah, I'm going to let you go at this point because I appreciate you've been on the call for quite a while in the green room, and since you've come on live. So thank you for working through the technical issues at the beginning and having patience. Yeah. You've clearly got a massive fan club you've brought with you in chat as well. So thank you for all the people that got involved that we haven't seen on the channel before in chat. Thanks for joining us. And I hope you got something from the conversation. And Wangui, where can people find you before I let you go? Just give yourself a little plug where people can find you on social media.
So on Instagram, I am at Psoriasis Reflections. On Twitter, I am at I think Wangui Gadere, I'm not sure. On LinkedIn, Wangui Gadere. Just search Wangui Gadere, you'll find me anywhere. Wangui Gadere, all my platforms will be there. Yeah, follow me.
Superb. And if anyone's watching this video back or listening to the podcast when it eventually becomes a podcast episode, links to where you can find Wangui will be in the description. Thank you so much for giving up time on your Sunday. What time is it there? I've been asking this for everyone abroad. What time is it where you are?
It's now 6:48 p.m. Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. So not too late. So thank you for thank you for giving up some of your Sunday evening. I really appreciate it. And on behalf of everyone here, thank you again for joining us for a second year in a row.
Hey, thank you for having me.
Brilliant. I'll see you soon.
All the
Bye-bye.
rest of your other interviews. Yeah, see you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah.
Oh, guys, I could talk to Wangui all day. We're nearly halfway through, guys. Another 10 minutes and we're halfway through. So thank you for sticking with me if you've been here this long. Just a usual reminder, if you've been watching us for the last 4 hours on YouTube, or for the last hour or two, really, remember to give your YouTube, whatever device you're watching this on, your browser a refresh, so that your chat doesn't fall too far behind what's happening on screen. So YouTube has been having a bit of an issue today where it's like literally fallen like 10 minutes behind the longer you watch. And it helps me a lot if the chat messages come through in time. Therefore, I know what you're referring to. Thank you to all the new people that got involved in chat during that, guys. Please do give the video a thumbs up. It helps us massively. And also feel free to subscribe to the channel if you want to help us reach more people today. I can't tell you how much your comments in chat, your thumbs up on the video, and your subscribes help us reach more people. None of them things cost anything, but they just help us reach more people that might be looking for support today on World Psoriasis Day 2023. I will get some music up in a minute. Stuff, thank you for your thank you. Guys, some lovely comments in there. I think that's probably by far the most comments we've had during the interview. So yeah, thanks for getting involved with that, guys. Really appreciate it. After the break, if I've got an advert I can run. After the break, we'll all have a little stretch and a move in a minute. I'll be joined by Jenny Durand. You might also know Jenny as Cute and Chronic off Instagram. Patient advocate from the US. I'm really excited to get Jenny on a call because me and her have been in touch on social media for what feels like years now, and this will be the first time we've actually been able to sit down and have a chat. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. She really is amazing. Yeah, she is. She's incredible. She's incredible. And great shout, guys, for those of you that asked to get her back on for a second year in a row, because I just love the end there where it's like, I don't really know what I've got planned going forwards. And then there was this big long list of all the ways that Wangu was going to change the world. So I very much loving that. I could have just listened all day. Near cheeks also sorry, my voice is hurting a bit. I've been talking for 4 hours, bear in mind. Near cheeks, it also made me think there might be an opportunity for us to speak to her regarding some of the caregiver stuff Wangui talked about, for a project that me and Near Cheeks are working on to provide a bit more support to caregivers as well, because we know it's an issue that's often overlooked. It's come up several times today already. So yeah, I'm glad you liked it, guys. Thanks for all the support today. It's amazing. We're nearly 4 hours into this, and yeah, to have so many people watching, commenting, people that have been here from the start and everything. Yeah, it's just incredible. Really appreciate it. So usual drill, guys, as I try and do one of these streams a little bit healthier than I normally do, where I just go through and don't move. I'm going to get up, have a stand, have a stretch, get some water, refill cups, etc. I would encourage you, those of you that have been with me for a long time today, to do the same. Look after your bodies, get hydrated, and when we come back, we'll be talking to Jenny in what's going to be a fascinating conversation. With a guest, that'll be our first guest from America today, won't it? Yeah, what have we had today? Argentina, Northern Ireland, UK, Kenya, and then this will be America. And this will be our halfway point, guys. When I return, we'll be halfway through today's World Psoriasis stream. If you're enjoying what you like, or what you're seeing, that's probably what I should have said. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, please remember to give the channel a subscribe and a video a thumbs up, and I will be back shortly. Thank you. And we're back. Here, guys. Thank you for tolerating my little breaks in between. Yeah, so like I said, I have to keep repeating the same stuff. So if you've been here a long while today, guys, I'm sorry you hear the same things. But people on live streams drop in and out all the time, so you have to assume that people have just got here. So yeah, last year I stupidly pretty much done the whole 8 hours without really getting up and moving, and then I was basically crippled for a week. So I'm making sure after each interview this time that I get up and move around and get water on board and everything else. And then what we're also doing in between the interviews, we're having a bit more of a social, asking you guys what you're up to, having a bit of a laugh and a joke. So if you join us during those moments, it's not because we're not treating today seriously. We certainly are during the interviews. But if I talked here for 8 hours and listening to other people's challenges of living with psoriatic disease and the serious nature of that, if I didn't unload a little bit in between the interviews, I think I'd probably be twitching by the end of the day. So yeah, tolerate me, excuse me whilst we have a bit of fun in between the interviews. I hope you all enjoyed that, guys. Lots of lovely comments. Probably, like I say, the most comments we've had all day after an interview. So thank you so much for sharing that. So yeah, Nia Cheeks was adamant that I got Wayne Gooey back on the show this year, and you can see why, because just amazing person doing incredible things. And there so many of the people doing the best things are like properly understated. We had Sylvia at the start of the show downplaying like how I'm a journalist and like she's like literally nationwide known newsreader, and she started the first foundation or organization for psoriasis support in Argentina and then the whole of South America, and she's the president of that. And just like, yeah, people, the best ones downplay their positions, don't they? So I hope you're enjoying this, guys. Usual reminder after an interview, I'm just going to do this now for the rest of the day. If you've been watching us for a while, give YouTube a refresh so it doesn't lag behind, so your chat doesn't fall behind the image. Because if not, it gets very confusing if people are replying to things that happened 2 minutes ago. YouTube seems to be having a bit of an issue for some people today, where if you don't refresh the screen every couple of hours, it falls behind a little bit. An example of that is when I can see myself on screen still talking, even though I've gone to the bathroom, which is very odd. That's a very odd thing to see. Get your head around. You've got me updating my psoriasis blog because your Adventures Day 70 psoriasis. That's what World Psoriasis Day is all about, guys. We're here for 2 reasons today. One is to make other people feel seen, represented, supported, like they're not failing, like they didn't do anything wrong. That if they're having a bad day, that's okay, because we all have bad days with this disease. That it's not about our best lives, it's about real life. And if somebody comes away from this feeling like they're not alone, then we've done our job. The other side of it is to raise awareness. And that's why later on today we'll be joined by some medical professionals and talking about the role they play in all of this. I really hope my brain fog and fatigue can be staved off until then. On reflection, I should have brought the medical professionals in at the start of the day, because I'm going to be a babbling mess by the time they join us. But it'll be fine. It'll be fine. But yeah, we're very lucky to have them join us and add to the conversation. And we hope this is just a start, guys, because if you are new here, the Chronic Pain Club runs every Sunday night, 7 o'clock GMT time, between 7 and 8, where we interview a guest just for 30-45 minutes. And then we stick around for as long as you guys need us in chat and share each other's experiences. And then we all go off, and hopefully we resonated with someone somewhere. If we can get that to be an all sides of the conversation debate, where we get people from medical community to be involved and help us and help raise awareness as a united force, then I think that could be really important. So very grateful for the medical professionals joining us today, because it really does help us going forwards in making that point about lived experience, the value of the patient voice, and how basically we can't get anywhere without shared decision making. It can't be a one-sided thing. Moving is a must. It really is. I'm learning, Lisa. I'm learning. I'm getting better at practicing what I preach. I am. Right, because all of my guests have been super punctual today and been getting here really early, I feel like I shouldn't leave Jenny waiting any longer. So let me just get rid of. I've got a sore voice, but that was always going to happen. It was only 2.5 weeks ago that I lost my voice, guys, and now I'm doing an 8-hour stream. Madman. Right. So usual drill, guys. If you've been here all day, sorry you're hearing this again. I will kill the music. We will put chat off screen to protect our guest, but please do keep the chat going. As you've seen on previous interviews already, I will feature the best comments on screen. We won't acknowledge them or anything, but it does help for people watching on other platforms, so other people watching this back at a later date understand what was going on in chat. yeah, please do keep the conversation going. Today is about as much as supporting you guys, supporting each other, as it is the conversations going on screen. Without further ado, let's bring in our next guest, who I'm delighted is joining us from the USA. Jenny Durand, also known as Cute and Chronic on Instagram and probably other platforms, is a psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis advocate and somebody that I've spent far too long waiting to have a chat with on screen. How are you, Jenny?
Michael, I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. You're looking very well.
Oh, you too. I am so happy that you're doing this. And I just wanted to say thank you because I know that this is really hard. Like, not only just like, I don't know, it's kind of mental gymnastics too, to be on for 8 hours. I don't think I could do it. I don't know. But, and also the physical side of it, just sitting there for a long time. So I was happy to hear. I didn't know, like last year you didn't take the breaks. I didn't know that. So oh my gosh, I'm glad that you're doing that.
Yeah, last year we were playing computer games, which made it easier to do the whole not moving. But it was a lot worse for my voice. And yeah, and the trouble is like, yeah, I have to do that because I'm learning. I can't sit here having these conversations all day if I'm not encouraging people to move as well.
Oh, that's so true. Yeah. Because we're just, I do the same thing sometimes where like when I'm advocating, I'm like so focused on taking care of the other people and being like, make sure you get up and move, that you don't do it yourself.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, we've got to extend that kindness to ourselves too. So good.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And before we move on, what time is it where you are? Am I being really unsociable for you, or is this okay?
Yeah, no, this is perfect. It's 11 a.m. And you know what? I have a 9-month-old right now. So, I mean, I'm already, my day has been 9 hours already.
Yeah, your time is not your own anymore.
No. Well, it's like that thing where they're like, oh, moms will ask when you can go to lunch and it's 9:45 in the morning. I'm ready to go to lunch.
Yeah. So, yeah, and we'll definitely come on to the whole being a parent with this disease as well down the line. But I suppose for anyone that doesn't know who you are, because like I say, I feel like I just consider you a friend now, even though it's the first time we're actually speaking audibly to each other. But for anyone that doesn't know you, do you want to maybe just give a little introduction about yourself, where you're from, etc., and then we'll get stuck in?
Yeah, so I'm in Iowa in the US. And I was actually, before psoriatic arthritis, you know, I've had psoriasis since I was 12. I was actually on a family vacation in, I think it was like Ocean City, Maryland or something. And my mom had thought I got into like a poisonous plant or something, because on the back of my neck, I had this rash that we couldn't figure out. Come to find out it was psoriasis. So then kind of nothing really big going on except for just living with my psoriasis, putting on the ointments and the creams and shampoos and stuff. But then come about 2019, I became really active in running and doing that type of thing. I've always been kind of active in general, but I kind of amped it up a bit. And then I was working out, and all of a sudden my joints started to feel kind of like the Tin Man. Like I was like walking and I'm like, something's not right. But you know, when you don't know what it is, you're like, okay, what, like something's off, but I couldn't tell you what it was. So I got that like feeling of really stiff joints and everything. And I remember I had a friend, we would do this Orange Theory workout. It's like a little gym that you go to, and we'd be running. And he looked over at me and he's like, something's wrong. He's like, normally you're beating me in these workouts, and now like something's different. So got diagnosed in 2019 with psoriatic arthritis, and then kind of went through a whole thing. Probably that's where my advocacy stuff started, was in 2019. I was really kind of afraid of starting medications and things. And so 2020, you know, the pandemic hit. And at the same time, I'm being told, okay, now you have to start this immune suppressant medication. And I'm like, this seems like the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I was like, you're telling me I should suppress my immune system while we have this thing like running around. So it took me a little bit to get started, but something that helped me was actually at the time it's weird to think about this on Instagram, but there wasn't Reels on Instagram. And so what I was doing was posting a picture and then writing like a paragraph or two of like my experience that day. And I would do it every day. And that's kind of where Cute and Chronic was born. Was talking about that.
And you're absolutely smashing it on there.
Like, thank you.
Especially now you're a mum, like how you have time to do that.
It's gotten harder, I will say, but
can imagine. And were you so you developed that the sort of psoriatic arthritis bit, I suppose, at that in your 20s. Did psoriasis present at the same time, or was that sort of before or after?
Yeah, so my psoriasis was way before, and
Mhm.
so I actually feel kinda lucky that it was that way because a lot of people, if I didn't know this before I joined this or, like, had this community, was that, psoriatic arthritis can actually present first for some people, and when it does that, it's a lot harder to diagnose because they don't have the psoriasis rashes to kind of go off of, and so they're like, "Well, is it rheumatoid? Is it what is this?"
Yeah.
And there's not really definitive blood tests, as we know, for really finding it. So, lucky for me, my dermatologists were always very adamant. They're like, if you have any joint pain, I need to know about it and we need to have it checked out. But when I was diagnosed or when I started having joint pain, because I had changed my workout routine and was doing something, I was doing HIIT workouts and something a lot more extreme than I had been doing. My doctors were actually convinced it was just overuse and like overworking out. So I think it was caught a little bit later as like even though they knew to look for joint pain for me, they were like, well, you did just start this really intense workout routine. So it's kind of unfortunate timing in that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, and we get that story a lot on here, where if you have it the other way around, the dermatologist is warning you to look for this, look for that. For people like me, that I had juvenile idiopathic arthritis. I had rashes all through my teenage years, but no one was really interested. The rheumatologist wasn't interested, and
no.
then eventually it got too hard to ignore in my 20s. I was like, oh, okay, it must be psoriatic arthritis then. So it's a totally different experience, and
Yeah.
then unfortunately, since doing my advocacy work, I've learned how much work, I'm going to try and word this diplomatically, how
Yeah.
much work there is to do between that relationship between dermatologist and rheumatologist. And it does very much seem like if you get dermatologist first, you're going to be aware of what to look out for. If you get
Yes.
rheumatologist first, they're stuck in that lane and they don't consider the bigger
Yeah. Isn't that
picture.
interesting that you say that? Another kind of interesting position for me is I'm a nurse, and so I actually started out in oncology, but just with having my baby, the work of that was a little bit too much. I was doing 12-hour shifts. My body hated it. It was
Hmm.
just yeah. So I actually work at a dermatology office now, which is awesome because I get kind of both views
Yeah.
of it. I'm a patient with psoriasis, but I'm also caring for people with psoriasis. So it's just a very it's kind of interesting to have the view on both ends. But you're so right that the dermatologists are aware of the joint pain to look for, but the rheumatologists they don't do that as much, do
No,
they?
I literally pointed out my rashes. I literally pointed them out, and I was told it was maybe thrush or a fungal infection, or
Yeah.
and this went on for years. And I had to get to the point where I literally had about three different types of psoriasis. So I had scalp
Oh,
psoriasis, inverse psoriasis, and um, GPP, like for the palms
yeah.
of my hand, all the blisters and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And then it was sort of like undeniable. I was just like, yeah. But the trouble is, in the UK, it might be different elsewhere. In the UK, I stay under rheumatologist, so I still don't see a dermatologist.
Oh,
So
really?
I'm like stuck in that lane, if that makes sense. And
Oh.
it's surreal. But you being being a nurse, that must give you real like a different insight on it or angle.
It is weird because all of the things that sometimes I know as patients that we're frustrated about, I'm also frustrated about it as a nurse, but it's like so I think I come to the appointments with a little bit better understanding of their limitations that they have under the
Yeah,
system, and it's like, okay, I'm so frustrated by this, but I know it's not that person's
yeah,
specific problem. They're also, like, weighed down by the problem of it, so the whole thing could just be a lot
yeah.
better, but
And
but I think it helps me on both ends, as a nurse, having more patience for when patients are so tired of what they're having to deal with, and I totally understand it from both sides of it. So I think it just makes me a better provider.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure as a nurse, it must make you, infinitely better. I think I don't know what you find, but I find like because I'm the same, where I consider myself to be sort of representing both camps a little bit. I work in the
Yeah,
NHS. My wife's a nurse. I'm
yeah,
an advocate. I'm a patient, and the only thing is, I don't know about you. I can find like, especially on social media, it can be an exhausting place to be because. As somebody that knows that, we got a dermatologist joining us later, and they will tell you they got a 5 minute time slot to do an
I
appointment.
know.
They want to ask me about my mental health. They want to ask me about my family. They want to ask me about the impact on my job. But they have
Yeah.
5 minutes. And that
Yeah.
means they're going to focus on the rashes and they're going to focus on what hurts
And
and
to
your
keep you
coverage.
well, yeah,
Yeah,
and your
exactly that.
comfort. Like, it's like a hierarchy, and they would love to make it to the top, but we're basic stuff
That's it.
right now.
And then to try and then have that conversation on like social media where you're sort of saying to people, it's not really the doctor's fault. It's the decision makers, as government, as policy. We've got to aim higher. And some people don't want to have that. They've made up their mind
I
that
know.
all medicine professionals are terrible.
I
And
know, and they
uh,
have, like, a bad angle. They're trying to
yeah,
exploit me type thing, and I think there's room for that frustration, and it's just being brought out at the wrong place, but
that's it. That's knowing how to focus your energy, isn't it? And I guess that's the role we play. And it can be
yes,
quite exhausting. I think
yeah,
that's why people that do have them multiple perspectives are really important because I talk a lot about like, we get nowhere by doctor bashing. We're all
yeah,
trying to achieve the
yeah,
same thing. They want to help us better. We want them to help us better. We're both frustrated by the time restriction, etc.
yep,
But we don't come to that solution taking sides against each other. We get to that solution together.
yeah, we're a
Yeah.
team.
But yeah, trying to
Yeah.
communicate that and trying to get that across on Instagram in a way that doesn't get me a load of abuse is hard
I
work.
know. It does a little bit some of the time. Like, I think there's a space for sharing your frustrations, and, like, obviously, you can have a bad experience with a doctor or a medical
Yeah, of
professional,
course.
and that's okay to share that experience, but it's not, like, grouping the whole thing in and making us against them. We're all on the same team. We're all trying to there's a reason people go into being doctors and nurses and things,
Yeah,
so
they didn't at some point they wanted to help somebody.
yes,
and,
yes,
then,
and
and that's
whatever got in the way, yeah,
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 and red tape and process and paperwork all gets in the way. So yeah, and also
yeah.
I think it's worth remembering, like we strive as patients and in the patient advocate community. And sorry, I'm going off on my own agenda
No,
here,
I
but it's like,
love this, yeah,
it's like
I'm here
we
for it.
we strive to be treated as humans and look at us as the person behind our disease and everything. I think it's then equally important that we do the same for the medical professionals.
Yeah,
We
and
have
that's
to understand that there's a person there as well, and they don't want to come into work and be shouted at. They want to come into
yeah,
work and help people, and that's about trying to get there together, isn't it?
yeah, and I do think, going into the appointment with a certain mindset, it's gonna highlight whatever that mindset is in that appointment. So if you go in with a negative, us me against them type of thing, you'll find me against them stuff to back it
Yeah,
up. But if you go in with the more positive, we're in this together, you will find that too.
yeah,
So,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. And
Yeah,
like I say, but it took me to go to medical conferences to understand that like fully. Do you know what I mean? Like properly. Like
absolutely.
you go back to 2019, I was really angry and I wanted someone to blame and
Yeah,
and I thought that somebody made, and then suddenly I understood the system and I took time to learn. And like here in the UK about how biologics are signed off. It's not the doctor. It happens a lot
exactly.
higher than that. And once I
Yep.
understood that, I knew where to then focus my efforts. But it is unfortunately, sometimes you have to see things you don't want to see, and then that can be quite difficult.
Yeah, yeah, and then you have to live with it, like you saw
Yeah,
it.
that's it.
Yeah,
And yeah,
I
and then
don't
things
want
will never be the same again.
yeah, sometimes I think that with, like, being a nurse, I'm like, I'd appreciate not knowing a
Yeah,
lot of the stuff. Yeah,
yeah,
but
yeah.
that's so funny.
So, did your experience with psoriasis as you're younger want you to get into nursing, or was that completely separate and
You know,
uncoincidental?
I think it was separate, but maybe underlying, like, I think subconsciously it probably had something to do with it because my dermatologists were amazing, and, um, I think it was just the idea of, and I think this is where my advocacy comes in too, is that I just have this, like, need, or not need, but I really want to help people, and whatever hard thing I have experienced, I would like to, like, kind of, it's as if the road was not paved for me, and I would like to pave it for the people who are behind me coming
Yeah,
through. That's kind of like what my goal has always been in life, even before psoriatic arthritis. And so, that's kind of where nursing was. It's like helping people if they are going through the hardest thing of their life. How can I make it a little bit easier, a little bit lighter, and not so lonely feeling, I guess.
and you said was it you originally in oncology?
I
So
was.
yeah, so
Yeah.
that is like at the extreme of supporting people through the
Yeah.
hardest things in their lives,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. I was in I did stem cell transplants. So worked in more bone marrow, which is interesting because a lot of kind of it played a role in my beginning of my journey because some of the medication that we have for arthritis is really, really low dose of what I use to treat some of these cancers,
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
so for me, I'm only seeing the high, like high dose side effects. And so I was really afraid to start some of my medications actually because
I
of my
bet.
experience there. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So did you try things like methotrexate, or were you sort of straight to biologics?
no, I tried so first I tried Otezla. Have you
I've heard of it. Yeah, I don't know
yeah.
if I'd be so familiar with in the UK, but I've heard of it.
Yeah, so Otezla was more of this newer medication at the time, didn't suppress the immune system quite as much. So my dermatologist started me on Otezla, and it worked amazing for my psoriasis. I was very kind of like pleased with how that worked. But when psoriatic arthritis came into the picture, the Otezla just did not do anything. But
No.
I'm very open about this on my channel, but I was very scared of starting medication. I saw a lot online about like doing all natural and like all this stuff. And I am somebody who will fall for those things. In
Right.
life,
Okay.
I'm like, well, yeah, maybe I should do that. Like they make it seem like it's the better thing. I don't know. And
It's
so
good that you have that insight, though, that you're more likely to go down that
I'm
route.
more likely to be, yeah. And so my like part of my advocacy is just like trying to share that with people. Let's see. Okay. Sorry, my something popped up. But
No, that's okay.
sharing that with people because I'm like, okay, I'm one of the ones that is more likely to fall for those things, and I did, and it really actually put me off treatment for. I was on the Otezla, which wasn't treating me well, and I was the rheumatologist was like, okay, well, the next thing is methotrexate, so we got to talk about that, and I was like, no. I'm gonna do celery juice. I was talking to my husband about this. I was like, I'm just gonna try. Somebody messaged me, somebody DM'd me on Instagram and said that I could do it with celery juice. And they said all I have to do is an empty stomach every morning, drink celery juice. So I did that for like a week, and I was like, what am I doing? And then it did take a little bit longer, but I'm open about that. I fall for those things, and then I'm like, no. So I think that makes me better at advocating against them a little bit because it's not bad to treat naturally, but I don't want people to put off treatment the way that I did
Yeah.
because of being afraid of it and thinking that all natural is better.
And
So to
the
speak.
theme that's come up from several guests today is like, we can live lives that help us manage it better with
Yeah.
better diet and exercise and everything else, but it ultimately didn't cause it.
Yeah.
And oh my God,
Yeah.
I got dogs abuse in the last week for a post that I'd done around that because ultimately it's genetic. We were predisposed
Mhm.
to it. I have a long family history of autoimmune disease. I
Yep.
did not cause my psoriasis or psoriatic arthritis, but I can give it a better chance by
Yes.
not paying attention to my triggers, stress and alcohol and things like that.
Exactly.
So that's the big difference. But unfortunately, you know what it's like. I imagine you get a lot more than me because I'm an old man on Instagram. But I get enough DMs. I wish I could be like a human shield for all these
I
people to say
know.
just ignore all of this rubbish because I don't know if you found like just from your like medical background, like especially during the pandemic, methotrexate got such a bad rap. You had all these
Sure did.
people on social media doing videos of injecting their biologics and obviously talking about how amazing it is. And it is amazing. It totally gave me a second lease of life. But
Yeah.
what people didn't see for 10 years, I was on methotrexate and I played hockey and rugby and running and I've done all this stuff. Um,
Yeah.
and then it stopped working and then it messed my liver up and caused lots of problems. But unfortunately, on social media, they focus on that last bit and
I
how
know.
wonderful biologics are because all these influencers are doing injection videos and they
Yeah.
don't see that there is steps we have to
I
take
know.
to
Yeah,
get to
that
that
is such
point.
a big part of it because for me too, like my early journey was methotrexate. Like that was what, and it worked. It was great. Like now it did make me tired a little bit the day
Yeah,
after that
yeah,
I would take it. I have to
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I would
Right
take it
down.
on like, you can't take it and then work the next day. You have to take it like, so it kind of
Yeah,
flush
mine
out
was
your.
always on a Friday,
Yeah, me
every Friday.
too.
Yeah.
Me too. Or like or a Saturday where I could sleep Sunday, but I think I typically did Friday,
Yeah,
and then would spend Saturday really just vegging out, like sleeping and that type of thing. And at the beginning with methotrexate, for me, I got some headaches from it, which is just common that can happen
yeah,
with it. And my doctor was so amazing because I was so afraid of it, like I said. And well, part of what helped me go on it actually was Instagram too, because I
mhm,
met with a group of like I think it was like 6 people, and Arthritis Life Cheryl, I don't know if you've seen her on Instagram, but
Oh yeah. She was on the show the other week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she had a podcast, or like we did a recording of us
Yeah.
talking about our journey with methotrexate, and it was me and like 6 other people. It was people who had been on methotrexate for like 35 years, and then somebody who'd been on it for 5. I hadn't started it yet, so I was just sharing what I was like scared about.
Yeah.
But that helped me along with like my doctor. And I remember she said to me, I know how we talked about how like they have time constraints in there, but she's been amazing. And she sat in there for an hour with me, telling me all this
Really?
stuff about it. Yeah. And she said to me, she's like, Jenny, methotrexate isn't something to be scared of, but you do have to respect it. And I like that she said that.
That is exactly it. I've used similar words. Like that you have to respect it. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, I think people don't always do that with biologics. You know, people forget that biologics can mask a temperature. You can
Yeah.
be ill, but stick a thermometer in your ear and it can say it's only 37. You think you're fine and you're not. You've got a raging fever.
Yes.
But I think for whatever reason, and again, this I suppose goes back to why it's really important to educate and inform patients, because we're not given that information.
Yeah.
We're misinterpreting it, and then social media squeezes
Oh my
it and
gosh.
screws it
Yeah.
and then spits it out, and it looks totally different the other end, doesn't it?
Yeah. That's so true. It takes it, and then it like, I don't know, takes all the negative. There's a lot of it's not black or white. It's like it's this big gray clump, but they take all of the negative out and put it over here. Yeah. You can do the same thing with the positive, but yeah.
Unfortunately, it's always both extremes, isn't it? There's never anything in the middle. And that's why I think these conversations are really important, because things like oral systemics and methotrexate, they've got a place. Same as biologic got a place. But like I was having this conversation with someone not so long ago, I was saying, but there's a reason we don't rush straight to what them. One, obviously, is the cost.
I know.
But 2, they're serious immunosuppressants, but somehow their imagery has been kind of like nursed to like be this thing where they're just, it's all positive. Biologic is all positive, methotrexate's all bad, and that's why I think it's really important. So thank you for sharing this, because I know it does open you up on social media. I've been on the receiving end of that as well.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, we still get the messages all the time. And some of them are like scammers too. So I'm like, it's interesting that they target that.
It's very odd. But yeah, I think you made a really important point there. So thank you. And it's nice that we're getting this theme today. We're getting this theme of like, yes, you can manage these things better, but it was nothing you did. It was nothing you could take to get rid of it. And also people forget as well that this stuff doesn't always work. You know, you might have somebody doing lots of videos today about biologics being this great thing. And then like in my situation, I went pretty much overnight. 6 months, it stopped working.
Yeah.
And I was right back to decades prior, you know what I mean? And
yes. And
so have you had any setbacks with yours?
Yeah. Well, so I started on the Otezla, and then Otezla wasn't really working. I guess I don't know if I would consider them setbacks yet, but kind of. After Otezla, finally got talked into doing methotrexate. Did methotrexate alone for a while, and I guess I met with my rheumatologist, and she's like, you know, are you able to do the things that you had sort of done before? And not really. I was like, you know, I'm in less pain. I can sleep at night. I was actually talking with my husband this morning. I remember early in my diagnosis, it was really painful for me to sleep in bed for some reason. So I would always sleep on the couch, which is wild to me to think back to that time. You know, when you're in a better place and you have respite from that pain and you have something that's working, you look back and you're like, wow, like I couldn't even, I remember I tried to walk. I went for a walk outside. I had been running like marathons. I had been doing things before psoriatic arthritis. I tried to walk a mile to go, I don't know, just go for a walk. And my husband had to go, I got half a mile and he had to drive in his car to pick me up because I couldn't make it back, you know? So that kind of was on methotrexate. I was like, you know, I'm still having problems. I didn't expect that I'll probably be able to run very much anymore, but I would like to be able to like do most things. So I did add Humira in to methotrexate and did those 2. And then I was given the choice, essentially. I was on that for like a year and a half. And then I was given the choice to either stay on Humira, because then pregnancy started. I mean, I started thinking about starting a family and that type of thing. And so obviously methotrexate you can't be on when you're doing that. But Humira you can. So I knew that methotrexate and Humira together worked well, but it didn't seem like Humira was going to work that well alone if I just stayed on that. So they gave me the option of either staying on Humira or going to Cimzia. So I decided to drop the methotrexate, drop the Humira, switch to Cimzia, and then that's actually been my best medication so far. So I don't know if I could call it setbacks because I never really I probably would have, if pregnancy wasn't in the picture, I probably would have stayed on the methotrexate and Humira.
Yeah.
But I will say, on my last dose of Humira, I wasn't switching because of anything, but on my last dose, I did get hives on my leg. So they were like, well,
Okay.
probably a good thing that we're switching.
Yeah. I must admit, I can't inject on my stomach. I have to do it all on my legs, but that because it causes a rash. But I don't think it's
Weird.
Humira. I think it's purely my psoriasis reacting to damage.
Interesting.
So, like, if I inject on my thighs, nothing happens at all. If I inject on my stomach, it just goes right back to methotrexate when I used to self-inject methotrexate as well. Any injection on my stomach, I'd get a patch of psoriasis like a week later.
Around where that was?
Yeah, every time. But
Really?
it was never but again, though, it shows you how that stuff could be twisted. Oh, I
Yes.
took biologics and it gave me a rash and I'm allergic to it. No, it's just
No.
psoriasis reacts to damage. It's the same as my psoriasis is always worse in the winter when I used to play sport because I'd go
Yeah,
out and
mine
play
too.
hockey in the freezing cold. This is
Yeah.
field hockey in the UK, not ice hockey. And
Mm.
yeah, and then I'd come back and have a hot shower, and my skin hated that, going from hot to cold.
Oh
And a
gosh,
week
yeah.
later, I'd develop rashes on anything that was basically pointing upwards towards the shower. So like shoulders, head, that forearms, that sort of thing.
Oh my
So
god.
but yeah, if you don't have all the information, you
I
can
know,
see
then
how
you
it.
would think like, well, then you have people that will go to the doctors and say they're allergies, and then they say Humira when you're not actually allergic to it. Do you know
Yeah,
what I mean? Yeah.
yeah,
So then you're like, oh, but yeah, I don't know.
yeah.
I think mine, it was hives, so different than psoriasis. So I don't know why I all of a sudden developed hives, but they said that it actually doesn't mean, like, injection site reactions with biologics are common. And so if I wanted to stay on Humira, my doctor said we could just pre-med me with Zyrtec. And I was like, yeah, cool.
Did you find, because obviously, recently starting a family and everything else,
Yeah.
was that sort of thing that was talked openly with you, or did you have to start that conversation?
I think a little bit of both. Like I said, my rheumatologist, I don't know her medical background or like personal background very well, but I know she has some type of arthritis. And so I know she's a little bit more, she knows what things to ask about and how to guide these conversations a little better than people who don't have it. So I think they brought it up, but then I was really like the one to roll with it. But I will say that it was a little bit stressful to change meds because, you don't know what's going to happen. So I was like, okay, when I change from Humira and methotrexate, am I going to take a huge backslide to like all the way in the beginning and not be able to walk really and like do all this stuff? And thankfully that wasn't the case, but there was still that anxiety about it. But no, I think my doctors did a good job of the one doctor I see did headline the conversation, and then I kept it going. And yeah.
Yeah.
But I felt like there was really good preparation. It didn't start that day. It was like a couple months before. Hey, do you want to have another appointment where we can make that change if we need to, see where you're at? So
Oh, that's good because I've had like mixed stories where some people say that stuff is talked about and assumed, and that offends them because they don't want to that they're not at that point in their life. And then you've got other people say, "Oh, no one ever mentioned it to me," and I'm thinking, well, I could totally see why medical professionals would be safer rather than sorry on that one,
yeah,
especially
yeah,
if something like methotrexate, because even as a man, you're supposed to stop taking it.
yes.
But especially as the woman, is really dangerous. So yeah, I think it's just best that these conversations are being had proactively, personally.
I agree, especially with methotrexate too, because I don't know if they always say, or I don't know. I think you have to say like, this is really important that you don't get pregnant
Yeah.
on this one,
Yeah.
But it's interesting. Speaking of methotrexate, sometimes I think some of the negative that you see about it online, we talk about this in my dermatology clinic, and I think it's helpful to view it this way, is that when methotrexate started, it's actually used to treat cancer at really high doses. And the first time that med was approved by the FDA was at this massive dose. And to give you an example, I think I looked it up and I could be wrong specifically, but I think we're at a dose range of 7.5 to about 25 milligrams.
Yeah, that
in
sounds about
arthritis.
right. Yeah,
Mhm.
mine was between 7.5 and 15.
Yeah, that's like the arthritis dose. And to give you the lymphoma dose, it's about 16,000 milligrams. You know what I mean? It's like we are
Yeah.
not going anywhere near that.
No.
And so, I give methotrexate there, but the FDA, when they first approved it, if you take aspirin at 16,000 milligrams, you're going to see the stomach bleed, the stuff that you don't see when we take one pill at home.
Yeah.
So the FDA approved it and had all these side effects. Now, when they approved it for the arthritis dose at a much lower dose, they didn't take away those side effects because they know if you take it at a really high dose. So there was no separation between here's you taking it at a high dose and you taking it at a low dose. And so
Such great insight. I think that's really, I'm going to clip that later because it just feels
yeah,
important for people, because it's the same as if you Google it, isn't it? If you
yeah,
Google it, you're going to see chemotherapy drug, it
very,
can
yeah,
cause hair loss and da da da. But the doses we're taking it in, like I never had any issues. Like it used to make me,
no,
I would be a bit sick occasionally, and so
yeah,
I'd get like vomiting on by about the Sunday morning. But it was
yeah.
like one morning, and then that was it,
Yeah,
and that was
me
it.
too.
It was all,
Like one day of feeling kind of run down was for me.
yeah.
Really, for me, fatigue was a big thing. But yeah, there's just not that separation between. I wish they would separate it and say at the arthritis dose, here's the most common side effects. At the cancer dose, here's the most.
Yeah,
But they
yeah,
don't
yeah,
do
it
that.
would be a totally different ball game. So yeah, thank you for sharing. I had no idea. I
Yeah,
knew there was a big difference, but
yeah.
I never heard anyone actually sort of give me numbers. So yeah,
Yeah,
that's
well, it
mad.
never occurred to me how big the difference was until I was at work one day after starting methotrexate. I was working at the stem cell transplant
Yeah,
area, and I looked at the bag of what I was about to give methotrexate, and I'm like, oh, that that
yeah.
was good for me to see that.
And that's why you do so well on social media, because you've got that informed, you do great content, but also you've got that
Thank
informed
you.
position, whereas me, I'm just a grumpy old man telling
No,
people that things they don't want to hear. So-
yeah,
but
that's
it's
so
really
funny.
important you share that. So thank you.
You're
Um,
so welcome.
And in terms,
Um,
I feel like I can't let you go about talking a bit more about family life and stuff.
yeah,
And like, so
yeah.
what sort of plan? And the reason I ask this is because my wife and I spent 2 years trying to conceive, only to find out sulfasalazine played a big part in that not happening. But
Oh
before that,
yeah,
we probably went 10 years when I was really, or 5 years, where I was really not keen, worried about what I was going to pass on and everything else. Like,
yeah.
what did that look like for you? Don't go any more personal than you
Oh,
feel comfortable,
yeah.
in terms of like planning and then sort of managing that, before baby arrives, sort of thing.
Yeah. So for me, have not ever worried. I've had this question a lot on my social media page of like, are you worried of passing psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis on to your baby?
Yeah.
Like what does that look like? And I'm not too worried about it because I think based on, it there's I guess how I want to say this in life, we're gonna be handed cards we don't want to play,
Yeah.
regardless of if that's psoriatic arthritis, if it's something else she's going to be handed cards she doesn't want to play. And we're just going to figure out how to play them the best we can. And that's really what life is about. And so I'm not worried if this is the card she's handed, then we're going to figure it out together.
Yeah.
And that has kind of like been my guide of that. Like it's whether it's psoriasis, psoriatic arthritis, or another thing, we're going to figure it out together. So I'm not really worried about passing it on to her. I would love not to. My husband doesn't have the gene of autoimmune stuff, but I have a lot in my lineage. But
Yeah. Yeah.
it's kind of like I think about I like being here and I'm glad that I'm here. And I know that I live with psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis. And so I think she's gonna like being here and want to help the world. And so I think that we're just gonna figure it out together, whatever we have to face.
I love that. That's the line of the day so far. I love that. That and
Yeah,
the paved road. I think you've come up with two brilliant
yeah,
ways of describing. And he's great because it held me back for far too long. It didn't help
yeah,
that I was going through. So I got all the psoriasis stuff in my mid-20s and everything, and it just freaked me out. And I thought I'm not going to be able to look my child in the eye and even like I say, still to this day, I'm paranoid when Dylan develops a limp or something like, especially
I
because
know.
JIA, there is a strong link between that getting past. But I'm getting a lot better now at like appreciating all the amazing memories and the relationship we have, and how I know that he's given his mum downstairs hell today because I'm not
Yeah,
around and doing this, which must mean he cares.
I
And
know.
there's all them positives. And again, it's like looking back at the past, isn't it? And that we only see we remember the good stuff, but we also got a habit of only seeing the bad stuff in the here and now. And yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's
Yeah, and
important.
yeah, life is just kind of messy, and so we'll figure it out together. But I think, yeah, it's kind of cool because I want her to see what I deal with, and I want her to watch how I do it, and so then she can see that regardless of whatever it is that she's gonna deal with, we got this, we got this. Yeah,
And you'll also love it. Like, 'cause I know you're a little bit behind on that journey, but like the empathy they have, like the fact that Dylan knows I'm having a bad day the minute he comes through and
I
jumps on the bed
know,
in the morning, like he can just tell. I don't even know how he does it. He can just tell. You do get some guilt with that because
I
there'll be
know.
times like where, for example, his thing is like he might start having toilet accidents or something when I'm not well, because you can tell like he's stressed about,
Oh, yeah, and
that
they kind
sort
of
of thing.
regress a little bit. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
but I'd much rather raise a child in this world with empathy than anger and hate, and that's the way I
Me
see it.
too, me too. I think, that's an interesting point because, well, as my baby gets bigger, it's like, well, now I'm dealing, I don't know if you had this experience when Dylan was younger, but, like, when they're babies, they're like 6 pounds, and you're like, "Oh, this is nice. They're so little, and you can hold them." And now we're at this space where she can't walk yet, and
Yeah,
to
yeah,
get
yeah.
her from point A to point B, I have to put her on my hip, and I'm like, "Okay, she's like 20 pounds now. This is a little bit, it's getting to be a lot." So I'm in that space of like navigating, okay, my body doesn't like this.
Yeah, there's this like window I found anyway, where just before they learn to walk, but they start getting really chunky because their
Yes,
body's getting ready to burn the energy, and it just, for whatever reason, you end up with this like super heavy baby,
I
and then it all just
know.
falls off them again once they start walking.
Yeah, yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now, and I have this thing where I'm carrying her only on my right side, and I was like, "Why am I
Yes,
doing?" I
yeah.
was like, "Why am I doing that?" I tried it on my left, and it's because my arthritis in my wrist on my left side doesn't let me do it on that side. So
Okay.
here I was thinking it was just more comfortable on the other side, but I'm like, "Oh, no." So now I kinda walk like this
Yeah.
because I have, like, I've been holding her like this.
Yeah, I found I was doing that, but that's because I was right-handed, so Dylan was always on my left-hand
Oh,
side.
yeah,
Because
so
I
you could
guess, like,
use this hand?
you're constantly walking around the house, aren't you, using, one hand,
Yeah.
and then I found I was all lopsided for a
I
little
know. I went and
while.
got a massage the other week, and they're like, "Ooh, can you, carry her on the other side?" I was like, "No, unfortunately." Oh,
So, yeah, thanks for sharing that, but, I suppose last little bit, and I'm conscious of your
yeah,
time, 'cause especially on a
yeah,
Sunday. Um, how did that change the management of like of your condition? Because like you're like the most happy-go-lucky person I think I've ever interviewed on here, so clearly you can handle most things quite well. But in terms of like, you have a kid, the lack of sleep, the stress, the
yeah.
worry, are any of them big triggers for you, or did they sort of
Oh,
hinder the management of your condition?
yeah. So sleep has always been a really big trigger for me. When I was actually working as a nurse in that oncology unit, I did a lot of night shifts for a while, and that set my arthritis off like you wouldn't believe. So I was a little bit nervous with like the constant wakings with baby, like when, especially in the newborn period, they're up all the time.
Yeah,
But even still now, she gets up once or twice over the night. And I would say, I think I don't know if like pregnancy and then being postpartum too, it changes your hormones a little bit. And I think
yeah,
it during pregnancy, psoriatic arthritis, really good. And then afterwards, I've been doing okay. I was doing okay in the beginning. I notice I go into flares more often. If that's so, before it would be longer times between flares, but like,
yeah,
yeah, when we have a bad night and I maybe got 4 hours of sleep, definitely a flare comes on from that. But also at certain times in the journey, like I know I was really good. My psoriasis flared horribly after giving birth, from birth, like when she was born, until about 6 months. And then at 6 months, my joints took over and I flared really bad there, but my psoriasis was good. And that seems to be a common thing for me. When my psoriasis
yeah.
is bad, my joints are good, and vice versa.
Yeah, and I don't know
Um,
if you find like, maybe it's just me or I'm just
yeah,
imagining it, but like I think as well with something like psoriasis, really, most people's skin renews every 28 days, ours every 7 days. So I find like I notice that impact so much
yes,
easier. So like my joints might flare, but that might be a month after whatever event. You know what I mean? So say
yeah,
Dylan had a really bad couple of weeks, month later my knees are screaming, and it takes me a while
yeah,
to work it out. And then but with psoriasis, it's like it's instantly noticeable. Like within
yeah,
a couple of days, you're like,
yeah.
oh, here we go again. And
Yeah,
I
my
do
knees are
find
all of
that.
a sudden, like, patchy, and my elbows. My
Yes.
my scalp is probably the worst for me for psoriasis, but no, yeah, that definitely the lack of sleep, and then, it's just a lot more of a stressful time, so coupled, those 2 things are actually terrible for both psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis, so it definitely is, yeah,
Yeah.
it definitely a lot harder. And I think some of the things I get nervous about is, what if we get to a point where she gets so big and I can't pick her up anymore? I can't, my yesterday my fatigue was so bad. I had to sleep a majority of the day, and you feel guilty on those days. Like I can't
Yeah.
be the
The
parent that I
guilt is
want to
real.
be. But some days are just going to be like that. So
We've talked about guilt so much on this show, but I think it's also important to remember that my wife feels equal amounts of guilt, and she doesn't have a long-term health condition.
oh,
And
true.
I think it is unfortunately just something you do as a parent. We'll always feel guilty. I feel guilty today. I'm doing this. I know I'm doing something good. It's not like
Yeah,
I'm doing this terror. I'm not out on like a weekend bender drinking or whatever. I'm doing something good, and yet I will still feel guilty all day in the back of
I
my mind
know.
for not
You
being
know, I think,
present.
where there's that guilt, there's a lot of love, and it's just because we care and we love them
Yeah.
so much. I know the feeling because I went, I got a gift card to Barnes& and Noble for my birthday, earlier this month, and so I just went yesterday, and I felt so guilty going there. I was like, "I shouldn't be here," but, like, you have to do stuff for yourself too, because
Yeah.
you're only you gotta take care of yourself to take care of them.
Yeah. And also you want to raise a child where they grow up and their parents have got a life. You know what I mean? Like
Yes,
I don't want it to be all like, we're all running around, make sure the kid I want them to I want to
just
have something that they're proud of, something that that they can take inspiration from. But also, so when they're older, we get time apart because like if not, if Dylan's just constantly stuck with me, he's gonna hate me when he's
he's not
15.
gonna it's not gonna go well, no.
No.
But
So
they actually enjoy seeing how you interact with the world and what makes you light up and what makes you happy and that helps
yeah.
them figure out what they like too.
Yeah,
So
and a classic example of that, about 10 minutes before I went live earlier today, I said to Dylan, because he'd started school and he's been learning what sort of like to be nervous and anxious and all this sort of thing. And I said, "Oh, Dylan, I've got that I feel in my stomach like you had when you started school. I feel really nervous." He's like, "I'll come with you and we could be nervous together." And I was like,
oh
"That's
my
lovely,
gosh,
Dylan."
that's a
I'm
really
not
good
sure.
sign that you're doing a great job.
Yeah, I'm not sure how the show would go with him in here for 8 hours. That could be chaotic, but yeah.
Yeah, it's true. They can be chaotic, but that shows you're doing a really great job. That's some really empathetic and good
Oh yeah,
awareness
he is.
too.
He's really in tune. It makes the advocacy trips away difficult, but it does make
Yeah.
understanding bigger things in life a lot easier and that sort of thing. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, I feel
Yeah.
like you've got a 9-month-old. I've probably taken you away from too long.
I know. This has
Hopefully,
been
there's no
so
fires or
fun.
anything going on in the background for you.
Yeah. I know, I'm actually surprised she went down for a nap right before this, perfect timing, but I
Oh,
just look at
brilliant!
it as a way for her to bond with dad while mom's doing something.
Yeah, that's
They're
it.
hanging out, listening to
Yeah.
music.
Yeah, and that's all good because I was stuck at home with Dylan through the pandemic. I say stuck, that sounds
Yeah,
terrible. But at the
yeah,
time, I felt very
yeah.
cut off. I didn't have medical support and I had this sort of 18-month-old I didn't know how to keep up with.
Oh my
But looking
gosh.
back, it was the best time ever. It was the
I
best time
know.
ever.
I feel like that's a fun age too. Every age that we get to is like, this is my new favorite. This is my new favorite. I love
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Until they get to 4.
Yeah, and then it's
and
like,
then
okay.
you get the meltdowns in the store and then everything
Yeah.
changes.
And then you're like turning red and you're like, okay.
Yeah, it is amazing how resilient you can get to being embarrassed in public. Because I used to be the type where I would get embarrassed for other people. I would
Yeah.
cringe for other
Yeah.
people. Now my skin is getting so thick it comes
That
to
you're
that.
like, meh, it's whatever. Yeah, I'm kind of like that. I think I could. It'll be a like work out my muscle of
Yeah,
embarrassment.
yeah, that's it. Well, thank you, Jenny. I feel
Oh,
like we've talked about absolutely everything
I
there, and
know.
so I hope it was
Thank
enjoyable
you.
for people at home as well. And you've absolutely lit up my afternoon. So thank you for that. And
Oh,
what a
me
great way to
too.
sail past the halfway point. So
Yes, thank you so much for all that you're doing. This is amazing, and thank you for having me on here too.
anytime, and I'd love to have you back another time. You can give us
Yes,
an update, a life update. Do you want to just quickly before you leave tell people where
yeah,
they can find you?
yeah. So I'm on Instagram as cute and chronic, and it's kind of weird. There's an underscore before the cute, so cute underscore yeah chronic on there. So
Okay.
cute and chronic. You'll see me on Instagram.
Yeah, and if you
Yeah.
search Jenny and arthritis, I
Yeah.
imagine you probably come up, to be honest.
I'll be in
But yeah,
I'm kind of in a lot of the hashtags, I think,
yeah,
so
yeah, you're doing well for yourself on there. But guy, anyone watching this back or listening to it back on the podcast in a couple of months' time, I'll put all of the links to where you can find Jenny in the show notes. But until next time, Jenny, thank you so much for
thank you
giving up
so
some of your Sunday
much.
to join us and support this awareness project. And yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure, and we'll
You
have you back
too.
again.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Bye,
Bye
guys.
bye. Guys, let me just bring chat up there. Oh, that was delightful. I enjoyed that. Sorry if we went a bit off track, guys. We were kind of talking about absolutely everything, but I think that just showed how easy it was to talk to each other. Absolutely lovely. We all need some Jenny in our lives like that. I don't know, just sunshine. Just felt like sunshine. I suddenly feel re-energized for the rest of the day. So what are we at? What's the time? It's nearly 5 o'clock. We're flying through, guys. We have only got 3 more guests, which is mad, which is absolutely mad how quickly that's gone. So yeah, that proper recharged me. That was good. Thank you for all the people in chat, and great to Lauren. Sorry, I haven't said hello to you properly. Great to see you, Lauren. Welcome back, Si. Who else did I miss in chat? Did I miss Carrie's gone to bed, I think. So thank you, Carrie. Sorry if I've missed you with the goodbye after midnight. That's an impressive effort. Thank you for dropping by. It was great to see Wangui in the chat as well earlier, which is awesome. Guys, yeah, I really enjoyed that one. That was lovely. And also didn't show you how important it is to have that nurse's perspective. You know, like something we'll be talking about later in the show about collaboration and working to the solution together and shared decision making. You know, we all want the same things. We've just got different pressures. You know, patients have different priorities to medical professionals who are under different pressures to what we are. And you know, we're all part of the same solution, and sort of doctor bashing, as I call it, I can't think of a better term, is not the way we arrive at the solution. So it's great to have a nurse's perspective, and you saw how powerful a bit of education is. When you've got that little bit of education, it just helps you in them informed decisions that much easier. And then hopefully also dispels some of the myths and frankly dangerous nonsense you get on social media. So go check out Jenny if you're not following her already. She does extremely well on Instagram, and for a reason. She's brilliant, and yeah, absolutely lovely having her on, and we'll get her on another Sunday night hopefully, and we can talk about some other stuff. Maybe when the little one's a little bit older, and we can talk about some of the challenges of having a toddler with PSA, which I can relate to at the moment. Thank you, Lauren. Lovely comments, guys. Really appreciate it. So, like we say, we've seen that YouTube's had a few issues today. It doesn't like long streams. It never has done. YouTube's still new. You might remember you only had to go back a year or two and you couldn't live stream on YouTube. So give your browser a refresh after every interview. Obviously, some of you, that hasn't been an issue at all because Saduki's been chatting away the whole time. So I know some of you have not had any issues, but for those of you that are seeing a little bit of an issue, give your browser a refresh after every interview and that'll get you all caught up and in sync. I know I'm certainly seeing a little bit of lag on mine, but then I would see some because I'm streaming. You guys are seeing it when it gets out the other side of the interwebs. So guys, usual drill. Let me bring some music back in. There we go, Saduki. That's what happens when you got a tech person. They're all over it. All over it. Just give it a quick refresh between guests. It won't hurt our stats. And don't forget, guys, if you haven't already, give the video a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel. It helps us massively, and the more support we can get, the more bigger things we can do going forwards with this space and in this channel. Dylan wants to wave. Hello, Dylan. Hope you're behaving for mum. And sorry, Daddy's not seeing you today, but I will be there to take you to school in the morning. I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a fun day with Mummy. He is an absolute superhero, moderating, fixing technical issues, juggling a tantrum toddler and a spaniel. What a hero. Couldn't do it without him, guys. But like I say, let's aim for next year to be in a position where we're not relying on one person. Let's try and get a bit more resilience in place. I can't believe all my guests have turned up on time and we've only had one technical issue and we worked around it. How awesome is that? How awesome is that? Yeah, guys, feel free to put your chat messages to Dylan. You're already way ahead of me by the looks of it. Been great so far. Looking forward. Thank you, Selby. This is the part of the show for you regulars where you might start to see me getting a little bit more nervous. You used to see me relaxed and being a bit jokey, and like obviously with Jenny, that was like talking to an old friend. Like it's amazing it's gone that long before we've been on the call together, because we went through all the pandemic with messages to each other and all that sort of thing. But coming up, we first of all have. Sorry, I've got to refer to my notes because it's a long day. It's a long day. So we have Natasha Gadets turning up from New Zealand, guys, all the way from New Zealand. Natasha will be with us shortly, who's a holistic health coach, but also somebody who's had a double hip replacement at a young age. So not only a holistic health coach, but also somebody that's a patient as well. So we'll be talking about her experience and some of the challenges she's faced in the holistic community as well. And then we're moving on to more medical professionals in the form of Professor Matthias Augustin. For those of you who aren't aware, absolute, I can't believe, I'll believe it when I see it. Like, to have a man of his stature, of his background, he's written something like 750 papers, absolute superstar in the dermatology space. Somebody I had the pleasure of sharing the stage with twice in Italy, both at the IFBA Forum, we spoke together, and again I was on a panel with him at the EADV conference last year in Milan. I've never spoken to a medical professional that says everything that the patient wants to hear. He's very kindly joining us in between flights, so watch this space. Hopefully we can make that work and there's no delays or technical issues. And then this evening we'll be rounding off with the wonderful Dr. Eleanor Chapbourne, who will be talking about some of the psychology behind living with a skin condition. She has a skin condition herself, but we'll also be talking about the mental impact of living with something like psoriasis and sharing some tips. So I thought it'd be good to end the night on some sort of tips and things from a clinical psychologist, that you guys can maybe take away. We're sharing a lot of the heavy stories today, quite rightly, to raise awareness for psoriatic disease. This is real life, not best life. And we know some of the conversations are going to be quite heavy today, which is why we're making it a bit more upbeat and fun in between the interviews. But we thought it'd be a good way to end it tonight if we could go through some tips and tricks as well for you guys to maybe help you manage a little bit easier or see things a little bit different. So usual stuff, like Natasha's arrived already. Our guests have been amazing, guys. I've never had such punctual guests. On a Sunday night, we normally do this show. We have one guest. And I'm lucky, like Lauren's in chat. So Lauren definitely turned up on time. But that's not always the case. And sometimes I'm talking at 7:05, desperately hoping somebody arrives to come and talk with me. So for all of our guests to be like super early, it's just amazing. It's taking a big weight off my shoulders. And I'm super grateful for these wonderful people giving up their Sundays to join us. So yeah, usual thing, guys. I'm going to go take a break for a stretch and move to rehydrate. Got a killer pain in my throat, which is going to happen. I lost my voice 2 weeks ago. I was never going to get for an 8-hour stream and not lose it again. So I'll go get resorted. You guys, please talk amongst yourselves. Please remember to keep sharing this wherever you're watching, tell a friend, etc. And I will be back shortly with another awesome guest. We'll only have 3 left. This 8 hours flying by with your company. I'll speak to you in a bit, guys. Guys, I didn't want to come back and interrupt your dancing talk. Who knew some of our regulars knew so much about dancing? Mind you, we know Sai can dance from one of our community meetups. That much is obvious. Can we also take a moment, guys, to appreciate that I've been going for 5 hours now and I've not once rejoined and still had my mic muted. Like, for me, that feels like a personal achievement. You know, it's going to be a car crash for the last hour or two. So, guys, usual reminder, if you've been with us a long time, give your browser a refresh. YouTube doesn't seem to be enjoying long streams today, and some of you are a little bit behind others, which makes the chat awfully confusing. Please do give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed what you've seen. Subscribe to the channel. It helps us massively reach more people this World Psoriasis Day. Has everyone stretched and moved and had, like I say, I will, for next year, I will sort out a room so I can have a second zoomed out camera and we'll do the stretching and moving together. I'm not saying you're going to enjoy it. I don't think it's going to be very good eye candy for me wobbling around on your screen, stretching my back out, but I'm happy to make it a community event if you want it to be. I already know what Simon's going to say. And thank you for allowing me to decompress in between interviews, guys. I do appreciate it. We can't go 8 hours talking all about the heavy stuff. That wouldn't work. That wouldn't be healthy for anyone. Saduki has 2 left feet. We'll find out when we do our US meetup, Saduki. We'll find out. I don't think Nia remembered that I was on camera when she made my tea in this very uncool mug. Like, Nia, I really appreciate the tea, but it wasn't until I lifted it up to my lips and saw it on screen that I saw it wasn't a plain one. I'm not sure any of my 3 siblings would say I was the coolest brother ever, but at some point one of them felt compelled to buy me that. Probably about 10 years ago. Right. Shall we meet our next guest, guys? Right, let's kill that off. I always forget the music otherwise. Oh, where's my chat overlay? My chat overlay has gone already, has it? It's gone already, never mind. What kind of tea am I drinking? Just regular old Yorkshire tea. It's all you can drink in the UK. It's the best. I won't have any other type of tea. So yeah, I've now got to go through this entire interview trying not to lift my mug up because someone's going to watch this back 5 years from now and wonder why he's using the coolest brother ever mug. But anyway, let's stop procrastinating and bring in my next guest. All the way from New Zealand, I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by Natasha Cadets. Natasha, how are you?
Hi, Joel. Good, thank you. Early start for me, but
I was actually a little bit scared to ask what time it is where you are. What is the time?
It's 6 a.m.
Is it? I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for joining. Since you made such an effort, I should probably also check. Have I pronounced your surname okay?
Yeah, got it.
Okay, superb. With all my scrambling around over the last 2 days, it was something I should have checked in advance, and I didn't. So apologies for that. So Natasha, I sort of said earlier on in the show that you're a holistic health coach. Do you want to maybe give everyone a little bit of an introduction? You know, who you are, where you're from, what part of New Zealand maybe, what it is you do before we get sort of stuck into the details?
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I'm from New Zealand and from Christchurch. So that's in the South Island. And yeah, I've been on a massive journey with psoriatic arthritis, with arthritis in general. I was diagnosed at 10 with JIA, so juvenile idiopathic arthritis. And then I had a beautiful 5 years in my teens where I was in remission. I had no symptoms. And then when it came back at 18, that's when I started a bit of the roller coaster of what is this? And after a few years, they've kind of landed on psoriatic arthritis due to the rashes that I also get with it. I started off as a graphic designer. So I went to uni, did a graphic design degree. And then at about 25, I burnt out and the meds I was on just stopped working. And I felt like I'd exhausted all options at this stage, except to start to look at the holistic side of things. So I started looking into diet and exercise and supplements and herbs and all of the natural things I could do to try and get some relief from the symptoms that come with living with an autoimmune type of arthritis. And I've started to find a lot of relief from all of those things. And I also realized in the journey that you have to look at all of those things, and it's not just one thing. So I love taking a holistic approach, and I love sharing about it. So I started by doing a yoga course and becoming a yoga teacher. And then I specifically started teaching like therapeutic yoga for injuries and rehab and chronic pain, which has been really rewarding. And then started looking into breath work, and then trained in breath work, and then started looking into like trauma release stuff, and I trained in shaking medicine and just all these like somatic ways of moving the body that were accessible to my body with the pain, but also I helped the pain. And then, the last piece of the puzzle for me, I was like, how do I really want to help people, was the coaching side of things. So I could bring it all together and help people look at behavior change and how easy ways that they can implement a holistic lifestyle into their life with living with an autoimmune condition.
I hadn't actually appreciated how similar our journeys were. As somebody that got JIA at 10, I wasn't diagnosed till 12, and then told it was psoriatic arthritis, but obviously because diagnosed when we're kids, you keep the JIA label, don't you? And in my mid 20s, so very similar. Very similar. I could relate to some of the stuff you were saying there, and I think my first big period of remission was probably like 18 to 21, and then it sort of come back with a bang, and that. So thank you for sharing all of that. I've got so many questions, so I'm gonna have to try and work back in my head now. In terms of in terms of like the traditional approach, what was your experience with that? What was the sort of time frames between symptoms, diagnosis? What did treatment look like for you initially, and sort of how well did you respond to that?
So I started off as a kid with tons of digestive issues. So I always had bloating. I was always in pain. And then I started sleeping 20 hours a day. And my mom's like, okay, we need to do something about this. And she had to take me to a few doctors because, believe it or not, a few were like, oh, it's normal for a child to sleep this much. And my mom's like, no, it's not. No child sleeps 20 hours a day. And then I started getting really pale skin and anemia. And that's when the doctors were like, okay, something's going on. And because of the digestive issues, I was first referred to a gastroenterologist.
Yeah.
Never say that word.
Tricky.
And I was treated for a lot of stomach stuff. And then one day I was in there and I must have just been wearing shorts because he looked straight at my knees and he's like, what's this? Your knees are quite swollen. My mom's like, yeah, we've been going to the doctor, but they've just said it's like tired and normal, and that it could have been an injury. At the time, I was doing a lot of sports. I was doing a lot of martial arts, trampolining, running, and they'd put it down to an injury. And straight away, he's like, this isn't an injury. This is arthritis, and I'm going to refer you through the back door. So he got us in quite fast to the rheumatologist, which, when I say fast, I think it took 6 weeks. And in that 6 weeks, I went from one swollen joint to all swollen joints and not being able to move and in a wheelchair. So I got in, once I saw the rheumatologist, it was pretty obvious what I had because of the amount of joints that were swollen. And so he ran bloods and straight away said it was JIA, and they got me in for cortisone injections. I think I had about 6. They put me under anesthetic for that as a kid. because
Yeah, I
mean,
used to. Yeah, I used to get put to sleep for those. I must admit, after having my first one as sort of about an 18-year-old, I wish they carried on doing it because it was very sore.
I know. I can see why they put you to sleep as a child. Like it hurts. So that was very effective very quickly. And after they did the injections, I got straight into methotrexate.
Yeah.
And yeah, that seemed to hold fire for a few years till I had that bout of remission. But I just had the horrific side effects of the methotrexate because it was quite a strong dose. And I just remember like my hair falling out and getting quite skinny because I like wouldn't eat much because of the nausea at the time. So yeah.
Yeah, no, we were talking about it literally on the last interview about methotrexate and some of the experiences. Like when it works, but when it doesn't, it's not the most pleasant thing.
Yeah.
So obviously, what sort of age were you? Sorry, when you said you got that period of remission, just so
about 14 to 18.
Okay, yeah, and then obviously, you had a double hip replacement, like really young, so your disease must have really gone into turbo mode at some point, I'm guessing. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Well, I think from the beginning, my left hip especially was one of the most affected joints, and I had so many cortisone injections over the time. Like I didn't know when I was going through the traditional treatment before I got into the holistic side of things. I was very much give me whatever so I can live a very normal life. And my normal life that I wanted was working 40 hours and being social and basically trying to live a life that I now understand that I couldn't do it now, is really hard for someone with autoimmune stuff. But it's almost like I shoved it under the carpet and I was like, yeah, just give me all the drugs and I just want to be able to live. And so I was having cortisone shots, like I think the max you can have a year, which I think was 4, I got told. So I was having them very regularly for a number of years from that 18 to 25. And when I was about 25, it just started getting really sore to walk. And at this time, they were kind of like, well, we've kind of extensively given you injections for so many years. They ran x-rays and they're like, you're bone on bone now. And they wanted to, I was 27 when I first got told that the only way I would get rid of the pain is to have the hip replacements. And that was, I'd already started looking into diet and holistic things at this stage. And that was when I really dove in. And instead of the surgery, I went to Thailand. And I went to a healing center there. And that's where I dove really into the yoga, breathwork movement, and all sorts of wild, different holistic practices to try and do anything to delay the surgery. Yeah. So, I mean, I got to 32 and then had a huge flare up. I was back in New Zealand at this stage, and that huge flare up left me bedbound for 9 months. And it was in that time where I was seeing surgeons and specialists and decided now's the time I need to get both done. Yeah. And I guess it was quite lucky because at 27, they wanted to do the staggered approach of do one hip and a year later do another. By the time I got to 32, it was like, okay, to get you even walking and off crutches, we're going to have to do both. And after some umming and ahhing, because it's not usual that surgeons will do 2 at the same time because it's such a heavy surgery. But I was lucky that my one would, and grateful because it meant faster recovery. And yeah.
And what did that recovery look like? That must be pretty rough having both done at the same time.
Yeah, I think, well, because I was already on crutches and bedbound, I'd had this bad flare up and I was in this tricky situation of the rheumatologist wanted to start me on meds and the surgeon's like, no, let's wait till, because at this stage I was off all meds when I was doing the holistic thing. I had managed to do it without any meds for 6 years. And when I had this flare up, they're like, let's get her back on medication. But the surgeon's like, no, we can't start medication till after the surgery. So I was left in this really tricky place of, damn, I can't actually do anything right now until I could have the surgery, and it just kept getting so delayed. Because I tried to go public first, and they were like, "You're gonna have to wait 2 to 4 years," and I was like, "Okay, I'm just gonna pay and go private." And that's when it started really speeding up. And because of the inflammation, I had so many complications in my blood. So I had very low iron, very low blood in general. And they're like, "We can't put you through this surgery with these complications." So I had to kind of fix those before the surgery. So it was a bit dragged out. And by the time I actually had the surgery, I was in so much pain that literally 2 days after the surgery, I was in less pain than before.
Wow.
So for me, it was the best thing to get to. And because I was already on crutches and had learned how to use them, it was no different post-surgery. But yeah, there was a lot of rehab involved, a lot of painkillers involved.
Yeah, I can imagine.
A lot of TLC involved, and a lot of help from family and friends.
And that terms of that support, obviously you got the medical support. How important was that family friend sort of support network? We talk a lot about caregivers on the show, which is why I ask. And I'm guessing that was fairly vital after something like that.
Yeah, I could not have done it, without the support of friends and family, and especially my mom. Like, she gave up her life for that year because it was the 9 months prior, being bedbound, and my elbows and wrists and hands were swollen. Everything was swollen, so I couldn't cook for myself. The only thing I could do is go to the bathroom, and the rest, showering, all of that just needed help. And without my mum there, it would have been impossible. So super grateful for carers and the amount of time it takes. I remember some days being like, "Oh, go off and have fun and do something." And she's like, "No, you don't understand. This is my world right now. I'm gonna help you." So to give up that time, and
Just amazing. I know now as a parent though why you just there's no questions, isn't it? But unfortunately it's not always the case. But yeah, it's just great that you had that, because I say we get lots of people on the show talking about how they maybe have a lack of a support network, and you see the real mental impact. Imagine going through something like that without that support network. It's a very different experience. So yeah, thank you for sharing. I really really appreciate it. So in terms of so you've talked about holistic health, and holistic healthcare is something we talk a lot about on the show. We champion that whole treat the person, what's around them, not just the disease. But we're always very sort of keen to say it's not the cause or the cure, but it's a way of managing better and things like that. But obviously it still gets it's got some stigma attached to it, hasn't it? And I think what I suppose what's your experience of that stigma? Once you started finding these other ways, alternative ways that helped you, did you have any experience of that? And how did you handle that?
Yeah. So do you mean going down the road of how some people in the holistic field will be demonize medication and the Western?
So that's the main issue we have, in terms of advocating on social media, trying to explain to people my diet didn't cause my condition, but my diet can help me manage my condition. But unfortunately it can be very much the other way, and that it's a black and white thing, and then that stigma I think clouds the alternative. For example, something I do now to manage my pain is a meditation thing. If you'd have said to me 3 years ago that I'd be doing that, I would have laughed. That didn't seem like an option for me. I was programmed that I needed to take painkillers, and that was the only option that I had. But it was that stigma that blocked me from getting access to those alternative approaches, things like pain management therapy and stuff like that. So I kind of want to unpick what were your initial experiences of that stigma, and then maybe feel free to talk about it as much as you want.
Yeah, I remember when I was solely going down the Western route of medications and doctors, I put all my trust and faith in the doctor and specialists. And, you could have told me to take 20 meds and I would have. I didn't have within me that want to research the meds or know more about it at this stage. It's my early 20s. I was just concerned about working and traveling, because I was traveling at the time, and partying and making the most out of my 20s. And then yeah, when I'd heard things, I mean, I was always open to yoga. Mum, when I was 10 and diagnosed, started taking me to yoga, Pilates, swimming, all of the things, the gentle sports. And I remember hating it at the time, but by the time I was 18, I was so used to these things that, you know, I would go to yoga classes and I'd swim a lot and I'd do a lot of gentle movements. But then when it came to meditation, I thought it was this weird thing that like I was never going to help me. And it wasn't until I guess I became desperate, like when the meds started failing at 25, like I'd tried methotrexate, I'd gone on to biologics, and nothing was working at the stage. It just felt like my body was protesting everything that was being put in it.
Yeah.
And that's when I was like, I'll try anything. So I started looking into all of these things of like, and I mean, meditation, I'd done a bit in yoga, but not much because I'd done a lot of Bikram yoga, which I don't know if anyone's done that, but it's a very harsh type of yoga in like a 40-degree room.
Oh, right.
There's not much meditation in it. It's very much breath and movement the whole time. And it wasn't until I did a 2-day workshop on the breath, and during those 2 days, I started feeling a lot of pain relief just from like breathing a lot. And I was like, oh, this is fascinating. Like, who knew? And then that started to spark me researching more about like the breath. And same with diets. When I first got told, I mean, I got told at 20, by, I think it was a friend of a friend who was like, oh, have you tried diet for your arthritis at the time? I was like, no, the doctor said that won't change anything. So I just eat everything. And it was the standard uni diet, which isn't the healthiest.
Lots of fried food or something.
Cheap fried food and sugar and caffeine to get you through. So I remember, again, it wasn't until I was desperate that I was like, oh, I will try anything. And I started trying diets. And again, I'd be like, oh, I've got less swelling. I'm feeling better. I've got more energy. I'm sleeping better. And I started to click, oh, there's a lot of holistic things I can do. And just kept going down that path. But it is definitely a bit of a rabbit hole, because the deeper I got, and especially when I went to Thailand, and at this stage I was off all meds and doing a lot of breath work, yoga, I got into like the juices and cleansing world, which is a whole nother world. And people deep in all of these things believe that like, oh, you do this yoga enough, you can heal. You've just got to do this. You do this juice cleanse enough, you can heal. You just got to do it for long enough. You do this water fast and it'll get rid of all your inflammation, and you become so attached, especially when you're desperate.
Yeah. And that's
like,
where it then strays into the dangerous, isn't it? You know, for people that are vulnerable looking for a way out.
Yeah. And I remember when I first, I got back here and I'd managed to New Zealand, I'd managed my condition for 6 years. And I was so like, maybe if I do just keep doing this diet and this breath work and this yoga, like, that's it. I found the key, because I went into a bit of a remission. And then when I had a flare up, it was all the doubts and the disappointments of like, shit, did I do this again? Is it created in my head? Because that's another dangerous thing that a lot of these communities will tell you, that it's all created in the mind. And while mindset is hugely important, and the emotions we carry and the stories of the trauma all have this huge impact, but to tell someone, oh, they created it in the mind, and then you're just sitting there like, okay, well, shit, if I did this. And I
literally had a message in the last week that told me that I caused it, because I was like too mentally weak or whatever. I was 10 years old when I got arthritis. I did not cause it. I was a child. I was born with it. It presented when I was 10. And I think that's what's so refreshing to have you on, because for a lot of people, I'll avoid these conversations because they think of the extremes and the real extreme stuff that tarnishes the benefit, the role that they can play. And as somebody that's gone through pain management, and like I say, I'm now doing things like breathing, and our community, we use computer games for escapism and that. And I try to have those conversations with people where I say, well, that is a form of like an alternative approach. You know, you are
Mm,
distracting yourself for a couple of hours to give yourself a break from the pain. It's not fixing anything, but
mm,
it's helping you cope. And I think that's what's really refreshing to hear from you, is that you're saying, yeah, there's a place for these things, but it's not that extreme, like it caused your arthritis or it can cure your arthritis, because they're the two elements where it gets very dangerous, isn't it?
yeah, yeah. Because I mean, as someone, like, when you're in that pain, and especially when like the meds fail and you attach onto anything that's going to come
Yeah.
in and be like, I drank this juice for 20 days and I healed my arthritis. You're like, oh my God, okay, I'll just do that. And like, I did this, or I realized I created it all in my mind and I just had to do some mindset work and now
Yeah.
I'm healed. And yeah.
Yeah, and then I say, so it's just nice to hear that there's that place for it, but it doesn't need to be that. And like I say, I think it's important to come from someone like yourself, because people hear like holistic health coach or holistic, like,
Yeah.
and this is the issue we have, like the amount of times I've had people switch off when I start talking about breathing and distraction and escapism, because we are programmed, aren't we, to, you know, you break your leg, you go to hospital. I've said this a million times on the show, so apologies to regulars. You break your leg, you go to hospital, you expect to get it fixed. With chronic
Mm,
illnesses, we can't do that. It's a management exercise. There is no cure. And the systems, health systems often aren't designed to support long-term health systems, the health issues. They're designed for triage.
mm,
So it's about finding those things that get you through the 24 hours with your condition, isn't it?
yeah.
And what
Yeah.
were some of the things that you found worked best for you? I suppose I should probably ask at that point.
It's definitely been different things at different times, depending on what I needed. Diet has been massive. Like if I eat certain foods, for me, it flares me up. And I've also realized that diet is so individual. So what might flare me up, you might be fine eating.
Yeah.
Even though we've got the same like diagnosis. So that's been a fascinating journey. Because I help people find the diet that works for them, but I don't prescribe one diet. Whereas a lot of holistic health coaches or holistic practitioners have this one way. Oh, it's this diet, just do this for a few months and you'll heal. But I think everyone has their diet that works for them. So I just want to preface that.
Yeah.
But yeah, diet for me has been game changing. Like I think I've managed it so well due to that. So I'd say that's probably number one. And number two, like making sure I get sleep. I know the days where I don't have a good sleep, I feel really flared up. So doing a lot of, like for me, it's been a lot of like circadian rhythm. So like trying to wake and sleep at the same time, so I get that sleep cycle as good as possible. And doing things throughout the day to help with that sleep, like making sure I get outside every day, even if it's a short walk, or on the days if I'm in a lot of pain, just sitting outside, getting that sunlight in. And what else have I mean, breath work has been great, especially for like stress management and pain management. And what are some other things that have helped? Movement every day. Like,
Yeah, I'm the same. Like, I have to
yeah.
have a dog, because that means I have no choice but to move every day, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And in terms of like, obviously you've had your double hip replacement. Is there any sort of like hobbies and stuff you still do as well to help you cope? Beside like the holistic approach, because I think that makes up part of our coping as well, doesn't it?
Yeah. So hobbies I have, I mean, I love spending time with my friends. I mean, now that I have no pain in the hips and the rest of my joints are managed with medications now post-surgery and the holistic side of things, I've been loving exploring new movements. So I made the goal post-surgery to try something new every month.
Okay.
So I've been trying like dancing and different hikes around the area. We've got a lot of beautiful hikes in New Zealand. Different like yoga and Pilates studios, like memberships, just really like testing out, I guess, my new body, because being in pain for so many years in my hips and now having no pain in my hips, I will say hip replacements are amazing. I mean, I'm sure there's some people don't have as good an outcome, but with the rehab and everything, I've really got amazing hips, and it's been a game changer for movement and doing things. And I love to write and paint. So I think that's what drew me to your page at first, was like the words you wrote. I was like, yes, like those hard-hitting words that you can really resonate with. And yeah, myself love to write and paint as an expressive outlet.
Yeah, we've had lots of creativity mentioned on here. So we've had authors, we've had people that cook, we've had we've had people on the show previously that paint as well. So yeah, it shows you that if you can turn on that creative part of your brain, it can give you a little bit of an outlet, can't it?
Yeah, and just something to take you out of the pain that you can get lost in. Like I call it those flow states where, like, if I'm painting and I'm really enjoying it, there are going to be a few hours where I'm not thinking about how much pain I'm in. Yeah.
And what's the outlook, purely for my own education, outlook these days with like hip replacements? Because when I was younger and they were talking about that as a potential for me, thankfully it never come to that. That was always like, well, then you've got to have them replaced every 10 years. Is that still the same, or have things moved on since then?
Things have moved on since then, and I was pretty surprised when my surgeon signed me off. He's like, your hips could last the rest of your life. I was like, wow, that's a long time.
Wow.
And there's like guidelines of what you do with them. So he's like, if you start running marathons or going for runs or doing those impact sports, you're just going to wear them out faster. And, I've never been an impact sport person, so it wasn't like I was desperate to get back to running or anything. So I was like, oh, that's doable. And it is just about that rehab that you put in. And I'll say this just if anyone is like, or does get told they need one, the key is that rehab post-surgery. So the stronger and better you get the muscles, like the more solidified they get in you, and you're not stretching them in weird directions. So when I came out, I dedicated myself to rehab, and I did a whole year of weekly sessions with a physio, and like every day before anything, rehab came first. And a lot of people, when they have issues with their hips, it's purely because they'll do 1 month or 3 months of rehab and then be like, oh, I'm good now, and just go about their day, but they haven't done that foundational strengthening to keep the hips in place, and then it gets pulled in all sorts of directions. So yeah, my surgeon was pretty certain with the rehab and really dedicating to that. And with the ones that I got ceramic on titanium, and as long as I'm not doing running or too many things, it's a pretty good outlook. Sorry. Yeah.
I was interested to find out, because like I say, I was told lots of things when I was a teenager, as I'm sure you were.
Yeah.
Like back then I was told biologics had come. They didn't have a name from then. And then suddenly, like, I'm approaching 40 and biologics are now a genuine life changer. And, as you're saying, hips can now last a lifetime. I just, I find that amazing. It hopefully gives hope for other people as well, that stuff is still moving forward, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And like, the hip replacements, they always used to do through the back. So they used to cut through the glutes, and you'd have a real massive scar. And then you'd have to heal not only the joint, but the muscle. Then now the more advanced ones, so the surgeon I went with, because I ended up going private, and I was like, well, I'm going to have to pay, might as well pick the best surgeon there is. And there's only 2 in New Zealand now that will do the front approach. I think it's called the anterior approach. So there's now 2, posterior and anterior, and that through the front cuts no muscles, and is a way faster recovery time. And the scars are tiny. Sometimes I look at them and I'm like, how did you get all that equipment through that hole? It blows my mind. And it's a lot faster recovery, I've heard, than if you've had posterior. So that was really fascinating to know that there is even that option.
Yeah, that's like I say, and all this stuff I think is really important, because we've covered lots of like the bad side of living with our condition. It's nice to know that there's some hope there, and that things are moving forward. So In terms of like other things, like in terms of like you managing your condition, like we touched upon it a little bit earlier with your hip replacement, but in general, how much does your condition affect your sort of mental health? And I know you're doing all these other things to help that, but you know, is that asked about enough? Does your medical professionals ask about the impact on your mental health? Does it have an impact on your mental health?
My rheumatologists have been quite funny. I've seen quite a few because I've traveled so many places and lived in a few different countries. So I've had the interesting experience of seeing a few different all over the world. And I've always asked them, especially when I got on the holistic thing, like one I had severe inflammation and my meds were failing, and he was like, well, I'm not really sure what else I can do. And I was feeling pretty disappointed after that. I'd exhausted the biologics and everything else. And I was like, okay. And that's when I changed my diet and took out a couple of things. And I remember going back to him a few months later. He's like, wow, your inflammation's way down. Like, what have you done differently? And I was like, diet. And I just remember him looking at me and being like, oh, that wouldn't have helped. It must have been something else you did. And I was like, I haven't changed anything else. It's just this. And so I haven't always had the support of the rheumatologist when it comes to mindfulness, meditation. I'd always ask. I'd even be like, what exercises should I do? And so many would say, oh, just like don't move when you're sore. And it's just like not a thing. Like it's not a thing that I believe, because I'm like, then you just really seize up like a board. It's tough. It's tough to move when you're sore. That's the hardest days when you wake up, you like really just want to stay in bed. But if I move, I feel so much better. And that helps with mental health as well, because those 9 months prior of having no medication and not being able to move, it really impacted me quite significantly. And I wouldn't say there's a ton of resources out there. That being said, there's probably more coming in. Like it does seem like a field that is blooming, of more support groups out there, especially like online. And now that we are all online, you can connect to different people everywhere. And I'd say what really got me through mental health wise of the lead up to that hip replacement, because I really didn't want a hip replacement. I was like, this is the end. I tried for 6 years and here we go. Thinking of all the bad side of it. But I started connecting on Instagram with people that had gone through a hip replacement, and then especially ones that had gone through a double and that were young. There's not many people out there that have gone through a double.
No,
so young.
I think that's what made me take notice of your story, because I need to ask questions.
But there are people, and so I started to utilize social media, which again can be so demonized, but I was like, you can use this for good. And so I started connecting with people that had gone through something similar, and their stories gave me hope. Like I almost would watch them go through like the surgery and the recovery, and I was like, it's gonna be me. Like I'm gonna be walking soon and I'm gonna be able to do this. So I just kept focusing on, I guess, like future mindset. And I do meditations, like visualizing myself post-surgery. Of like, and I'd write lists of all the things I wanted to do post-surgery. And that really helped get me through, because when you're in this bed state of just on painkillers and nothing's working, and your mom's caring for you at 32, and you're like, wow, I never saw that. As a kid, you think 32, I'll have a house, have a dog, have a partner, have my life together. And then I'm like, damn, I'm being careful.
I never thought about the benefit of actually writing down what it is you want to do and what you achieve like that. Because I get weighed down quite a lot. So like, for example, if we have one of these shows and I have to cancel it because my health isn't great, it's like end of the world. Like, oh, no one's ever going to ask me to do anything again because I'm unreliable. My mind just goes straight to that place. So, I never thought about the benefit of saying, right, I'm ill now, but I'm going to write down all the things I'm going to do when I'm better. That feels like something worth trying.
That, and my mom's always been great to remind me of, like, especially post-surgery, I'll flare up, and I don't know if it's a bit of the PTSD from being bedbound for 9 months, but immediately I'll be like, my life's over. Oh my God. And she's like, it's been a day. Just relax. tweak some things.
Just shows you the importance of having that support network again,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
Yeah, and yeah, it was so beneficial for me to think of, because I was in bed and that's all I could see. I was like, that's the end of my life. This is all there is. You get into those bad headspaces, like you said. And then I was like, no, I will be able to do all these things. And I would research a lot about what can you do and can't you do with a hip replacement. And I was like, oh, you can actually do so much. There's actually not that many limitations. So I started to think about all the things that I've never been able to do because of the hip pain and that I was going to be able to do. And it was really great for my mental health.
Yeah, it's just amazing. And you've given me so much food for thought of like, I need to try that and I need to try that. And I'm hoping just somewhere as well, it helps somebody think a little bit differently, because like I say, I was in that place where when somebody said to me holistic or holistic health coach or whatever that might look, I was thinking extremes, because I get bombarded on social media like so many of us do, people trying to prey on us because we're vulnerable and everything else. But knowing that there is that sweet spot in the middle where that stuff could genuinely help you cope, as long as you're not going into it thinking it's the cure and it's the cause, and do you know what I mean? That sort of thing. So I think that's a really important message. So I'm really grateful, especially at 6 o'clock in the morning, your time, for coming on and joining us. We've also had all sorts of issues going on in YouTube in the background, but don't worry, because we've got all the recordings and the videos and everything. So anyone who's missed it will be able to see it again. We've been going out on the other platforms absolutely fine. So sorry if you've heard frantic tapping of keyboards whilst I multitask as well. Do you want to tell people where they can find you? If they want to know more or get in touch or follow.
Yeah, so I'm on your socials. So just under Natasha Got It. It's just my name, on Instagram or on Facebook. And that's where I do most of my posting. And then my website is, again, just my name, www.natashagodets.com. So reach out on there. And just coming back to the importance of the balance of knowing like holistic care, like don't be scared of it. Like if you read breath work or meditation, it's not some woo-woo stuff that's so far out there. It's actually like really ancient knowledge and can be so beneficial. And like breath work can look however, it doesn't have to be long. It can be a few minutes a day. And same with the meditation. It doesn't have to be sitting there with your legs crossed with your hands like this, like we see. It can be a walking meditation or just sitting in silence for a bit so that you can calm your mind, or doing some breathing meditation. And I think being scared of it does put a lot of these things out of reach, which is a shame, because they are so beneficial. And I definitely couldn't live the life I live without them. Like being able to work and see friends and do social things has been a result of both medication and taking the meds when needed. There's definitely been times where I've been like, no meds. And times where I've been like, no breathing. And just being open to everything and finding those things that work for you, and not attaching to someone who just says this one thing helped, like just do this juice cleanse for 20 days and you'll be healed. Just breathe every day and you'll be healed. It's like there's so many things, and each of us have what works for us, and just finding that.
It's worth reminding people that same thing applies to pills as well. You can't just take your treatment and not move and not try and be active and leave a healthy lifestyle and expect it to fix everything for you. But like I say earlier, we've got to try and unwire our brains, because that's kind of how society has programmed us, that things can be fixed as if it's a triage situation. And with chronic illness, that doesn't work like that.
And when you're with the rheumatologist, and I remember at the beginning, even my mum as a kid would be like, can we change her diet? Do I need to get her into the pool? Like, what do we need to do? And then just went, no, you just need to take these meds. It just is what it is. And it's like, oh, like when you're hearing that advice, no wonder people get so stuck in that, because these medical professionals who you're trusting, you go to them trusting that they know more than you. But just like doing your own research, becoming your own like advocate for it.
I'm conscious of taking up more than your time than we agreed. So thank you so much for taking your time, especially like I say, so early on in the morning. I hope you got plans for the day whilst you're up. and
Yeah.
and yeah, I really appreciate that. And I'd love to have you back to deep dive in this, because obviously today with lots of guests we've sort of had to sort of
Mhm.
maybe skim over some of those subjects. I feel like we could have gone into a lot more detail. So yeah, thank you so much for joining us, Natasha. And yeah, we'll have you back on again at some point. That'd be great.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. I'd love to come back on. And yeah, thank you for spreading the work and all the work you do in 8 hours. I'm impressed.
Yeah, it's more of a mental battle than a physical. Tomorrow the physical battle
Yeah,
will start. But
yeah.
yeah, but I will let you get on and live a more active life than me today. So,
Bye. Thanks,
I'll see you
Joe.
later. Bye bye.
Bye.
Guys, I'm so sorry about the technical issues we had with YouTube during that. I'm well aware that basically the YouTube stream seems to have completely died through that, but we've got the videos. There's no issue there. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to do a very quick ending of the stream, and I'll jump back in it again, because we've got our last two guests coming up, and I don't want them to sort of suffer because we haven't tried that. We also have the platform text in the background looking at it. So sorry for anyone who's had a sort of less than ideal experience on YouTube. You can watch over on Facebook and on Twitter. But I'm just going to quickly end the stream, and then we'll jump back in and see if that resolves the technical issues. So be back in a second.